Think before you act. Show me the garden." Matthew and Baldwin went outdoors, leaving Martha and Isabeau inside so that their scents wouldn't obscure any faint traces of Diana. When the two were gone, Isabeau began to shake from head to toe. "It is too much, Martha. If they have harmed her—" "We have always known, you and I, that a day like this was coming." Martha put a compassionate hand on her mistress's shoulder, then walked into the kitchens, leaving Isabeau sitting pensively by the cold hearth. In the garden, Baldwin turned his preternaturally sharp eyes to the ground, where an apple lay next to a billowing patch of ruisseau. Isabeau had wisely insisted that they leave the fruit where they'd found it. Its location helped Baldwin see what his brother had not. The stems on the rue were slightly bent and led to another patch of herbs with ruffled leaves, then another. Which way was the wind blowing? Baldwin's imagination was caught already. "From the west," Matthew replied, trying to see what Baldwin was tracking. He gave up with a frustrated sigh. "This has taken too much time. We should split up. We can cover more ground that way. I'll go through the caves again." "She won't be in the caves," Baldwin said, straightening his knees and brushing the scent of herbs from his hands. "Vampires use the caves, not witches. Besides, they went south." "South? There's nothing to the south." "Not anymore," Baldwin agreed. "But there must be something there, or the witch wouldn't have gone in that direction. We'll ask Isabeau." One reason the de Clairmont family was so long-lived was that each member had different skills in a crisis. Philippe had always been the leader of men, a charismatic figure who could convince vampires and humans and sometimes even demons to fight for a common cause. Their brother Hugh had been the negotiator, bringing warring sides to the bargaining table and resolving even the fiercest of conflicts. Godfrey, the youngest of Philippe's 3 sons, had been their conscience, teasing out the ethical implications of every decision. To Baldwin fell the battle strategies, his sharp mind quick to analyze every plan for flaws and weaknesses. Louisa had been useful as bait or as a spy, depending on the situation. Matthew, improbably enough, had been the family's fiercest warrior. His early adventures with the sword had made his father wild with their lack of discipline, but he'd changed. Now, whenever Matthew held a weapon in his hand, something in him went cold, and he fought his way through obstacles with a tenacity that made him unbeatable. Then there was Isabeau. Everyone underestimated her, except for Philippe, who had called her either the general or my secret weapon. She missed nothing and had a longer memory than Mnemosyne. The brothers went back into the house. Baldwin shouted for Isabeau and strode into the kitchen, grabbing a handful of flour from an open bowl and scattering it onto Martha's work table. He traced the outline of the auvergne into the flour and dug his thumb into the spot where Septours stood. "Where would a witch take another witch that is south and west of here?" he asked. Isabeau's forehead creased. It would depend on the reason she was taken. Matthew and Baldwin exchanged exasperated looks. This was the only problem with their secret weapon. Isabeau never wanted to answer the question you posed to hers. She always felt there was a more pressing one that needed to be addressed first. "Think, Maman," Matthew said urgently. "The witches want to keep Diana from me." "No, my child, you could be separated in so many ways. By coming into my home and taking my guest, the witches have done something unforgivable to this family. Hostilities such as these are like chess," Isabeau said, touching her son's cheek with a cold hand. "The witches wanted to prove how weak we have become. You wanted Diana. Now they have taken her to make it impossible for you to ignore their challenge. Please, Isabeau, where?" "There is nothing but barren mountains and goat tracks between here and the Cantal," Isabeau said. "The Cantal?" Baldwin snapped. "Yes," she whispered, her cold blood chilled by the implications. The Cantal was where Berbert of Aurillac had been born. It was his home territory, and if the de Clairmonts trespassed, the witches would not be the only forces gathering against them. If this were chess, taking her to the Cantal would put us in check, Matthew said grimly. It's too soon for that. Baldwin nodded approvingly. Then we're missing something, between here and there. There's nothing but ruins, Isabeau said. Baldwin let out a frustrated sigh. Why can't Matthew's witch defend herself? Martha came into the room, wiping her hands on a towel. She and Isabeau exchanged glances. Elle est enchantée, Martha said gruffly. The child is spellbound, Isabeau agreed with reluctance. We are certain of it. Spellbound? Matthew frowned. Spellbinding put a witch in invisible shackles. It was as unforgivable among witches as trespassing was among vampires. Yes, it is not that she refuses her magic, she has been kept from it, deliberately. Isabeau scowled at the idea. Why? Her son wondered. It's like defanging and declawing a tiger and then returning it to the jungle. Why would you leave anyone without a way to defend herself? Isabeau shrugged. I can think of many people who might want to do such a thing, many reasons too, and I do not know this witch well. Call her family. Ask them. Matthew reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. He had the house in Madison on speed dial, Baldwin noticed. The witches on the other end picked up on the first ring. Matthew? The witch was frantic. Where is she? She's in terrible pain. I can feel it. We know where to look for her, Sarah, Matthew said quietly, trying to soothe her. But I need to ask you something first. Diana doesn't use her magic. She hasn't since her mother and father died. What does that have to do with anything? Sarah was shouting now. Isabeau closed her eyes against the harsh sound. Is there a chance, Sarah, any chance at all, that Diana is spellbound? The silence on the other end was absolute. Spellbound? Sarah finally said, aghast. Of course not. The de Clairmonts heard a soft click. It was Rebecca, another witch said much more softly. I promised her I wouldn't tell, and I don't know what she did or how she did it, so don't ask. Rebecca knew she and Stephen wouldn't be coming back from Africa. She'd seen something, knew something that frightened her to death. All she would tell me was that she was going to keep Diana safe. Safe from what? Sarah was horrified. Not safe from what? Safe until. M's voice dropped further. Rebecca said she would make sure Diana was safe until, her daughter dropped further. With her shadowed man? Matthew repeated. Yes, M whispered. As soon as Diana told me she was spending time with a vampire, I wondered if you were the one Rebecca had foreseen. But it all happened so fast. Do you see anything, Emily? Anything at all that might help us? Matthew asked. No. There's a darkness. Diana's in it. She's not dead, she said hastily when Matthew sucked in his breath, but she's in pain and somehow not entirely in this world. As Baldwin listened, he narrowed his eyes at Isabeau. Her questions, though maddening, had been most illuminating. He uncrossed his arms and reached into his pocket for his phone. He turned away, dialed, and murmured something into it. Baldwin then looked at Matthew and drew a finger across his throat. I'm going for her now, Matthew said. When we have news, we'll call you. He disconnected before Sarah or M could pepper him with questions. Where are my keys? Matthew shouted, heading for the door. Baldwin was in front of him, barring the way. Calm down and think, he said roughly, kicking a stool in his brother's direction. What were the castles between here and the Cantal? We only need to know the old castles, the ones Gerbert would be most familiar with. Christ, Baldwin, I can't remember. Let me through. No, you need to be smart about this. The witches wouldn't have brought her into Gerbert's territory, not if they have any sense. If Diana is spellbound, then she's a mystery to them, too. It will take them some time to solve it. They'll want privacy and no vampires interrupting them. It was the first time Baldwin had managed to say the witch's name. In the Cantal, the witches would have to answer to Gerbert, so they must be somewhere near the border. Think. Baldwin's last drop of patience evaporated.
By the gods, Matthew, you built or designed most of them. Matthew's mind raced over the possibilities, discarding some because they were too close, others because they were too ruined. He looked up in shock. La Pierre! Isabeau's mouth tightened, and Marthe looked worried. La Pierre had been the region's most forbidding castle. It was built on a foundation of basalt that couldn't be tunneled through, and had walls high enough to resist any siege. Overhead, there was a sound of air being compressed and moved. "A helicopter," Baldwin said. "It was waiting in Clermont-Ferrand to take me back to Lyon. Your garden will need work, Isabeau, but you no doubt think it's a small price to pay." The two vampires streaked out of the chateau toward the helicopter. They jumped in and were soon flying high above the Auvergne. Nothing but blackness lay below them, punctuated here and there with a soft glow of light from a farmhouse window. It took them more than 30 minutes to arrive at the castle, and even though the brothers knew where it was, the pilot located its outlines with difficulty. "There's nowhere to land," the pilot shouted. Matthew pointed to an old road that stretched away from the castle. "What about there?" he shouted back. He was already scanning the walls for signs of light or movement. Baldwin told the pilot to put down where Matthew had indicated, and he received a dubious look in reply. When they were still 20 feet off the ground, Matthew jumped out and set off at a dead run toward the castle's gate. Baldwin sighed and jumped after him, first directing the pilot not to move until they were both back on board. Matthew was already inside, shouting for Diana. "Christ, she'll be terrified," he whispered when the echoes faded, running his fingers through his hair. Baldwin caught up with him and grabbed his brother's arm. "There are 2 ways to do this, Matthew. We can split up and search the place from top to bottom, or you can stop for 5 seconds and figure out where you would hide something in La Pierre." "Let me go," Matthew said, baring his teeth and trying to pull his arm from his brother's grip. Baldwin's hand only tightened. "Think," he commanded. "It will be quicker, I promise you." Matthew went over the castle's floor plan in his mind. He started at the entrance, going up through the castle's rooms, through the tower, the sleeping apartments, the audience chambers, and the great hall. Then he worked his way from the entrance down through the kitchens, the cellars, and the dungeons. He stared at his brother in horror. The oubliette! He set off in the direction of the kitchens. Baldwin's face froze. "Dieu," he whispered, watching his brother's receding back. What was it about this witch that had made her own people throw her down a 60-foot hole? And if she were that precious, whoever had put Diana into the oubliette would be back. Baldwin tore after Matthew, hoping it was not already too late to stop him from giving the witches not 1 but 2 hostages. Chapter 31. Diana, it's time to wake up. My mother's voice was low but insistent. Too exhausted to respond, I pulled the brightly colored patchwork quilt over my head, hoping that she wouldn't be able to find me. My body curled into a tight ball, and I wondered why everything hurt so much. "Wake up, sleepyhead." My father's blunt fingers gripped the fabric. A jolt of joy momentarily pushed the pain aside. He pretended he was a bear and growled. Squealing with happiness, I tightened my own hands and giggled. But when he pulled at the coverings, the cold air swept around me. Something was wrong. I opened one eye, expecting to see the bright posters and stuffed animals that lined my room in Cambridge. But my bedroom didn't have wet gray walls. My father was smiling down at me with twinkling eyes. As usual, his hair was curled up at the ends and needed combing, and his collar was askew. I loved him anyway, and tried to fling my arms around his neck, but they refused to work properly.
He pulled me gently toward him instead, his insubstantial form clinging to me like a shield. "Fancy seeing you here, Miss Bishop." It was what he always said when I sneaked into his study at home or crept downstairs late at night for one more bedtime story. "I'm so tired." Even though his shirt was transparent, it somehow retained the smell of stale cigarette smoke and the chocolate caramels that he kept in his pockets. "I know," my father said, his eyes no longer twinkling. "But you can't sleep anymore. You have to wake up." My mother's hands were on me now, trying to extricate me from my father's lap. "Tell me the rest of the story first," I begged, "and skip the bad parts." "It doesn't work that way." My mother shook her head, and my father sadly handed me into her arms. "But I don't feel well," my child's voice wheedled for special treatment. My mother's sigh rustled against the stone walls. "I can't skip the bad parts. You have to face them. Can you do that, little witch?" After considering what would be required, I nodded. "Where were we?" my mother asked, sitting down next to the ghostly monk in the center of the oubliette. He looked shocked and moved a few inches away. My father stifled a smile with the back of his hand, looking at my mother the same way I looked at Matthew. "I remember," she said. "Diana was locked in a dark room, all alone. She sought hour after hour and wondered how she would ever get out. Then she heard a knocking at the window. It was the prince. 'I'm trapped inside by witches,' Diana cried. The prince tried to break the window, but it was made of magic glass, and he couldn't even crack it. Then the prince raced to the door and tried to open it, but it was held fast by an enchanted lock. He rattled the door in the frame, but the wood was too thick and it didn't budge." "Wasn't the prince strong?" I asked, slightly annoyed that he wasn't up to the task. "Very strong," said her mother solemnly, "but he was no wizard." So Diana looked around for something else for the prince to try. She spied a tiny hole in the roof. It was just big enough for a witch like her to squeeze through. Diana told the prince to fly up and lift her out. But the prince couldn't fly. "Because he wasn't a wizard," I repeated. The monk crossed himself every time magic or a wizard was mentioned. "That's right," my mother said. But Diana remembered that once upon a time she had flown. She looked down and found the edge of a silver ribbon. It was wound tightly around her, but when she tugged on the end, the ribbon came loose. Diana tossed it high above her head. Then there was nothing left for her body to do except follow it up to the sky. When she got close to the hole in the roof, she put her arms together, stretched them straight, and went through into the night air. "I knew you could do it," said the prince. "And they lived happily ever after," I said firmly. My mother's smile was bittersweet. "Yes, Diana." She gave my father a long look, the kind that children don't understand until they're older. I sighed happily, and it didn't matter so much that my back was on fire, or that this was a strange place, with people you could see right through. "It's time," my mother said to my father. He nodded. Above me, heavy wood met ancient stone with a deafening crash. "Diana?" It was Matthew. He sounded frantic. His anxiety sent a simultaneous rush of relief and adrenaline through my body. "Matthew!" My call came out as a dull croak. "I'm coming down." Matthew's response, echoing down all that stone, hurt my head. It was throbbing, and there was something sticky on my cheek. I rubbed some of the stickiness onto my finger, but it was too dark to see what it was. "No," said a deeper, rougher voice. "You can get down there, but I won't be able to get you out. And we need to do this fast, Matthew. They'll be back for her." I looked up to see who was speaking, but all that was visible was a pale white ring. "Diana, listen to me," Matthew boomed a little less now. "You need to fly. Can you do that?" My mother nodded encouragingly. "It's time to wake up and be a witch. There's no need for secrets anymore." I think so. I tried to get to my feet.
My right ankle gave way underneath me, and I fell hard onto my knee. "Are you sure Satoo's gone? There's no one here but me and my brother, Baldwin. Fly up and we'll get you away." The other man muttered something, and Matthew replied angrily, "I didn't know who Baldwin was, and I had met enough strangers today." Not even Matthew felt entirely safe after what Satoo had said. I looked for somewhere to hide. "You can't hide from Matthew," my mother said, casting a rueful smile at my father. "He'll always find you, no matter what. You can trust him. He's the one we've been waiting for." My father's arms crept around her, and I remembered the feeling of Matthew's arms. Someone who held me like that couldn't be deceiving me. "Diana, please try." Matthew couldn't keep the pleading out of his voice. In order to fly, I needed a silver ribbon, but there wasn't one wrapped around me. Uncertain of how to proceed, I searched for my parents in the gloom. They were paler than before. "Don't you want to fly?" my mother asked. "Magic is in the heart, Diana," my father said. "Don't forget." I shut my eyes and imagined a ribbon into place. With the end securely in my fingers, I threw it toward the white ring that flickered in the darkness. The ribbon unfurled and soared through the hole, taking my body with it. My mother was smiling, and my father looked as proud as he had when he took the training wheels off my first bicycle. Matthew peered down, along with another face that must belong to his brother. With them were a clutch of ghosts who looked amazed at anyone, after all these years, was making it out alive. "Thank God," Matthew breathed, stretching his long white fingers toward me. "Take my hand." The moment he had me in his grip, my body lost its weightlessness. "My arm!" I cried out as the muscles pulled and the gash on my forearm gaped. Matthew grabbed at my shoulder, assisted by another unfamiliar hand. They lifted me out of the oubliette, and I was crushed for a moment against Matthew's chest. Grabbing handfuls of his sweater, I clung to him. "I knew you could do it," he murmured, like the prince in my mother's story, his voice full of relief. "We don't have time for this." Matthew's brother was already running down the corridor toward the door. Matthew gripped my shoulders and took rapid stock of my injuries. His nostrils flared at the scent of dried blood. "Can you walk?" he asked softly. "Pick her up and get her out of here, or you'll have more to worry about than a little blood," the other vampire shouted. Matthew swept me up like a sack of flour and started to run, his arm tight across my lower back. I bit my lip and closed my eyes so the floor rushing underneath me wouldn't remind me of flying with Satoo. A change in the air told me we were free. As my lungs filled, I began to shake. Matthew ran even faster, carrying me toward a helicopter that was improbably parked outside the castle walls on a dirt road. He ducked his body protectively over mine and jumped into the helicopter's open door. His brother followed, the lights from the cockpit controls glinting green against his bright copper hair. My foot brushed against Baldwin's thigh as he sat down, and he gave me a look of hatred mingled with curiosity. His face was familiar from the visions I'd seen in Matthew's study, first in light caught in the suit of armor, then again when touching the seals of the Knights of Lazarus. "I thought you were dead." I shrank toward Matthew. Baldwin's eyes widened. "Go!" he shouted to the pilot, and we lifted into the sky. Being airborne brought back fresh memories of Satoo, and my shaking increased. "She's gone into shock," Matthew said. "Can this thing move faster, Baldwin?" "Knock her out," Baldwin said impatiently. "I don't have a sedative with me." "Yes, you do." His brother's eyes glittered. "Do you want me to do it?" Matthew looked down at me and tried to smile. My shaking subsided a little, but every time the helicopter dipped and swayed in the wind, it returned, along with my memories of Satoo. "By the gods, Matthew, she's terrified," Baldwin said angrily. "Just do it." Matthew bit into his lip until a drop of blood beaded up on the smooth skin.
He dipped his head to kiss me. No! I squirmed to avoid his mouth. I know what you're doing. Satu told me. You're using your blood to keep me quiet. You're in shock, Diana. It's all I have. Let me help you. His face was anguished. Reaching up, I caught the drop of blood on my fingertip. No, I'll do it. There would be no more gossip among witches about my being in Matthew's control. I sucked the salty liquid from my numb fingertip. Lips and tongue tingled before the nerves in my mouth went dead. The next thing I knew, there was cold air on my cheeks, perfumed with Marthet's herbs. We were in the garden at Septours. Matthew's arms were hard underneath my aching back, and he'd tucked my head into his neck. I stirred, looked around. "We're home," he whispered, striding toward the lights of the chateau. "Ysabeau and Marthe," I said, struggling to lift my head. "Are they all right?" "Perfectly all right," Matthew replied, cuddling me closer. We passed into the kitchen corridor, which was ablaze with light. It hurt my eyes, and I turned away from it until the pain subsided. One of my eyes seemed smaller than the other, and I narrowed the larger one so they matched. A group of vampires came into view, standing down the corridor from Matthew and me. Baldwin looked curious, Ysabeau furious, Marthe grim and worried. Ysabeau took a step, and Matthew snarled. "Matthew," she began, in a patient voice, her eyes fixed on me with a look of maternal concern, "you need to call her family. Where is your phone?" His arms tightened. My head felt too heavy for my neck. It was easier to lean it against Matthew's shoulder. "It's in his pocket, I suppose, but he's not going to drop the witch to get it. Nor will he let you get close enough to fish it out." Baldwin handed Ysabeau his phone. "Use this." Baldwin's gaze traveled over my battered body with such close attention that it felt as if ice packs were being applied and removed one by one. "She certainly looks like she's been through a battle." His voice expressed reluctant admiration. Martha said something in Occitan, and Matthew's brother nodded. "Och," he said, eyeing me in appraisal. "Not this time, Baldwin," Matthew rumbled. "The number, Matthew," Ysabeau said crisply, diverting her son's attention. He rattled it off, and his mother pushed the corresponding buttons, the faint electronic tones audible. "I'm fine," I croaked when Sarah picked up the phone. "Put me down, Matthew." "No, this is Ysabeau de Clairmont. Diana is with us." There was more silence while Ysabeau's icicle touches swept over me. "She is hurt, but her injuries are not life-threatening. Nevertheless, Matthew should bring her home." "To you?" "No, she'll follow me." "Satu mustn't harm Sarah and Em," I said. "Matthew," Baldwin growled, "let Marthe see to her, or keep her quiet." "Stay out of this, Baldwin," Matthew snapped. His cool lips touched my cheeks, and my pulse slowed. His voice dropped to a murmur. "We won't do anything you don't want to do. We can protect her from vampires." Ysabeau sounded farther and farther away. "But not from other witches. She needs to be with those who can." The conversation faded, and a curtain of gray fog descended. This time I came to consciousness upstairs in Matthew's tower. Every candle was lit, and the fire was roaring in the hearth. The room felt almost warm, but adrenaline and shock made me shiver. Matthew was sitting on his heels on the floor, with me propped between his knees, examining my right forearm. My blood-soaked pullover had a long slit where Satu had cut me. A fresh red stain was seeping into the darker spots. Martha and Ysabeau stood in the doorway like a watchful pair of hawks. "I can take care of my wife, Maman," Matthew said.
"Of course, Matthew," Ysabeau murmured in her patented subservient tone. Matthew tore the last inch of the sleeve to fully expose my flesh, and he swore. "Get my bag, Marthe." "No," she said firmly. "She is filthy, Matthew." "Let her take a bath," Ysabeau joined in, lending Marthe her support. "Diana is freezing, and you cannot even see her injuries. This is not helping, my child." "No bath," he said decidedly. "Why ever not?" Isabeau asked impatiently. She gestured at the stairs, and Marthe departed. "The water would be full of her blood," he said tightly. "Baldwin would smell it." "This is not Jerusalem, Matthew," Isabeau said. "He has never set foot in this tower, not since it was built. What happened in Jerusalem?" I reached for the spot where Matthew's silver coffin usually hung. "My love, I need to look at your back." "Okay," I whispered dully. My mind drifted, seeking an apple tree and my mother's voice. "Lie on your stomach for me." The cold stone floors of the castle where Satu had pinned me down were all too palpable under my chest and legs. "No, Matthew. You think I'm keeping secrets, but I don't know anything about my magic." Satu said. Matthew swore again. "There's no witch here, and your magic is immaterial to me." His cold hand gripped mine, as sure and firm as his gaze. "Just lean forward over my hand. I'll hold you." Seated on his thigh, I bent from the waist, resting my chest on our clasped hands. The position stretched the skin on my back painfully, but it was better than the alternative. Underneath me, Matthew stiffened. "Your fleece is stuck to your skin. I can't see much with it in the way. We're going to have to put you in the bath for a bit before it can be removed. Can you fill the tub, Isabeau?" His mother disappeared, her absence followed by the sound of running water. "Not too hot," he called softly after her. "What happened in Jerusalem?" I asked again. "Later," he said, lifting me gently upright. "The time for secrets has passed, Matthew. Tell her, and be quick about it." Isabeau spoke sharply from the bathroom door. "She is your wife and has a right to know. It must be something awful, or you wouldn't have worn Lazarus's coffin." I pressed lightly on the empty spot above his heart. With a desperate look, Matthew began his story. It came out of him in quick, staccato bursts. "I killed a woman in Jerusalem. She got between Baldwin and me. There was a great deal of blood. I loved her, and he'd killed someone else, not a witch, but a human." My finger stilled his lips. "That's enough for now. It was a long time ago." I felt calm, but was shaking again, unable to bear any more revelations. Matthew brought my left hand to his lips and kissed me hard on the knuckles. His eyes told me what he couldn't say aloud. Finally, he released both my hand and my eyes and spoke. "If you're worried about Baldwin, we'll do it another way. We can soak the fleece off with compresses, or you could shower." The mere thought of water falling on my back, or the application of pressure, convinced me to risk Baldwin's possible thirst. The bath would be better. Matthew lowered me into the lukewarm water, fully clothed right down to my running shoes. Propped in the tub, my back drawn away from the porcelain, and the water wicking slowly up my fleece pullover, I began the slow process of letting go, my legs twitching and dancing under the water. Each muscle and nerve had to be told to relax, and some refused to obey. While I soaked, Matthew tended to my face, his fingers pressing my cheekbone. He frowned in concern and called softly for Marthe. She appeared with a huge black medical bag. Matthew took out a tiny flashlight and checked my eyes, his lips pressed tightly together. My face hit the floor. I winced. "Is it broken?" "I don't think so, mon cœur, just badly bruised." Marthe ripped open a package, and a whiff of rubbing alcohol reached my nose. When Matthew held the pad on the sticky part of my cheek, I gripped the sides of the tub, my eyes smarting with tears. The pad came away scarlet. I cut it on the edge of a stone. My voice was matter-of-fact in an attempt to quiet the memories of Satu that the pain brought back. Matthew's cool fingers traced the stinging wound to where it disappeared under my hairline. "It's superficial. You don't need stitches." He reached for a jar of ointment and smoothed some onto my skin. It smelled of mint and herbs from the garden. "Are you allergic to any medications?" he asked when he was through. I shook my head. He again called to Marthe,
who trotted in with her arms full of towels. He rattled off a list of drugs, and Martha nodded, jiggling a set of keys she pulled out of her pocket. Only one drug was familiar. Morphine? I asked, my pulse beginning to race. It will alleviate the pain. The other drugs will combat swelling and infection. The bath had lulled some of my anxiety and lessened my shock, but the pain was getting worse. The prospect of banishing it was enticing, and I reluctantly agreed to the drug in exchange for getting out of the bath. Sitting in the rusty water was making me queasy. Before climbing out, though, Matthew insisted on looking at my right foot. He hoisted it up and out of the water, resting the sole of my shoe against his shoulder. Even that slight pressure had me gasping. "Isabeau, can you come here, please?" Like Martha, Isabeau was waiting patiently in the bedroom in case her son needed help. When she came in, Matthew had her stand behind me while he snapped the water-soaked shoelaces with ease and began to pry the shoe from my foot. Isabeau held my shoulders, keeping me from thrashing my way out of the tub. I cried during Matthew's examination. Even after he stopped trying to pull the shoe off and began to rip it apart by tearing as precisely as a dressmaker cutting into fine cloth. He tore my sock off, too, and ripped along the seam of my leggings, then peeled the fabric away to reveal the ankle. It had a ring around it, as though it had been closed in a manacle that had burned through the skin, leaving it black and blistered in places with odd white patches. Matthew looked up, his eyes angry. How was this done? Satu hung me upside down. She wanted to see if I could fly. I turned away uncertainly, unable to understand why so many people were furious with me over things that weren't my fault. Isabeau gently took my foot. Matthew knelt behind the tub, his black hair slicked back from his forehead and his clothing ruined from water and blood. He turned my face toward him, looking at me with a mixture of fierce protectiveness and pride. "You were born in August, yes? Under the sign of Leo?" He sounded entirely French, most of the Oxbridge accent gone. I nodded. "Then I will have to call you my lioness now, because only she could have fought as you did. But even La Lionne needs her protectors." His eyes flickered toward my right arm. My gripping the tub had made the bleeding resume. "Your ankle is sprained, but it's not serious. I'll bind it later. Now let's see to your back and your arm." Matthew scooped me out of the tub and set me down, instructing me to keep the weight off my right foot. Martha and Isabeau steadied me while he cut off my leggings and underclothes. The three vampires' pre-modern matter-of-factness about bodies left me strangely unconcerned at standing half-naked in front of them. Matthew lifted the front hem of my soggy pullover, revealing a dark purple bruise that spread across my abdomen. "Christ," he said, his fingers pushing into the stained flesh above my pubic bone. "How the hell did she do that?" Satu lost her temper. My teeth chattered at the memory of flying through the air and the sharp pain in my gut. Matthew tucked the towel around my waist. "Let's get the pullover off," he said grimly. He went behind me, and there was a sting of cold metal against my back. "What are you doing?" I twisted my head, desperate to see. Satu had kept me on my stomach for hours, and it was intolerable to have anyone, even Matthew, behind me. The trembling in my body intensified. "Stop, Matthew," Isabeau said urgently. "She cannot bear it." A pair of scissors clattered to the floor. "It's all right." Matthew nestled his body against mine like a protective shell. He crossed his arms over my chest, completely enfolding me. "I'll do it from the front." Once the shaking subsided, he came around and resumed cutting the fabric away from my body. The cold air on my back told me that there wasn't much of it left in any case. He sliced through my bra, then got the front panel of the pullover off. Isabeau gasped as the last shreds fell from my back. "Maria, de Merve!" Martha sounded stunned. "What is it? What did she do?" The room was swinging like a chandelier in an earthquake. Matthew whipped me around to face his mother. Grief and sympathy were etched on her face.
La sorcière est morte, Matthew said softly. He was already planning on killing another witch. Ice filled my veins, and there was blackness at the edges of my vision. Matthew's hands held me upright. "Stay with me, Diana." "Did you have to kill Jillian?" I sobbed. "Yes." His voice was flat and dead. "Why did you let me hear this from someone else? Satu told me you'd been in my room, that you were using your blood to drug me. Why, Matthew? Why didn't you tell me?" "Because I was afraid of losing you. You know so little about me, Diana. Secrecy, the instinct to protect, to kill if I must. This is who I am." I turned to face him, wearing nothing but a towel around my waist. My arms were crossed over my bare chest, and my emotions careened from fear to anger to something darker. "So you'll kill Satu also?" "Yes." He made no apologies and offered no further explanation, but his eyes were full of barely controlled rage. Cold and gray, they searched my face. "You're far braver than I am. I've told you that before." "Do you want to see what she did to you?" Matthew asked, gripping my elbows. I thought for a moment, then nodded. Isabeau protested in rapid Occitan, and Matthew stopped her with a hiss. "She survived the doing of it, Maman. The seeing of it cannot possibly be worse." Isabeau and Marthe went downstairs to fetch 2 mirrors, while Matthew patted my torso with feather-light touches of a towel until it was barely damp. "Stay with me," he repeated every time I tried to slip away from the rough fabric. The women returned with 1 mirror in an ornate gilt frame from the salon and a tall cheval glass that only a vampire could have carried up to the tower. Matthew positioned the larger mirror behind me, and Isabeau and Marthe held the other in front, angling it so that I could see both my back and Matthew, too. But it couldn't be my back. It was someone else. Someone who had been flayed and burned until her skin was red and blue and black. There were strange marks on it, too, circles and symbols. The memory of fire erupted along the lesions. "Satu said she was going to open me up," I whispered, mesmerized. "But I kept my secrets inside, Mama, just like you wanted." Matthew's attempt to catch me was the last thing I saw reflected in the mirror before the blackness overtook me. I awoke next to the bedroom fire again. My lower half was still wrapped up in a towel, and I was sitting on the edge of one damask-covered chair, bent over at the waist, with my torso draped across a stack of pillows on another damask-covered chair. All I could see was feet, and someone was applying ointment to my back. It was Marthe, her rough strength clearly distinguishable from Matthew's cool touches. "Matthew?" I croaked, swiveling my head to the side to look for him. His face appeared. "Yes, my darling? Where did the pain go?" "It's magic," he said, attempting a lopsided grin for my benefit. "Morphine," I said slowly, remembering the list of drugs he'd given to Marthe. "That's what I said. Everyone who has ever been in pain knows that morphine and magic are the same. Now that you're awake, we're going to wrap you up." He tossed a spool of gauze to Marthe, explaining that it would keep down the swelling and further protect my skin. It also had the benefit of binding my breasts, since I would not be wearing a bra in the near future. The 2 of them unrolled miles of white surgical dressing around my torso. Thanks to the drugs, I underwent the process with a curious sense of detachment. It vanished, however, when Matthew began to rummage in his medical bag and talk about sutures. As a child, I'd fallen and stuck a long fork used for toasting marshmallows into my thigh. It had required sutures too, and my nightmares had lasted for months. I told Matthew my fears, but he was resolute. "The cut on your arm is deep, Diana. It won't heal properly unless it's sutured." Afterward, the women got me dressed while Matthew drank some wine, his fingers shaking. I didn't have anything that fastened up the front, so Marthe disappeared once more, returning with her arms full of Matthew's clothing. They slid me into one of his fine cotton shirts. It swam on me, but felt silky against my skin.
Martha carefully draped a black cashmere cardigan with leather-covered buttons, also Matthew's, around my shoulders, and she and Isabeau snaked a pair of my own stretchy black pants up my legs and over my hips. Then Matthew lowered me into a nest of pillows on the sofa. "Change," Martha ordered, pushing him in the direction of the bathroom. Matthew showered quickly and emerged from the bathroom in a fresh pair of trousers. He dried his hair roughly by the fire before pulling on the rest of his clothes. "Will you be all right if I go downstairs for a moment?" he asked. "Martha and Isabeau will stay with you." I suspected his trip downstairs involved his brother, and I nodded, still feeling the effects of the powerful drug. While he was gone, Isabeau muttered every now and again in a language that was neither Occitan nor French, and Martha clucked and fussed. They'd removed most of the ruined clothes and bloody linen from the room by the time Matthew reappeared. Fallen and Hector were padding along at his side, their tongues hanging out. Isabeau's eyes narrowed. "Your dogs do not belong in my house." Fallen and Hector looked from Isabeau to Matthew with interest. Matthew clicked his fingers and pointed to the floor. The dogs sank down, their watchful faces turned to me. "They'll stay with Diana until we leave," he said firmly, and though his mother sighed, she didn't argue with him. Matthew picked up my feet and slid his body underneath them, his hands lightly stroking my legs. Martha plunked down a glass of wine in front of him, then thrust a mug of tea into my hands. She and Isabeau withdrew, leaving us alone with the watchful dogs. My mind drifted, soothed by the morphine and the hypnotic touch of Matthew's fingers. I sorted through my memories, trying to distinguish what was real from what I'd only imagined. Had my mother's ghost really been in the oubliette, or was that a recollection of our time together before Africa? Or was it my mind's attempt to cope with stress by fracturing off into an imaginary world? I frowned. "What is it, ma lionne?" Matthew asked, his voice concerned. "Are you in pain?" "No, I'm just thinking." I focused on his face, pulling myself through the fog to his safer shores. Where was I? La Pierre. It's an old castle that no one has lived in for years. I met Gerbert. My brain was playing hopscotch, not wanting to linger in one place for too long. Matthew's fingers stilled. He was there? Only in the beginning. He and Domenico were waiting when we arrived, but Satu sent them away. I see. Did he touch you? Matthew's body tensed. On the cheek. I shivered. He had the manuscript, Matthew, long, long ago. Gerbert boasted about how he'd taken it from Spain. It was under a spell even then. He kept a witch enthralled, hoping she would be able to break the enchantment. Do you want to tell me what happened? I thought it was too soon, and was about to tell him so, but the story spilled out. When I recounted Satata's attempts to open me so that she could find the magic inside, Matthew rose and replaced the pillows supporting my back with his own body, cradling the length of me between his legs. He held me while I spoke, and when I couldn't speak, and when I cried. Whatever Matthew's emotions when I shared Satata's revelations about him, he held them firmly in check. Even when I told him about my mother sitting under an apple tree whose roots spread across La Pierre's stone floors, he never pressed for more details, though he must have had 100 unanswered questions. It was not the whole tale. I left out my father's presence, my vivid memories of bedtime stories, and running through the fields behind Sarah's house in Madison. But it was a start, and the rest of it would come in time. "What do we do now?" I asked when finished. "We can't let the congregation harm Sarah or Amar Marth and Yazabo." "That's up to you," Matthew replied slowly. "I'll understand if you've had enough." I craned my neck to look at him, but he wouldn't meet my eyes, staring resolutely out the window into the darkness. "You told me we were mated for life. Nothing will change the way I feel about you, but you aren't a vampire. What happened to you? Today?" Matthew stopped, started again. "If you've changed your mind about this, about me, I'll understand." Not even Satu could change my mind, and she tried. My mother sounded so certain when she told me that you were the one I'd been waiting for. That was when I flew. That wasn't exactly it. My mother had said that Matthew was the one we had been waiting for. But since it made no sense, I kept it to myself. You're sure? Matthew tilted my chin up and studied my face. Absolutely. His face lost some of its anguish. He bent his head to kiss me, then drew back. My lips are the only part of me that doesn't hurt. Besides, I needed to be reminded that there were creatures in the world who could touch me without causing pain. He pressed his mouth gently against mine, his breath full of cloves and spice. It took away the memories of Lapierre, and for a few moments I could close my eyes and rest in his arms. But an urgent need to know what would happen next pulled me back to alertness. So, what now? I asked again. Ysabeau is right. We should go to your family. Vampires can't help you learn about your magic, and the witches will keep pursuing you. When? After Lapierre, I was oddly content to let him do whatever he thought best. Matthew twitched slightly underneath me, his surprise at my compliance evident. We'll join Baldwin and take the helicopter to Lyon. His plane is fueled and ready to leave. Satu and the congregation's other witches won't come back here immediately, but they will be back, he said grimly. Ysabeau and Marthe will be safe at Septours without you. Matthew's laughter rumbled under me. They've been in the thick of every major armed conflict in history. A pack of hunting vampires or a few inquisitive witches are unlikely to trouble them. I have something to see to, though, before we leave. Will you rest if Marthe stays with you? I'll need to get my things together. Marthe will do it. Ysabeau will help, if you'll let her. I nodded. The idea of Ysabeau's returning to the room was surprisingly comforting. Matthew rearranged me on the pillows, his hands tender. He called softly to Marthe and Ysabeau and gestured the dogs to the stairs, where they took up positions reminiscent of the lions at the New York Public Library. The two women moved silently about the room, their quiet puttering and snippets of conversation providing a soothing background noise that finally lulled me to sleep. When I woke several hours later, my old duffel bag was packed and waiting by the fire, and Marthe was bent over it tucking a tin inside. "What's that?" I asked, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. "Your tea. 1 cup every day, remember?" "Yes, Marthe." My head fell back on the pillows. "Thank you. For everything." Marthe's gnarled hands stroked my forehead. "He loves you. You know this?" Her voice was gruffer than usual. "I know, Marthe. I love him too." Hector and Fallon turned their heads, their attention caught by a sound on the stairs that was too faint for me to hear. Matthew's dark form appeared. He came to the sofa and took stock of me and nodded with approval after he felt my pulse. Then he scooped me into his arms as if I weighed nothing, the morphine ensuring that there was no more than an unpleasant tug on my back as he carried me down the stairs. Hector and Fallon brought up the rear of our little procession as we descended. His study was lit only by firelight, and it cast shadows on the books and objects there. His eyes flickered to the wooden tower in a silent goodbye to Lucas and Blanca. "We'll be back as soon as we can," I promised. Matthew smiled, but it never touched his eyes. Baldwin was waiting for us in the hall. Hector and Fallon milled around Matthew's legs, keeping anyone from getting close. He called them off so Ysabeau could approach. She put her cold hands on my shoulders. "Be brave, daughter, but listen to Matthew," she instructed, giving me a kiss on each cheek. "I'm so sorry to have brought this trouble to your house." "Hein, this house has seen worse," she replied, before turning to Baldwin. "Let me know if you need anything, Ysabeau." Baldwin brushed her cheeks with his lips. "Of course, Baldwin." "Fly safely," she murmured as he walked outside. "There are 7 letters in Father's study," Matthew told her when his brother was gone. He spoke low and very fast. "Alan will come to fetch them. He knows what to do." Ysabeau nodded, her eyes bright. "And so it begins again," she whispered. "Your father would be proud of you, Matthew." She touched him on the arm and picked up his bags. We made our way, a line of vampires, dogs, and witch, across the chateau's lawns. The helicopter's blades started moving slowly when we appeared. Matthew took me by the waist and lifted me into the cabin, then climbed in behind me. We lifted off and hovered for a moment over the chateau's illuminated walls before heading east, where the lights of Lyon were visible in the dark morning sky. Chapter 32. My eyes remained firmly closed on the way to the airport. It would be a long time before I flew without thinking of Satu. In Lyon, everything was blindingly fast and efficient. Clearly, Matthew had been arranging matters from Septours and had informed the authorities that the plane was being used for medical transport. Once he'd flashed his identification and airport personnel got a good look at my face, I was whisked into a wheelchair against my objections and pushed toward the plane while an immigration officer followed behind, stamping my passport. Baldwin strode in front, and people hastily got out of our way. The Clairmont jet was outfitted like a luxury yacht, with chairs that folded down flat to make beds, areas of upholstered seating and tables, and a small galley where a uniformed attendant waited with a bottle of red wine and some chilled mineral water. Matthew got me settled in one of the recliners, arranging pillows like bolsters to take pressure off my back. He claimed the seat nearest me. Baldwin took charge of a table large enough to hold a board meeting, where he spread out papers, logged on to 2 different computers, and began talking incessantly on the phone. After takeoff, Matthew ordered me to sleep. When I resisted, he threatened to give me more morphine. We were still negotiating when his phone buzzed in his pocket. "Marcus," he said, glancing at the screen. Baldwin looked up from his table. Matthew pushed the green button. "Hello, Marcus. I'm on a plane headed for New York with Baldwin and Diana." He spoke quickly, giving Marcus no chance to reply. His son couldn't have managed more than a few words before being disconnected. No sooner had Matthew punched the phone's red button than lines of text began to light up his screen. Text messaging must have been a godsend for vampires in need of privacy.
Matthew responded, his fingers flying over the keys. The screen went dark, and he gave me a tight smile. "Everything all right?" I asked mildly, knowing the full story would have to wait until we were away from Baldwin. Yes, he was just curious where we were. This seemed doubtful, given the hour. Drowsiness made it unnecessary for Matthew to make any further requests that I sleep. "Thank you for finding me," I said, my eyes drifting closed. His only response was to bow his head and rest it silently on my shoulder. I didn't wake until we landed at LaGuardia, where we pulled into the area reserved for private aircraft. Our arrival there, and not at a busier, more crowded airport on the other side of town, was yet another example of the magical efficiency and convenience of vampire travel. Matthew's identification worked still more magic, and the officials sped us through. Once we'd cleared customs and immigration, Baldwin surveyed us, me in my wheelchair and his brother standing grimly behind. "You both look like hell," he commented. "Ta gueule," Matthew said with a false smile, his voice acid. Even with my limited French, I knew this wasn't something you would say in front of your mother. Baldwin smiled broadly. "That's better, Matthew. I'm glad to see you have some fight left in you. You're going to need it." He glanced at his watch. It was as masculine as he was, the type made for divers and fighter pilots, with multiple dials and the ability to survive negative G-force pressure. "I have a meeting in a few hours, but I wanted to give you some advice first." "I've got this covered, Baldwin," Matthew said in a dangerously silky voice. "No, you don't. Besides, I'm not talking to you." Baldwin crouched down, folding his massive body so he could lock his uncanny, light brown eyes on mine. "Do you know what a gambit is, Diana?" "Vaguely. It's from chess." "That's right," he replied. "A gambit lulls your opponent into a sense of false safety. You make a deliberate sacrifice in order to gain a greater advantage." Matthew growled slightly.
I understand the basic principles, I said. What happened at La Pierre feels like a gambit to me, Baldwin continued, his eyes never wavering. The congregation let you go for some reason of their own. Make your next move before they make theirs. Don't wait your turn like a good girl, and don't be duped into thinking your current freedom means you're safe. Decide what to do to survive, and do it. Thanks. He might be Matthew's brother, but Baldwin's close physical presence was unnerving. I extended my gauze-wrapped right arm to him in farewell. Sister, that's not how family bids each other adieu. Baldwin's voice was softly mocking. He gave me no time to react, but gripped my shoulders and kissed me on the cheeks. As his face passed over mine, he deliberately breathed in my scent. It felt like a threat, and I wondered if he meant it as such. He released me and stood. Matthew, a bientôt. Wait. Matthew followed his brother. Using his broad back to block my view, he handed Baldwin an envelope. The curved sliver of black wax on it was visible despite his efforts. You said you wouldn't obey my orders? After La Pierre, you might have reconsidered. Baldwin stared at the white rectangle. His face twisted sourly before falling into lines of resignation. Taking the envelope, he bowed his head and said, Je suis à votre commande, Seigneur. The words were formal, motivated by protocol rather than genuine feeling. He was a knight, and Matthew was his master. Baldwin had bowed, technically, to Matthew's authority. But just because he had followed tradition, that did not mean he liked it. He raised the envelope to his forehead in a parody of a salute. Matthew waited until Baldwin was out of sight before returning to me. He grasped the handles of the wheelchair. Come, let's get the car. Somewhere over the Atlantic, Matthew had made advance arrangements for our arrival. We picked up a Range Rover at the terminal curb from a man in uniform who dropped the keys into Matthew's palm, stowed our bags in the trunk, and left without a word. Matthew reached into the back seat, plucked out a blue parka designed for Arctic trekking rather than autumn in New York, and arranged it like a down-filled nest in the passenger seat. Soon we were driving through early morning city traffic and then out into the countryside. The navigation system had been programmed with the address of the house in Madison and informed us that we should arrive in a little more than 4 hours. I looked at the brightening sky and started worrying about how Sarah and Em would react to Matthew. We'll be home just after breakfast. That will be interesting. Sarah was not at her best before coffee, copious amounts of it, had entered her bloodstream. We should call and let them know when to expect us. They already know. I called them from Septours. Feeling thoroughly managed and slightly muzzy from morphine and fatigue, I settled back for the drive. We passed hardscrabble farms and small houses with early morning lights twinkling in kitchens and bedrooms. Upstate New York is at its best in October. Now the trees were on fire with red and gold foliage. After the leaves fell, Madison and the surrounding countryside would turn rusty gray and remain that way until the first snows blanketed the world in pristine white batting. We turned down the rutted road leading to the Bishop House. Its late 18th century lines were boxy and generous, and it sat back from the road on a little knoll, surrounded by aged apple trees and lilac bushes. The white clapboard was in desperate need of repainting, and the old picket fence was falling down in places. Pale plumes rose in welcome from both chimneys, however, filling the air with the autumn scent of wood smoke. Matthew pulled into the driveway, which was pitted with ice-crusted potholes. The Range Rover rumbled its way over them, and he parked next to Sarah's beat-up, once-purple car. A new crop of bumper stickers adorned the back. My other car is a broom, a perennial favorite, was stuck next to I'm pagan and I vote. Another proclaimed, Wiccan Army, we will not go silently into the night. I sighed. Matthew turned off the car and looked at me. I'm supposed to be the nervous one, aren't you? Not as nervous as you are. Coming home always makes me behave like a teenager. All I want to do is hog the TV remote and eat ice cream. Though trying to be bright and cheerful for his sake, I was not looking forward to this homecoming. "I'm sure we can arrange for that," he said with a frown. "Meanwhile, stop pretending nothing has happened. You're not fooling me, and you won't fool your aunts either." He left me sitting in the car while he carried our luggage to the front door. We'd amassed a surprisingly large amount of it, including 2 computer bags, my disreputable Yale duffel, and an elegant leather valise that might have been mistaken for a Victorian original. There was also Matthew's medical kit, his long gray coat, my bright new parka, and a case of wine. The last was a wise precaution on Matthew's part. Sarah's taste ran to harder stuff, and M was a teetotaler. Matthew returned and lifted me out of the car, my legs swinging. Safely on the steps, I gingerly put weight on my right ankle. We both faced the house's red 18th century door. It was flanked by tiny windows that offered a view of the front hall. Every lamp in the house was lit to welcome us. "I smell coffee," he said, smiling down at me. "They're up, then." The catch on the worn, familiar door latch released at my touch. Unlocked, as usual. Before losing my nerve, I warily stepped inside. "M? Sarah?" A note in Sarah's dark, decisive handwriting was taped to the staircase's newel post. "Out. Thought the house needed some time alone with you first. Move slowly. Matthew can stay in M's old room. Your room is ready." There was a postscript in M's rounder scrawl. "Both of you use your parents' room." My eyes swept over the doors leading from the hall. They were all standing open, and there was no banging upstairs. Even the coffin doors into the keeping room were quiet, rather than swinging wildly on their hinges. That's a good sign. What? That they're out of the house? Matthew looked confused. No, the silence. The house has been known to misbehave with new people. The house is haunted? Matthew looked around with interest. Were witches? Of course the house is haunted. But it's more than that. The house is alive. It has its own ideas about visitors, and the more bishops there are, the worse it acts up. That's why M and Sarah left. A phosphorescent smudge moved in and out of my peripheral vision. My long-dead grandmother, whom I'd never met, was sitting by the keeping room's fireplace in an unfamiliar rocking chair. She looked as young and beautiful as in her wedding picture on the landing upstairs. When she smiled, my own lips curved in response. "Grandma?" I said tentatively. "He's a looker, isn't he?" she said with a wink, her voice rustling like waxed paper. Another head popped around the doorframe. "I'll say," the other ghost agreed. "Should be dead, though." My grandmother nodded. "Suppose so, Elizabeth, but he is what he is. We'll get used to him." Matthew was staring in the direction of the keeping room. "Someone is there," he said, full of wonder. "I can almost smell them and hear faint sounds, but I can't see them. Ghosts." Reminded of the castle dungeons, I looked around for my mother and father. "Oh, they're not here," my grandmother said sadly. Disappointed, I turned my attention from my dead family to my undead husband. "Let's go upstairs and put the bags away. That will give the house a chance to know you." Before we could move another inch, a charcoal ball of fur rocketed out of the back of the house with a blood-chilling yowl. It stopped abruptly 1 foot away from me and transformed into a hissing cat. She arched her back and screeched again. "Nice to see you too, Tabitha." Sarah's cat detested me, and the feeling was mutual. Tabitha lowered her spine into its proper alignment and stalked toward Matthew. "Vampires are more comfortable with dogs, as a rule," he commented, as Tabitha wound around his ankles. With unerring feline instincts, Tabitha latched on to Matthew's discomfort and was now determined to change his mind about her species. She butted her head against his shin, purring loudly. "It'll be damned," I said. For Tabitha, this was an astonishing display of affection. She really is the most perverse cat in the history of the world. Tabitha hissed at me and resumed her sybaritic attention to Matthew's lower legs. Just ignore her, I recommended, hobbling toward the stairs. Matthew swept up the bags and followed. Gripping the banister, I made a slow ascent. Matthew took each step with me, his face alight with excitement and interest. He didn't seem at all alarmed that the house was giving him the once-over. My body was rigid with anticipation, however. Pictures had fallen onto unsuspecting guests, doors and windows flapped open and closed, and lights went on and off without warning. I let out a sigh of relief when we made it to the landing without incident. Not many of my friends visited the house, I explained when he raised an eyebrow. It was easier to see them at the mall in Syracuse. The upstairs rooms were arranged in a square around the central staircase. Em and Sarah's room was in the front corner, overlooking the driveway. My mother and father's room was at the back of the house, with a view of the fields and a section of the old apple orchard that gradually gave way to a deeper wood of oaks and maples. The door was open, a light on inside. I stepped hesitantly toward the welcoming, golden rectangle and over the threshold. The room was warm and comfortable, its broad bed loaded with quilts and pillows. Nothing matched except for the plain white curtains. The floor was constructed out of wide pine planks with gaps large enough to swallow a hairbrush. A bathroom opened up to the right, and a radiator was popping and hissing inside. "Lily of the valley," Matthew commented, his nostrils flaring at all the new scents. My mother's favorite perfume. An ancient bottle of Diorissimo with a faded black and white houndstooth ribbon wrapped around the neck still stood on the bureau. Matthew dropped the bags onto the floor. "Is it going to bother you to be in here?" His eyes were worried. "You could have your old room," as Sarah suggested. "No chance," I said firmly. "It's in the attic, and the bathroom is down here. Besides, there's no way we'll both fit in a single bed." Matthew looked away. "I had thought we might." "We're not sleeping in separate beds. I'm no less your wife among witches than among vampires," I interrupted, drawing him toward me. The house settled on its foundations with a tiny sigh, as if bracing itself for a long conversation. "No, but it might be easier." "For whom?" I interrupted again. "For you," he finished. "You're in pain. You'd sleep more soundly in bed alone." There would be no sleep for me at all without him at my side. Not wanting to worry him by saying so, I rested my hands on his chest in an attempt to distract him from the matter of sleeping arrangements. "Kiss me." His mouth tightened into a no, but his eyes said yes. I pressed my body against his, and he responded with a kiss that was both sweet and gentle. "I thought you were lost," he murmured when we parted, resting his forehead against mine. "Forever. Now I'm afraid you might shatter into 1,000 pieces because of what Satu did. If something had happened to you, I'd have gone mad." My scent enveloped Matthew, and he relaxed a fraction. He relaxed further when his hands slid around my hips. They were relatively unscathed, and his touch was both comforting and electrifying. My need for him had only intensified since my ordeal with Satu. "Can you feel it?" I took his hand in mine, pressing it against the center of my chest. "Feel what?" Matthew's face was puzzled. Unsure what would make an impression on his preternatural senses, I concentrated on the chain that had unfurled when he'd first kissed me. When I touched it with an imaginary finger, it emitted a low, steady hum. Matthew gasped, a look of wonder on his face. "I can hear something. What is it?" He bent to rest his ear against my chest. "It's you, inside me," I said. "You ground me, an anchor at the end of a long, silvery chain. It's why I'm so certain of you, I suppose." My voice dropped. "Provided I could feel you, had this connection to you, there was nothing Satu could say or do that I couldn't endure. It's like the sound your blood makes when you talk to Rakasa with your mind, or when you called the witch wind. Now that I know what to listen for, it's audible. Yesabo had mentioned she could hear my witch's blood singing. I tried to make the chain's music louder, its vibrations passing into the rest of my body. Matthew lifted his head and gave me a glorious smile. Amazing! The humming grew more intense, and I lost control of the energy pulsing through me. Overhead, a score of stars burst into life and shot through the room. Oops! Dozens of ghostly eyes tingled against my back. The house shut the door firmly against the inquiring looks of my ancestors who had assembled to see the fireworks display as if it were Independence Day. "Did you do that?" Matthew stared intently at the closed door. "No," I explained earnestly. "The sparklers were mine. That was the house. It has a thing about privacy." "Thank God," he murmured, pulling my hips firmly to his and kissing me again in a way that had the ghosts on the other side muttering. The fireworks fizzled out in a stream of aquamarine light over the chest of drawers. "I love you, Matthew Clairmont," I said at the earliest opportunity. "And I love you, Diana Bishop," he replied formally. "But your aunts and Emily must be freezing. Show me the rest of the house so that they can come inside."
Slowly, we went through the other rooms on the second floor, most unused now and filled with assorted bric-a-brac from M's yard sale addiction and all the junk Sarah couldn't bear to throw away for fear she might need it one day. Matthew helped me up the stairs to the attic bedroom where I'd endured my adolescence. It still had posters of musicians tacked to the walls and sported the strong shades of purple and green that were a teenager's attempt at a sophisticated color scheme. Downstairs, we explored the big formal rooms built to receive guests, the keeping room on one side of the front door and the office and small parlor opposite. We passed through the rarely used dining room and into the heart of the house, a family room large enough to serve as TV room and eating area with the kitchen at the far end. "It looks like M's taken up needlepoint again," I said, picking up a half-finished canvas with a basket of flowers on it. "And Sarah's fallen off the wagon. She's a smoker?" Matthew gave the air a long sniff. "When she's stressed. M makes her smoke outside, but you can still smell it. Does it bother you?" I asked, acutely aware of how sensitive he might be to the odor. "Dew, Diana, I've smelled worse," he replied. The cavernous kitchen retained its wall of brick ovens and a gigantic walk-in fireplace. There were modern appliances, too, and old stone floors that had endured 2 centuries of dropped pans, wet animals, muddy shoes, and other more witchy substances. I ushered him into Sarah's adjacent workroom. Originally a freestanding summer kitchen, it was now connected to the house and still equipped with cranes for holding cauldrons of stew and spits for roasting meat. Herbs hung from the ceiling, and a storage loft held drying fruits and jars of her lotions and potions. The tour over, we returned to the kitchen. "This room is so brown." I studied the decor while flicking the porch light on and off again, the bishop's long-standing signal that it was safe to enter. There was a brown refrigerator, brown wooden cabinets, warm red-brown brick, a brown rotary dial phone, and tired brown checked wallpaper. What it needs is a fresh coat of white paint. Matthew's chin lifted and his eyes panned to the back door. "February would be ideal for the job, if you're offering to do the work," a throaty voice said from the mudroom. Sarah rounded the corner, wearing jeans and an oversized plaid flannel shirt. Her red hair was wild and her cheeks bright with the cold. "Hello, Sarah," I said, backing up toward the sink. "Hello, Diana." Sarah stared fixedly at the bruise under my eye. "This is the vampire, I take it?" "Yes." I hobbled forward again to make the introductions. Sarah's sharp gaze turned to my ankle. "Sarah, this is Matthew Clairmont. Matthew, my aunt, Sarah Bishop." Matthew extended his right hand. "Sarah," he said, meeting her eyes without hesitation. Sarah pursed her lips in response. Like me, she had the bishop chin, which was slightly too long for the rest of her face. It was now jutting out even more. "Matthew." When their hands met, Sarah flinched. "Yep," she said, turning her head slightly. "He's definitely a vampire, Em."
"Thanks for the help, Sarah," Em grumbled, walking in with an armful of small logs and impatient expression. She was taller than me or Sarah, and her shining silver cap of hair somehow made her look younger than the color would suggest. Her narrow face broke into a delighted smile when she saw us standing in the kitchen. Matthew jumped to take the wood away from her. Tabitha, who had been absent during the first flurry of greeting, hampered his progress to the fireplace by tracing figure eights between his feet. Miraculously, the vampire made it to the other side of the room without stepping on her. "Thank you, Matthew, and thank you for bringing her home as well. We've been so worried." Em shook out her arms, bits of bark flying from the wool of her sweater. "You're welcome, Emily," he said, his voice irresistibly warm and rich. Em already looked charmed. Sarah was going to be tougher, although she was studying Tabitha's efforts to scale Matthew's arm with amazement. I tried to retreat into the shadows before Em got a clear look at my face, but I was too late. She gasped, horrified. "Oh, Diana." Sarah pulled out a stool. "Sit," she ordered. Matthew crossed his arms tightly as if resisting the temptation to interfere. His wolfish need to protect me had not diminished just because we were in Madison, and his strong dislike of creatures getting too near me was not reserved for other vampires. My aunt's eyes traveled from my face down over my collarbones. "Let's get the shirt off," she said. I reached for the buttons dutifully. "Maybe you should examine Diana upstairs." Em shot a worried look at Matthew. "I don't imagine he'll get an eyeful of anything he hasn't already seen." "You aren't hungry, are you?" Sarah said without a backward glance. "No," Matthew said dryly. "I ate on the plane." My aunt's eyes tingled across my neck. So did Em's. "Sarah! Em!" I was indignant. "Just checking," Sarah said mildly. The shirt was off now, and she took in the gauze wrapping on my forearm, my mummified torso, and the other cuts and bruises. "Matthew's already examined me. He's a doctor, remember?" Her fingers probed my collarbone. I winced. "He missed this, though. It's a hairline fracture." She moved up to the cheekbone. I winced again. "What's wrong with her ankle?" As usual, I hadn't been able to conceal anything from Sarah. A bad sprain accompanied by superficial first and second-degree burns. Matthew was staring at Sarah's hands, ready to haul her off if she caused me too much discomfort. "How do you get burns and a sprain in the same place?" Sarah was treating Matthew like a first-year medical student on grand rounds. "You get them from being hung upside down by a sadistic witch," I answered for him, squirming slightly as Sarah continued to examine my face. "What's under that?" Sarah demanded, as if I hadn't spoken, pointing to my arm. "An incision deep enough to require suturing," Matthew replied patiently. "What have you got her on?" "Painkillers, a diuretic to minimize swelling, and a broad-spectrum antibiotic." There was the barest trace of annoyance in his voice. "Why is she wrapped up like a mummy?" Em asked, chewing on her lip. The blood drained from my face. Sarah stopped what she was doing and gave me a probing look before she spoke. "Let's wait on that, Em. First things first. Who did this to you, Diana?" "A witch named Satu Järvinen. I think she's Swedish." My arms crossed protectively over my chest. Matthew's mouth tightened, and he left my side long enough to pile more logs on the fire. "She's not Swedish, she's Finnish," Sarah said, "and quite powerful. The next time I see her, though, she'll wish she'd never been born." "There won't be much left of her after I'm done," Matthew murmured. "So if you want a shot at her, you'll have to reach her before I do. And I'm known for my speed." Sarah gave him an appraising look. Her words were only a threat. Matthew's were something else entirely. They were a promise. "Who treated Diana besides you?" "My mother and her housekeeper, Martha. They know old herbal remedies. But I can do a bit more." Sarah rolled up her sleeves. "It's a little early in the day for witchcraft." I looked at Em imploringly, silently begging her to call Sarah off. "Let Sarah fix it, honey," Em said, taking my hand and giving it a squeeze. The sooner she does, the sooner you'll be fully healed." Sarah's lips were already moving. Matthew edged closer, fascinated. She laid her fingertips on my face. The bone underneath tingled with electricity before the crack fused with a snap. "Ow!" I held my cheek. "It will only sting for a bit," Sarah said. "You were strong enough to withstand the injury. You should have no problem with the cure." She studied my cheek for a moment and nodded with satisfaction before turning to my collarbone. The electrical twinge required to mend it was more powerful, no doubt, because the bones were thicker.
"Get her shoe off," she instructed Matthew, headed for the still room. He was the most overqualified medical assistant ever known, but he obeyed her orders without a grumble. When Sarah returned with a pot of one of her ointments, Matthew had my foot propped up on his thigh. "There are scissors in my bag upstairs," he told my aunt, sniffing curiously as she unscrewed the pot's lid. "Shall I go get them?" "Don't need them." Sarah muttered a few words and gestured at my ankle. The gauze began to unwind itself. "That's handy," Matthew said enviously. "Show off," I said under my breath. All eyes returned to my ankle when the gauze was finished rolling itself into a ball. It still looked nasty and was starting to ooze. Sarah calmly recited fresh spells, though the red spots on her cheeks hinted at her underlying fury. When she had finished, the black and white marks were gone, and though there was still an angry ring around my ankle, the joint itself was noticeably smaller in size. "Thanks, Sarah." I flexed my foot while she smeared fresh ointment over the skin. "You won't be doing any yoga for a week or so, and no running for 3, Diana. It needs rest and time to fully recover." She muttered some more and beckoned to a fresh roll of gauze, which started to wind around my foot and ankle. "Amazing," Matthew said again, shaking his head. "Do you mind if I look at the arm?" "Not at all." He sounded almost eager. "The muscle was slightly damaged. Can you mend that as well as the skin?" "Probably," Sarah said with just a hint of smugness. 15 minutes and a few muffled curses later, there was nothing but a thin red line running down my arm to indicate where Satu had sliced it open. "Nice work," Matthew said, turning my arm to admire Sarah's skill. "You too." That was fine stitching. Sarah drank thirstily from a glass of water. I reached for Matthew's shirt. "You should see to her back as well." "It can wait." I shot him an evil look. "Sarah's tired, and so am I." Sarah's eyes moved from me to the vampire. "Matthew?" she asked, relegating me to the bottom of the pecking order. "I want you to treat her back," he said, without taking his eyes off me. "No," I whispered, clutching his shirt to my chest. He crouched in front of me, hands on my knees. "You've seen what Sarah can do. Your recovery will be faster if you let her help you." "Recovery? No witchcraft could help me recover from Lapierre. Please, mon coeur." Matthew gently extricated his balled-up shirt from my hands. Reluctantly, I agreed. There was a tingle of witches' glances when Em and Sarah moved around to study my back, and my instincts urged me to run. I reached blindly for Matthew instead, and he clasped both my hands in his. "I'm here," he assured me, while Sarah muttered her first spell. The gauze wrappings parted along my spine, her words slicing through them with ease. Em's sharp intake of breath and Sarah's silence told me when the marks were visible. "This is an opening spell," Sarah said angrily, staring at my back. "You don't use this on living beings. She could have killed you." She was trying to get my magic out, like I was a piñata. With my back exposed, my emotions were swinging wildly again, and I nearly giggled at the thought of hanging from a tree while a blindfolded Satu swatted me with a stick. Matthew noticed my mounting hysteria. "The quicker you can do this, the better, Sarah. Not to rush you, of course," he said hastily. I could easily imagine the look he'd received. "We can talk about Satu later." Every bit of witchcraft Sarah used reminded me of Satu, and having 2 witches stand behind me made it impossible to keep my thoughts from returning to Lapierre. I burrowed more deeply inside myself for protection and let my mind go numb. Sarah worked more magic, but I could take no more and set my soul adrift.
"Are you almost done?" Matthew said, his voice taut with concern. "There are 2 marks I can't do much with. They'll leave scars." "Here," Sarah said, tracing the lines of a star between my shoulder blades, "and here." Her fingers moved down to my lower back, moving from rib to rib and scooping down to my waist in between. My mind was no longer blank, but seared with a picture to match Sarah's gestures. A star hanging above a crescent moon. "They suspect, Matthew!" I cried, frozen to the stool with terror. Matthew's drawer full of seals swam through my memories. They had been hidden so completely, I knew instinctively that the order of knights must be just as deeply concealed. But Satu knew about them, which meant the other witches of the congregation probably did too. "My darling, what is it?" Matthew pulled me into his arms. I pushed against his chest, trying to make him listen. "When I refused to give you up, Satu marked me with your seal." He turned me inside his arms, protecting as much of my exposed flesh as he could. When he'd seen what was inscribed there, Matthew went still. "They no longer suspect. At last, they know." "What are you talking about?" demanded Sarah. "May I have Diana's shirt, please?" "I don't think the scars will be too bad," my aunt said, somewhat defensively. "The shirt." Matthew's voice was icy. Em tossed it to him. Matthew pulled the sleeves gently over my arms, drawing the edges together in front. He was hiding his eyes, but the vein in his forehead was pulsing. "I'm so sorry," I murmured. "You have nothing to be sorry for." He took my face in his hands. "Any vampire would know you were mine, with or without this brand on your back. Satu wanted to make sure that every other creature knew who you belonged to as well. When I was reborn, they used to shear the hair from the heads of women who gave their bodies to the enemy. It was a crude way of exposing traitors. This is no different." He looked away. "Did Yosebo tell you?" "No. I was looking for paper and found the drawer." "What the hell is going on?" Sarah snapped. "I invaded your privacy. I shouldn't have," I whispered, clutching at his arms. He drew away and stared at me incredulously, then crushed me to his chest without any concern for my injuries. Mercifully, Sarah's witchcraft meant that there was very little pain. "Christ, Diana, Satu told you what I did. I followed you home and broke into your rooms. Besides, how can I blame you for finding out on your own what I should have told you myself?" A thunderclap echoed through the kitchen, setting the pots and pans clanging. When the sound had faded into silence, Sarah spoke. "If someone doesn't tell us what is going on immediately, all hell is going to break loose." A spell rose to her lips. My fingertips tingled and wind circled my feet. "Back off, Sarah." The wind roared through my veins, and I stepped between Sarah and Matthew. My aunt kept muttering, and my eyes narrowed. Em put her hand on Sarah's arm in alarm. "Don't push her. She's not in control." I could see a bow in my left hand, an arrow in my right. They felt heavy, yet strangely familiar. A few steps away, Sarah was in my sights. Without hesitation, my arms rose and drew apart in preparation to shoot. My aunt stopped muttering in mid-spell. "Holy shit," she breathed, looking at Em in amazement. "Honey, put the fire down." Em made a gesture of surrender. Confused, I re-examined my hands. There was no fire in them. Not inside. "If you want to unleash witch fire, we'll go outside," said Em. "Calm down, Diana." Matthew pinned my elbows to my sides, and the heaviness associated with the bow and arrow dissolved. "I don't like it when she threatens you." My voice sounded echoing and strange. "Sarah wasn't threatening me. She just wanted to know what we were talking about." "We need to tell her." "But it's a secret," I said, confused. We had to keep our secrets from everyone, whether they involved my abilities or Matthew's knights. "No more," he said firmly, his breath against my neck. "They're not good for either of us." When the winds died down, he spun me tightly against him. "Is she always like that, wild and out of control?" "Your niece did brilliantly," Matthew retorted, continuing to hold me.
Pronounce every word clearly and completely, I suppose, she admitted with poor grace, when their silent battle had concluded, though you might have told us you could control witch fire, Diana. It's not exactly a run-of-the-mill ability. I can't control anything. Suddenly I was exhausted and didn't want to be standing up anymore. My legs agreed and began to buckle. "Upstairs," he said, his tone brooking no argument. "We'll finish this conversation there. In my parents' room." After giving me another dose of painkillers and antibiotics, Matthew tucked me into bed. Then he told my aunts more about Satis Mark. Tabitha condescended to sit on my feet as he did so in order to be closer to the sound of Matthew's voice. The mark Satu left on Diana's back belongs to an organization that my family started many years ago. Most people have long forgotten it, and those who haven't think it doesn't exist anymore. We like to preserve that illusion. With the star and moon on her back, Satu marked your niece as my property and made it known that the witches had discovered my family's secret. "Does this secret organization have a name?" Sarah asked. "You don't have to tell them everything, Matthew." I reached for his hand. There was danger associated with disclosing too much about the Knights of Lazarus. I could feel it, seeping around me like a dark cloud, and I didn't want it to enfold Sarah and Em, too. "The Knights of Lazarus of Bethany," he said it quickly, as if afraid he'd lose his resolve. "It's an old chivalric order." Sarah snorted. "Never heard of them. Are they like the Knights of Columbus? They've got a chapter in Oneida." "Not really." Matthew's mouth twitched. "The Knights of Lazarus date back to the Crusades." "Didn't we watch a television program about the Crusades that had an order of knights in it?" Em asked Sarah. "The Templars." "But all those conspiracy theories are nonsense. There's no such thing as Templars now," Sarah said decidedly. "There aren't supposed to be witches and vampires either, Sarah," I pointed out. Matthew reached for my wrist, his fingers cool against my pulse. "This conversation is over for the present," he said firmly. "There's plenty of time to talk about whether the Knights of Lazarus exist or not." Matthew ushered out a reluctant Em and Sarah. Once my aunts were in the hall, the house took matters into its own hands and shut the door. The lock scraped in the frame. "I don't have a key for that room," Sarah called to Matthew. Unconcerned, Matthew climbed onto the bed, pulling me into the crook of his arm so that my head rested on his heart. Every time I tried to speak, he shushed me into silence. "Later," he kept repeating. His heart pulsed once, and then, several minutes later, pulsed again. Before it could pulse a third time, I was sound asleep. Chapter 33. A combination of exhaustion, medication, and the familiarity of home kept me in bed for hours. I woke on my stomach, one knee bent and arm outstretched, searching vainly for Matthew. Too groggy to sit up, I turned my head toward the door. A large key sat in the lock, and there were low voices on the other side. As the muzziness of sleep slowly gave way to awareness, the mumbling became clearer. "It's appalling," Matthew snapped. "How could you let her go on this way?" "We didn't know about the extent of her power, not absolutely," Sarah said, sounding equally furious. "She was bound to be different, given her parents. I never expected witch fire, though." "How did you recognize she was trying to call it Emily?" Matthew softened his voice. "A witch on Cape Cod summoned it when I was a child." "She must have been 70, Em said. "I never forgot what she looked like or what it felt like to be near that kind of power. Witch fire is lethal. No spell can ward it off, and no witchcraft can heal the burns. My mother taught me to recognize the signs for my own protection. The smell of sulfur, the way a witch's arms moved," said Sarah. "She told me that the goddess is present when witch fire is called.
I thought I'd go to my grave without witnessing it, and I certainly never expected my niece to unleash it on me in my own kitchen. Witch fire, and witch water, too? I hoped. The witch fire would be recessive, Matthew confessed. Tell me about Stephen Proctor. Until recently, the authoritative tone he adopted in moments like this had seemed a vestige of his past life as a soldier. Now that I knew about the Knights of Lazarus, I understood it as part of his present, too. Sarah was not accustomed to having anyone use that tone with her, however, and she bristled. Stephen was private. He didn't flaunt his power. No wonder the witches went digging to discover it then. My eyes closed tightly against the sight of my father's body, opened up from throat to groin so that other witches could understand his magic. His fate had nearly been mine. Matthew's bulk shifted in the hall, and the house protested at the unusual weight. He was an experienced wizard, but he was no match for them. Diana might have inherited his abilities, and Rebecca's too, God help her. But she doesn't have their knowledge, and without it she's helpless. She might as well have a target painted on her. I continued eavesdropping shamelessly. "She's not a transistor radio, Matthew," Sarah said defensively. "Diana didn't come to us with batteries and an instruction manual. We did the best we could. She became a different child after Rebecca and Stephen were killed, withdrawing so far that no one could reach her. What should we have done? Force her to face what she was so determined to deny? I don't know." Matthew's exasperation was audible. "But you shouldn't have left her like this. That witch held her captive for more than 12 hours. We'll teach her what she needs to know. For her sake, it'd better not take too long." "It will take her whole life," Sarah snapped. "Magic isn't macrame. It takes time." "We don't have time," Matthew hissed. The creaking of the floorboards told me Sarah had taken an instinctive step away from him. The congregation has been playing cat-and-mouse games, but the mark on Diana's back indicates those days are over. "How dare you call what happened to my niece a game?" Sarah's voice rose. "Shh," Em said. "You'll wake her." "What might help us understand how Diana is spellbound, Emily?" Matthew was whispering now. "Can you remember anything about the days before Rebecca and Stephen left for Africa? Small details, what they were worried about." "Spellbound." The word echoed in my mind as I slowly drew myself upright. Spellbounding was reserved for extreme circumstances, life-threatening danger, madness, pure and uncontrollable evil. Merely to threaten it earned you the censure of other witches. Spellbound? By the time I got to my feet, Matthew was at my side. He was frowning. "What do you need?" "I want to talk to Em." My fingers were snapping and turning blue. So were my toes, sticking out of the bandages that protected my ankle. The gauze on my foot snagged an old nail head poking up from the floor's pine boards as I pushed past him. Sarah and Em were waiting on the landing, trepidation on their faces. "What's wrong with me?" I demanded. Emily crept into the crook of Sarah's arm. "There's nothing wrong with you." "You said I'm spellbound, that my own mother did it? I was some kind of monster." It was the only possible explanation. Emily heard my thoughts as if I'd spoken them aloud. "You're not a monster, honey. Rebecca did it because she was afraid for you." "She was afraid of me, you mean?" My blue fingers provided an excellent reason for someone to be terrified. I tried to hide them, but didn't want to singe Matthew's shirt, and resting them on the old wooden stair rail risked setting the whole house on fire. "Watch the rug, girl." The tall female ghost from the keeping room was peeking around Sarah and Em's door and pointing urgently at the floor. I lifted my toes slightly. "No one is afraid of you." Matthew stared with frosty intensity at my back, willing me to face him. "They are." I pointed a sparkling finger at my aunts, eyes resolutely in their direction. "So am I," confessed another dead bishop. This one a teenage boy with slightly protruding teeth. He was carrying a berry basket and wore a pair of ripped breeches. My aunts took a step backward as I continued to glare at them. You have every right to be frustrated. Matthew moved so that he was standing just behind me. The wind rose, and touches of snow from his glance glazed my thighs, too. Now the witch wind has come, because you feel trapped. He crept closer, and the air around my lower legs increased slightly. See? Yes, that roiling feeling might be frustration rather than anger. Distracted from the issue of spellbinding, I turned to ask him more about his theories. The color in my fingers was already fading, and the snapping sound was gone. You have to try to understand, M pleaded. Rebecca and Stephen went to Africa to protect you. They spellbound you for the same reason. All they wanted was for you to be safe. The house moaned through its timbers and held its breath, its old wooden joists creaking. Coldness spread through me from the inside out. Is it my fault they died? They went to Africa and someone killed them because of me? I looked at Matthew in horror. Without waiting for an answer, I made my way blindly to the stairs, unconcerned with the pain in my ankle or anything else except fleeing. No, Sarah, let her go, Matthew said sharply. The house opened all the doors before me and slammed them behind as I went through the front hall, the dining room, the family room, and into the kitchen. A pair of Sarah's gardening boots slipped over my bare feet, their rubber surfaces cold and smooth. Once outside, I did what I'd always done when the family was too much for me and went into the woods. My feet didn't slow until I had made it through the scraggy apple trees and into the shadows cast by the ancient white oaks and sugar maples. Out of breath and shaking with shock and exhaustion, I found myself at the foot of an enormous tree almost as wide as it was tall. Low, sprawling branches nearly touched the ground, their red and purple, deeply lobed leaves standing out against the ashy bark. All through my childhood and adolescence, I'd poured out my heartbreak and loneliness underneath its limbs. Generations of bishops had found the same solace here and carved their initials into the tree. Mine were gouged with a penknife next to the R.B. my mother had left before me, and I traced their curves before curling up in a ball near the rough trunk and rocking myself like a child. There was a cool touch on my hair before the blue parka settled over my shoulders. Matthew's solid frame lowered to the ground, his back scraping against the tree's bark. Did they tell you what's wrong with me? My voice was muffled against my legs. There's nothing wrong with you, mon car. You have a lot to learn about witches. I rested my chin on my knees, but still wouldn't look at him. Witches don't spellbind someone without a damn good reason. Matthew was quiet. I slid a sidelong glance in his direction. His legs were just visible from the corner of my eye, one stretched forward and the other bent, as was a long white hand. It was draped loosely over his knee. Your parents had a damn good reason. His voice was quiet and even, but there were stronger emotions underneath. It's what I would have done. Did you know I was spellbound too? It wasn't possible for me to keep from sounding accusatory. Martha and Ysabeau figured it out. They told me just before we left for La Pierre. Emily confirmed their suspicions. I hadn't had a chance to tell you. How could Em keep this from me? I felt betrayed and alone, just as I had when Satu told me about what Matthew had done. You must forgive your parents and Emily. They were doing what they thought was best for you. You don't understand, Matthew, I said, shaking my head stubbornly. My mother tied me up and went to Africa as if I were an evil, deranged creature who couldn't be trusted. Your parents were worried about the congregation. That's nonsense. My fingers tingled, and I pushed the feeling back toward my elbows, trying to control my temper. Not everything is about the damn congregation, Matthew. No, but this is. You don't have to be a witch to see it. My white table appeared before me without warning, events past and present scattered on its surface. The puzzle pieces began to arrange themselves. My mother chasing after me while I clapped my hands and flew over the linoleum floor of our kitchen in Cambridge, my father shouting at Peter Knox in his study at home, a bedtime story about a fairy godmother and magical ribbons, both my parents standing over my bed saying spells and working magic while I lay quietly on top of the quilt. The pieces clicked into place. My mother's bedtime stories, I said, turning to him in amazement. She couldn't tell me her plans outright, so she turned it all into a story about evil witches and enchanted ribbons and a fairy godmother. Every night she told me, so that some part of me would remember. And do you remember anything else? Before they spellbound me, Peter Knox came to see my father. I shuddered, hearing the doorbell ringing and seeing again the expression on my father's face when he opened the door. That creature was in my house. He touched my head. Knox's hand resting on the back of my skull had produced an uncanny sensation, I recalled. My father sent me to my room, and the two of them fought. My mother stayed in the kitchen. It was strange that she didn't come to see what was going on. Then my father went out for a long time. My mother was frantic. She called Em that night. The memories were coming thick and fast now. Emily told me Rebecca's spell was cast so that it would hold until the shadowed man came. Your mother thought I would be able to protect you from Knox and the congregation. His face darkened. Nobody could have protected me except me. Satu was right. I'm a sorry excuse for a witch. My head went back to my knees again. I'm not like my mother at all. Matthew stood, extending one hand. "Get up," he said abruptly. I slid my hand into his, expecting him to comfort me with a hug. Instead, he pushed my arms into the sleeves of the blue parka and stepped away. "You are a witch. It's time you learned how to take care of yourself." "Not now, Matthew. I wish we could let you decide, but we can't," he said brusquely. "The congregation wants your power, or the knowledge of it at the very least. They want Ashmole 782, and you're the only creature in more than a century to see it. They want you and the Knights of Lazarus, too. I was desperate to make this about something besides me and my ill-understood magic. They could have brought down the Brotherhood before. The congregation has had plenty of chances." Matthew was obviously sizing me up and gauging my few strengths and considerable weaknesses. It made me feel vulnerable. But they don't really care about that. They don't want me to have you or the manuscript. But I'm surrounded by protectors. You're with me. Sarah and Em, too. We can't be with you every moment, Diana. Besides, do you want Sarah and Emily to risk their lives to save yours? It was a blunt question, and his face twisted. He backed away from me, eyes narrowed to slits. "You're frightening me," I said, as his body lowered into a crouch. The final lingering touches of morphine drifted through my blood, chased away by the first rush of adrenaline. "No, I'm not." He shook his head slowly, looking every inch a wolf as his hair swayed around his face. "I'd smell it if you were truly frightened. You're just off balance." A rumbling began in the back of Matthew's throat that was a far cry from the sounds he made when he felt pleasure. I took a wary step away from him. "That's better," he purred. "At least you have a taste of fear now." "Why are you doing this?" I whispered. He was gone without a word. I blinked.
"Matthew?" Two cold patches bored into the top of my skull. Matthew was hanging like a bat between two tree limbs, his arms outstretched like wings. His feet were hooked around another branch. He watched me intently, little flickers of frost my only indication of the changes in his focus. "I'm not a colleague you're having an argument with. This isn't an academic dispute. This is life or death." "Come down from there," I said sharply. "You've made your point." I didn't see him land at my side, but I felt his cold fingers at my neck and chin, twisting my head to the side and exposing my throat. "If I were Gerbert, you'd be dead already," he hissed. "Stop it, Matthew." I struggled to break free but made no progress. "No." His grip tightened. "Satu tried to break you, and you want to disappear because of it. But you have to fight back." "I am." I pushed against his arms to prove my point. "Not like a human," Matthew said contemptuously. "Fight back like a witch." He vanished again. This time he wasn't in the tree, nor could I feel his cold eyes on me. "I'm tired. I'm going back to the house." After I'd taken only 3 steps in that direction, there was a whoosh. Matthew had slung me over his shoulder, and I was moving fast, the opposite way. "You aren't going anywhere. Sarah and Em will be out here if you keep this up." One of them was bound to sense that something was wrong. And if they didn't, Tabitha would surely kick up a fuss. "No, they won't." Matthew set me on my feet deeper in the woods. "They promised not to leave the house, not if you screamed, no matter what danger they sensed." I crept backward, wanting to put some distance between me and his huge black eyes. The muscles in his legs coiled to spring. When I turned to make a run for it, he was already in front of me. I turned in the opposite direction, but he was there. A breeze stirred around my feet. "Good," he said with satisfaction. Matthew's body lowered into the same position he'd taken stalking the stag at Sept-Tours, and the menacing growl started up again. The breeze moved around my feet in gusts, but it didn't increase. The tingling descended from my elbows into my nails. Instead of pushing back my frustration, I let the feeling mount. Arcs of blue electricity moved between my fingers. "Use your power," he rasped. "You can't fight me any other way." My hands waved in his direction. It didn't seem very threatening, but it was all I could think of. Matthew proved just how worthless my efforts were by pouncing on me and spinning me around before vanishing into the trees. "You're dead again," his voice came from somewhere to my right. "Whatever you're trying to do isn't working," I shouted in his direction. "I'm right behind you," he purred into my ear. My scream split the silence of the forest, and the winds rose around me in a cyclonic cocoon. "Stay away!" I roared. Matthew reached for me with a determined look, his hands shooting through my windy barrier. I flung mine in his direction, instinct taking over, and a rush of air knocked him back on his heels. He looked surprised, and the predator appeared in the depths of his eyes. He came at me again in another attempt to break the wind's hold. Though I concentrated on pushing him back, the air didn't respond as I wanted it to. "Stop trying to force it," Matthew said. He was fearless and had made his way through the cyclone, his fingers digging into my upper arms. "Your mother spellbound you so that no one could force your magic, not even you. Then how do I call it when needed and control it when it's not? Figure it out." Matthew's snowy gaze flickered over my neck and shoulders, instinctively locating my major veins and arteries. "I can't." A wave of panic engulfed me. "I'm not a witch. Stop saying that. It's not true, and you know it." He dropped me abruptly. "Close your eyes. Start walking." "What?" "I've watched you for weeks, Diana." The way he was moving was completely feral, the smell of cloves so overpowering that my throat closed. "You need movement and sensory deprivation so that all you can do is feel." He gave me a push, and I stumbled. When I turned back, he was gone. My eyes circled the forest. The woods were eerily silent, the animals shielding themselves from the powerful predator in their midst. Closing my eyes, I began to breathe deeply. A breeze ruffled past me, first in one direction, then in another. It was Matthew taunting me.
I focused on my breathing, trying to be as still as the rest of the creatures in the forest, then set out. There was a tightness between my eyes. I breathed into it too, remembering Amira's yoga instruction and Martha's advice to let the visions pass through me. The tightness turned to tingling, and the tingling to a sense of possibility, as my mind's eye, a witch's third eye, opened fully for the first time. It took in everything that was alive in the forest, the vegetation, the energy in the earth, the water moving underneath the ground, each vital force distinct in color and shade. My mind's eye saw the rabbits crouched in the hollow of a tree, their hearts thundering in fear as they smelled the vampire. It detected the barn owls, their late afternoon naps brought to a premature end by this creature who swung from tree limbs and jumped like a panther. The rabbits and owls knew they couldn't escape him. "King of the beasts," I whispered. Matthew's low chuckle sounded through the trees. No creature in the forest could fight Matthew and win. "Except me," I breathed. My mind's eye swept over the forest. A vampire is not fully alive, and it was hard to find him amid the dazzling energy that surrounded me. Finally, I located his shape, a concentration of darkness like a black hole, the edges glowing red where his preternatural life force met the vitality of the world. Instinctively turning my face in his direction alerted him to my scrutiny, and he slid away, fading into the shadows between the trees. With both eyes closed and my mind's eye open, I started walking, hoping to lure him into following. Behind me, his darkness detached from a maple tree in a gash of red and black amid the green. This time, my face remained pointed in the opposite direction. "I see you, Matthew," I said softly. "Do you, Malian? And what will you do about it?" He chuckled again, but kept stalking me, the distance between us constant. With each step, my mind's eye grew brighter, its vision more acute. There was a brushy shrub to my left, and I leaned to the right. Then there was a rock in front of me, its sharp gray edges protruding from the soil. I picked up my foot to keep from tripping. The movement of air across my chest told me there was a small clearing. It wasn't just the life of the forest that was speaking to me now. All around me, the elements were sending messages to guide my way. Earth, air, fire, and water connected with me in tiny pinpricks of awareness that were distinct from the life in the forest. Matthew's energy focused in on itself and became darker and deeper. Then his darkness, his absence of life, arced through the air in a graceful pounce that any lion would have envied. He stretched his arms to grab me. "Fly," I thought, a second before his fingers touched my skin. The wind rose from my body in a sudden whoosh of power. The earth released me with a gentle push upward. Just as Matthew had promised, it was easy to let my body follow where my thoughts had led. It took no more effort than following an imaginary ribbon up to the sky. Far below, Matthew somersaulted in midair and landed lightly on his feet, precisely where I'd stood a few moments before. I soared above the treetops, my eyes wide. They felt full of the sea, as vast as the horizon, and bright with sunlight and stars. My hair floated on the currents of air, the ends of each strand turning into tongues of flame that licked my face without burning. The tendrils caressed my cheeks with warmth as the cold air swept past. A raven swooped by me in flight, amazed at this strange new creature sharing her airspace. Matthew's pale face was turned up to me, his eyes full of wonder. When our gazes connected, he smiled. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. There was a surge of desire, strong and visceral, and a rush of pride that he was mine. My body dove toward him, and Matthew's face turned in an instant from wonder to wariness. He snarled, unsure of me, his instincts warning that I might attack. Pulling back on my nosedive, I descended more slowly until our eyes were level,
my feet streaming behind in Sarah's rubber boots. The wind whipped a lock of my flaming hair in his direction. Don't harm him. My every thought was focused on his safety. Air and fire obeyed me, and my third eye drank in his darkness. Stay away from me, he growled, just for a moment. Matthew was struggling to master his predatory instincts. He wanted to hunt me now. The king of beasts didn't like to be bested. Paying no attention to his warning, I lowered my feet until they floated a few inches above the ground and held out my hand, palm upturned. My mind's eye filled with the image of my own energy, a shifting mass of silver and gold, green and blue, shimmering like a morning star. I scooped some of it up, watching as it rolled from my heart through my shoulder and arm. A pulsing, swirling ball of sky, sea, earth, and fire sat in my palm. The ancient philosophers would have called it a microcosma, a little world that contained fragments of me as well as the larger universe. For you, I said, voice hollow. My fingers tipped toward him. Matthew caught the ball as it fell. It moved like quicksilver, molding itself to his cold flesh. My energy came to a quivering rest in the scoop of his hand. "What is it?" he asked, distracted from his urge to hunt by the gleaming substance. "Me," I said, simply. Matthew fixed his attention on my face, his pupils engulfing the gray-green irises in a wave of black. "You won't hurt me? I won't hurt you either." The vampire cradled my microcosm carefully in his hand, afraid to spill a drop. "I still don't know how to fight," I said sadly. "All I can do is fly away." "That's the most important lesson a warrior learns, witch." Matthew's mouth turned what was usually a derogatory term among vampires into an endearment. "You learn how to pick your battles and let go of those you can't win, to fight another day." "Are you afraid of me?" I asked, my body still hovering. "No," he said. My third eye tingled. He was telling the truth. Even though I have that inside me? My glance flickered to the glowing, twitching mass in his hand. Matthew's face was guarded and careful. "I've seen powerful witches before. We still don't know all that's inside you, though. We have to find out." "I never wanted to know." "Why, Diana? Why wouldn't you want these gifts?" He drew his hand tighter, as if my magic might be snatched away and destroyed before he understood its possibilities. "Fear? Desire?" I said softly, touching his strong cheekbones with the tips of my fingers, shocked anew at the power of my love for him. Remembering what his daemon friend Bruno had written in the 16th century, I quoted it again. "Desire urges me on, as fear bridles me." Doesn't that explain everything that happens in the world? "Everything but you," he told me, his voice thick. "There's no accounting for you." My feet touched the ground, and I pulled my fingers from his face, slowly unfurling them. My body seemed to know the smooth movement, though my mind was quick to register its strangeness. The piece of myself that I'd given to Matthew leaped from his hand into mine. My palm closed around it, the energy quickly reabsorbed. There was the tingle of a witch's power, and I recognized it as my own. I hung my head, frightened by the creature I was becoming. Matthew's fingertip drew aside my curtain of hair. "Nothing will hide you from this magic, not science, not willpower, not concentration. It will always find you. And you can't hide from me either. That's what my mother said in the oubliette. She knew about us." Frightened by the memory of Lapierre, my mind's eye closed protectively. I shivered, and Matthew drew me near. It was no warmer in his cold arms, but it felt far safer. "Perhaps that made it easier for them, to know you wouldn't be alone," Matthew said softly. His lips were cool and firm, and my own parted to draw him closer. He buried his face in my neck, and I heard him take in my scent with a sharp inhalation.
He pulled away with reluctance, smoothing my hair and tucking the parka more closely around me. "Will you train me to fight, like one of your knights?" Matthew's hand stilled. They knew how to defend themselves long before coming to me. But I've trained warriors in the past, humans, vampires, daemons, even Marcus, and God knows he was a challenge. Never a witch, though. Let's go home. My ankle was still throbbing, and I was ready to drop with fatigue. After a few halting steps, Matthew swung me onto his back like a child and walked through the twilight with my arms clasped around his neck. "Thank you again for finding me," I whispered when the house came into view. He knew this time I wasn't talking about Lapierre. I'd stopped looking long ago. But there you were in the Bodleian library on Mabon, a historian, a witch, no less. Matthew shook his head in disbelief. "That's what makes it magic," I said, planting a soft kiss above his collar. He was still purring when he put me down on the back porch. Matthew went to the woodshed to get more logs for the fire, leaving me to make peace with my aunts. Both of them looked uneasy. "I understand why you kept it secret," I explained, giving Em a hug that made her gasp with relief. "But Mom told me the time for secrets was over." "You've seen Rebecca?" Sarah said carefully, her face white. "In Lapierre, when Satu tried to frighten me into cooperating with her." I paused. "Daddy, too. Were they happy?" Sarah had to choke out the words. My grandmother was standing behind her, watching with concern. "They were together," I said simply, looking out the window to see if Matthew was headed back to the house. "And they were with you," Em said firmly, her eyes full. "That means they were more than happy." My aunt opened her mouth to say something, thought better of it, and closed it again. "What, Sarah?" I said, putting a hand on her arm. "Did Rebecca speak to you?" Her voice was hushed. "She told me stories. The same stories she told me when I was a little girl, about witches and princes and a fairy godmother. Even though she and Daddy spellbound me, Mom tried to find a way to make me remember my magic. But I wanted to forget. That last summer, before your mom and dad went to Africa, Rebecca asked me what made the most lasting impression on children. I told her it was the stories their parents read to them at night, and all the messages about hope and strength and love that were embedded in them. Em's eyes were spilling over now, and she dashed her tears away. "You were right," I said softly. Though the three witches had made amends, when Matthew came into the kitchen, his arms laden with wood, Sarah pounced on him. "Don't ever ask me to ignore Diana's cries for help, and don't you ever threaten her again, no matter what the reason. If you do, I'll put a spell on you that will make you wish you'd never been reborn. Got that, vampire?" "Of course, Sarah," Matthew murmured blandly, in perfect imitation of Ysabeau. We ate dinner at the table in the family room. Matthew and Sarah were in an uneasy state of détente, but open warfare threatened when my aunt saw that there wasn't a scrap of meat in sight. "You're smoking like a chimney," Em said patiently, when Sarah grumbled about the lack of real food. "Your arteries will thank me." "You didn't do it for me," Sarah said, shooting Matthew an accusatory glance. "You did it so he wouldn't feel the urge to bite Diana." Matthew smiled mildly and pulled the cork from a bottle he'd brought in from the Range Rover. "Wine, Sarah?" She eyed the bottle suspiciously. "Is that imported?" "It's French," he said, pouring the deep red liquid into her water tumbler. "I don't like the French." "Don't believe everything you read. We're much nicer than we're made out to be," he said, teasing her into a grudging smile. "Trust me, we'll grow on you." As if to prove it, Tabitha jumped onto his shoulder from the floor and sat there like a parrot for the rest of the meal. Matthew drank his wine and chatted about the house, asking Sarah and Em about the state of the farm and the place's history. I was left with little to do but watch them, these three creatures I loved so much, and wolf down large quantities of chili and cornbread. When at last we went up to bed, I slipped between the sheets naked, desperate to feel Matthew's cool body against mine. He joined me, drawing me toward his bare flesh. "You're warm," he said, snuggling more tightly against me. You smell good," I said, my nose pressed against his chest. The key turned itself in the lock. It had been there when I woke up that afternoon. Was the key in the bureau? The house had it. His laughter rumbled underneath me. It shot out of the floorboards next to the bed at an angle, hit the wall over the light switch, and slid down. When I didn't pick it up straight away, it flew across the room and landed in my lap. I laughed while his fingers drifted around my waist. He studiously avoided satis marks. "You have your battle scars," I said, hoping to soothe him. "Now I have mine." His lips found mine unerringly in the darkness. One hand moved to the small of my back, covering the crescent moon. The other traveled between my shoulder blades, blotting out the star. No magic was necessary to understand his pain and regret. It was everywhere evident, in his gentle touch, the words he murmured in the darkness, and his body that was so solid next to mine. Gradually, he let go of the worst of his fear and anger. We touched with mouths and fingers, our initial urgency slowing to prolong the joy of reunion. Stars burst into life at the peak of my pleasure, and a few still hung beneath the ceiling, sparkling and sputtering out the remainder of their brief lives while we lay in each other's arms and waited for the morning to find us. Chapter 34. Matthew planted a kiss on my shoulder before the sun rose, and then he slipped downstairs. My muscles were tight in an uncustomary combination of stiffness and languor. At last I dragged myself out of bed and went looking for him. I found Sarah and Em instead. They were standing by the back window, each clutching a steaming cup of coffee. Glancing over their shoulders, I went to fill the kettle. Matthew could wait. Tea could not. "What are you looking at?" I expected them to name some rare bird. "Matthew." I backed up a few steps. "He's been out there for hours. I don't think he's moved a muscle." A raven flew by. "I believe she plans to perch on him," Sarah continued, taking a sip of her coffee. Matthew was standing with his feet rooted in the earth and his arms stretched out to the sides at shoulder level, index fingers and thumbs gently touching. In his gray t-shirt and black yoga pants, he did look like an unusually well-dressed, robust scarecrow. Should we be worried about him? He's got nothing on his feet. Em stared at Matthew over the edge of her coffee cup. He must be freezing. Vampires burn, Em. They don't freeze. He'll come in when he's ready. After filling the kettle, I made tea and stood with my aunts, silently watching Matthew. On my second cup, he finally lowered his arms and folded over at the waist. Sarah and Em moved hastily away from the window. He knows we've been watching him. He's a vampire, remember? I laughed and pushed Sarah's boots on over my wool socks and a frayed pair of leggings and clumped outside. "Thank you for being so patient," Matthew said, after he'd gathered me into his arms and soundly kissed me good morning. I was still clutching my mug, which had been in danger of spilling tea down his back. "Meditation is the only rest you get. I'm not about to disturb it." "How long have you been out here?" "Since dawn. I needed time to think. The house does that to people. There are too many voices, too much going on." It was chilly, and I snuggled inside my sweatshirt with the faded maroon bobcat on the back. Matthew touched the dark circles under my eyes. "You're still exhausted. Some meditation wouldn't do you any harm either, you know." My sleep had been fitful, full of dreams, snatches of alchemical poetry, and mumbled tirades directed at Satu. Even my grandmother had been worried. She'd been leaning against the chest of drawers with a watchful expression while Matthew soothed me back to sleep. I was strictly forbidden to do anything resembling yoga for a week. "And you obey your aunt when she sets down these rules?" Matthew's eyebrow made a question mark. "Not usually." I laughed, grabbing him by the sleeve to pull him back inside. Matthew had my tea out of my hands and was lifting me out of Sarah's boots in an instant. He arranged my body and stood behind me. "Are your eyes closed?" "Now they are," I said, closing my eyes and digging my toes through my socks into the cold earth. Thoughts chased around in my mind like playful kittens. "You're thinking," Matthew said impatiently. "Just breathe." My mind and breath settled. Matthew came around and lifted my arms, pressing my thumbs to the tips of my ring fingers and pinkies. "Now I look like a scarecrow too," I said. "What am I doing with my hands?" "Prana mudra," Matthew explained. "It encourages the life force and is good for healing." As I stood with arms outstretched and palms facing the sky, the silence and peace worked their way through my battered body. After about 5 minutes, the tightness between my eyes lifted and my mind's eye opened. There was a corresponding subtle change inside me, an ebb and flow, like water lapping on the shore. With each breath I took, a drop of cold, fresh water formed in my palm. My mind remained resolutely blank, unconcerned that I might be engulfed in witch water, even as the level of water in my hand slowly rose. My mind's eye brightened, focusing on my surroundings. When it did, I saw the fields around the house as never before. Water ran beneath the ground surface in deep blue veins. The roots of the apple trees extended into them, and finer webs of water shimmered in the leaves as they rustled in the morning breeze. Underneath my feet, the water flowed toward me, trying to understand my connection to its power. Calmly, I breathed in and out. The water level in my palms rose and fell in response to the changing tides within and underneath me. When I could control the water no longer, the mudras broke open, water cascading from my flattened palms. I was left standing in the middle of the backyard, eyes open and arms outstretched, a small puddle on the ground under each hand. My vampire stood 12 feet away from me with a proud look on his face, his arms crossed. My aunts were on the back porch, astonished. "That was impressive," murmured, bending to pick up the stone-cold mug of tea. "You're going to be as good at this as you are at your research, you know. Magic's not just emotional and mental, it's physical too. Have you coached witches before?" I slid back into Sarah's boots, my stomach rumbling loudly. "No, you're my one and only," Matthew laughed. "And yes, I know you're hungry. We'll talk more about this after breakfast." He held out his hand, and we walked together toward the house. "You can make a lot of money water witching, you know," Sarah called as we approached. "Everyone in town needs a new well, and old Harry was buried with his dowsing rod when he died last year. I don't need a dowsing rod. I am a dowsing rod. And if you're thinking of digging, do it there." I pointed to a cluster of apple trees that looked less scraggly than the rest. Inside, Matthew boiled fresh water for my tea before turning his attention to the Syracuse Post-Standard. It could not compete with Le Monde, but he seemed content. With my vampire occupied, I ate slice after slice of bread hot from the toaster. Em and Sarah refilled their coffee cups and looked warily at my hands every time I got near the electrical appliances. "This is going to be a 3-pot morning," Sarah announced, dumping the used grounds out of the coffee maker. I looked at Em in alarm. "It's mostly decaf," she said without speaking, her lips pressed together in silent mirth. "I've been adulterating it for years." Like text messaging, silent speech was useful if you wanted to have a private discussion in this house. Smiling broadly, I returned my attention to the toaster. I scraped the last of the butter onto my toast and wondered idly if there was more. A plastic tub appeared at my elbow. I turned to thank Em, but she was on the other side of the kitchen. So was Sarah. Matthew looked up from his paper and stared at the refrigerator. The door was open, and the jams and mustards were rearranging themselves on the top shelf. When they were in place, the door quietly closed. "Was that the house?" Matthew asked casually. "No," Sarah replied, looking at me with interest. "That was Diana." "What happened?" I gasped, looking at the butter. "You tell us," Sarah said crisply.
You were fiddling with your 9th piece of toast when the refrigerator opened and the butter sailed out. All I did was wonder if there was more. I picked up the empty container. Em clapped her hands with delight at my newest sign of power, and Sarah insisted that I try to get something else out of the refrigerator. No matter what I called, it refused to come. Try the cabinets, Em suggested. The doors aren't as heavy. Matthew had been watching the activity with interest. You just wondered about the butter because you needed it? I nodded. And when you flew yesterday, did you command the air to cooperate? I thought fly, and I flew. I needed to do it more than I needed the butter, though you were about to kill me. Again. Diana flew? Sarah asked faintly. Is there anything you need now? Inquired Matthew. To sit down. My knees felt a little shaky. A kitchen stool traveled across the floor and parked obligingly beneath my backside. Matthew smiled with satisfaction and picked up the paper. It's just as I thought, he murmured, returning to the headlines. Sarah tore the paper from his hands. Stop grinning like the Cheshire Cat. What did you think? At the mention of another member of her species, Tabitha strutted into the house through the cat door. With a look of complete devotion, she dropped a tiny, dead field mouse at Matthew's feet. Merci, ma petite, Matthew said gravely. Unfortunately, I am not hungry at present. Tabitha yowled in frustration and hauled her offering off to the corner, where she punished it by batting it between her paws for failing to please Matthew. Undeterred, Sarah repeated her question. What do you think? The spells that Rebecca and Stephen cast ensure that nobody can force the magic from Diana. Her magic is bound up in necessity. Very clever. He smoothed out his rumpled paper and resumed reading. Clever and impossible, Sarah grumbled. Not impossible, he replied. We just have to think like her parents. Rebecca had seen what would happen at La Pierreneau, not every detail, but she knew that her daughter would be held captive by a witch. Rebecca also knew that she would get away. That's why the spellbinding held fast. Diana didn't need her magic. How are we supposed to teach Diana how to control her power if she can't command it? Demanded my aunt. The house gave us no chance to consider the options. There was a sound like cannon fire, followed by tap dancing. Oh, hell, Sarah groaned. What does it want now? Matthew put down his paper. Is something wrong? The house wants us. It slams the coffin doors on the keeping room and then moves the furniture around to get our attention. I licked the butter off my fingers and padded through the family room. The lights flickered in the front hall. All right, Sarah said testily. We're coming. We followed my aunts into the keeping room. The house sent a wing chair careening across the floor in my direction. It wants Diana, Emily said unnecessarily. The house might have wanted me, but it didn't anticipate the interference of a protective vampire with quick reflexes. Matthew shot his foot out and stopped the chair before it hit me in the back of the knees. There was a crack of old wood on strong bones. Don't worry, Matthew. The house only wants me to sit down. I did so, waiting for its next move. The house needs to learn some manners, he retorted. Where did Mom's rocker come from? We got rid of it years ago, Sarah said, pursing her lips at the old chair near the front window. The rocking chair is back, and so is Grandma, I said. She said hello when we arrived. Was Elizabeth with her? Em sat on the uncomfortable Victorian sofa. Tall, serious expression? Yes. I didn't get a good look, though. She was mostly behind the door. The ghosts don't hang around much these days, Sarah said. We think she's some distant bishop cousin who died in the 1870s. A ball of green wool and 2 knitting needles rocketed down the chimney and rolled across the hearth. Does the house think I should take up knitting? I asked. I started making a sweater a few years ago, and then one day it disappeared. The house takes all sorts of things and keeps them, Em explained to Matthew as she retrieved her project. She gestured at the sofa's hideous floral upholstery.
Come sit with me. Sometimes it takes the house a while to get to the point. And we're missing some photographs, a telephone book, the turkey platter, and my favorite winter coat." Matthew, not surprisingly, found it difficult to relax, given that a porcelain serving dish might decapitate him, but he did his best. Sarah sat in a Windsor chair nearby, looking annoyed. "Come on, out with it," she snapped several minutes later. "I've got things to do." A thick brown envelope wormed its way through a crack in the green-painted paneling next to the fireplace. Once it had worked itself free, it shot across the keeping room and landed face up in my lap. Diana was scrawled on the front in blue ballpoint ink. My mother's small feminine handwriting was recognizable from permission slips and birthday cards. "It's from Mom." I looked at Sarah, amazed. "What is it?" She was equally startled. "I have no idea." Inside were a smaller envelope and something carefully wrapped in layers of tissue paper. The envelope was pale green with a darker green border around the edges. My father had helped me pick it out for my mother's birthday. It had a cluster of white and green lily of the valley raised up slightly on the corner of each page. My eyes filled with tears. "Do you want to be alone?" Matthew asked quietly. "Stay, please." Shaking, I tore the envelope open and unfolded the papers inside. The date underneath the lily of the valley, August 13th, 1983, caught my eye immediately. My 7th birthday. It had fallen only days before my parents left for Nigeria. I galloped through the first page of my mother's letter. The sheet fell from my fingers, drifted onto the floor, and came to rest at my feet. M's fear was palpable. "Diana, what is it?" Without answering, I tucked the rest of the letter next to my thigh and picked up the brown envelope the house had been hiding from my mother. Pulling at the tissue paper, I wriggled a flat, rectangular object into the open. It was heavier than it should be, and it tingled with power. I recognized that power and had felt it before. Matthew heard my blood begin to sing. He came to stand behind me, his hands resting lightly on my shoulders. I unfolded the wrappings. On top, blocking Matthew's view and separated by still more tissue from what lay beneath, was a piece of ordinary white paper, the edges brown with age. There were 3 lines written on it in spidery script. "It begins with absence and desire," I whispered around the tightness in my throat. "It begins with blood and fear."
"It begins with a discovery of witches," Matthew finished, looking over my shoulder. After I delivered the note to Matthew's waiting fingers, he held it to his nose for a moment before passing it silently to Sarah. I lifted the top sheet of tissue paper. Sitting in my lap was one of the missing pages from Ashmole's 782. "Christ," he breathed, "is that what I think it is? How did your mother get it?" "She explains in the letter," I said numbly, staring down at the brightly colored image. Matthew bent and picked up the drop sheet of stationery. "My darling Diana," he read aloud, "today you are 7, a magical age for a witch, when your powers should begin to stir and take shape. But your powers have been stirring since you were born. You have always been different." My knees shifted under the image's uncanny weight. "That you are reading this means that your father and I succeeded. We were able to convince the congregation that it was your father and not you whose power they sought. You mustn't blame yourself. It was the only decision we could possibly make. We trust that you are old enough now to understand." Matthew gave my shoulder a gentle squeeze before continuing. "You're old enough now, too, to take up the hunt that we began when you were born. The hunt for information about you and your magic. We received the enclosed note and drawing when you were 3. It came to us in an envelope with an Israeli stamp. The department secretary told us there was no return address or signature, just the note and the picture. We've spent much of the past 4 years trying to make sense of it. We couldn't ask too many questions, but we think the picture shows a wedding. It is a wedding, the chemical marriage of mercury and sulfur. It's a crucial step in making the Philosopher's Stone."
My voice sounded harsh after Matthew's rich tones. It was one of the most beautiful depictions of the chemical wedding I'd ever seen. A golden-haired woman in a pristine white gown held a white rose in one hand. It was an offering to her pale, dark-haired husband, a message that she was pure and worthy of him. He wore black and red robes and clasped her other hand. He, too, held a rose, but his was as red as fresh spilled blood, a token of love and death. Behind the couple, chemicals and metals were personified as wedding guests, milling around in a landscape of trees and rocky hills. A whole menagerie of animals gathered to witness the ceremony. Ravens, eagles, toads, green lions, peacocks, pelicans. A unicorn and a wolf stood side by side in the center background behind the bride and groom. The whole scene was gathered within the outspread wings of a phoenix, its feathers flaming at the edges and its head curved down to watch the scene unfold. "What does it mean?" Em asked. "That someone has been waiting for Matthew and me to find each other for a long time. How could that picture possibly be about you and Matthew?" Sarah craned her neck to inspect it more closely. "The queen is wearing Matthew's crest." A gleaming silver and gold circlet held back the bride's hair. In its mist, resting against her forehead, was a jewel in the shape of a crescent moon with a star rising above it. Matthew reached past the picture and took up the rest of my mother's letter. "Do you mind if I continue?" he asked gently. I shook my head, the page from the manuscript still resting on my knees. Em and Sarah, wary of its power, were exercising proper caution in the presence of an unfamiliar, bewitched object, and remained where they were. "We think the woman in white is meant to be you, Diana. We are less certain about the identity of the dark man. I've seen him in your dreams, but he's hard to place. He walks through your future, but he's in the past as well. He's always in shadows, never in the light. And though he's dangerous, the shadowed man doesn't pose a threat to you. Is he with you now? I hope so. I wish I could have known him. There is so much I would have liked to tell him about you." Matthew's voice stumbled over the last words. "We hope the two of you will be able to discover the source of this picture. Your father thinks it's from an old book. Sometimes we see text moving on the back of the page, but then the words disappear again for weeks, even months at a time." Sarah sprang out of her chair. "Give me the picture. It's from the book I told you about, the one in Oxford." I handed it to her reluctantly. "It feels so heavy," she said, walking toward the window with a frown. She turned the picture over and angled the page this way and that. "But I don't see any words." "Of course, it's no wonder. If this page was removed from the book it belongs to, then the magic is badly damaged." "Is that why the words I saw were moving so fast?" Sarah nodded. "Probably. They were searching for this page and couldn't find it." "Pages? This was a detail I hadn't told Matthew. What do you mean, pages?" Matthew came around the chair, flicking little shards of ice over my features. "This isn't the only page that's missing from Ashmole 782. "How many were removed?" "3, I whispered. 3 pages were missing from the front of the manuscript. I could see the stubs. It didn't seem important at the time." "3, Matthew repeated. His voice was flat, and it sounded as though he were about to break something with his bare hands. "What does it matter whether there are 3 pages missing or 300? Sarah was still trying to detect the hidden words. "The magic is still broken." "Because there are 3 types of otherworldly creatures." Matthew touched my face to let me know he wasn't angry at me. "And if we have one of the pages," I started. "Then who has the others?" Em finished. "Damn it all to hell! Why didn't Rebecca tell us about this?" Sarah, too, sounded like she wanted to destroy something. Emily took the picture from her hands and laid it carefully on an antique tea table. Matthew continued reading. "Your father says that you will have to travel far to unlock its secrets. I won't say more for fear this note will fall into the wrong hands. But you will figure it out, I know." He handed the sheet to me and went on to the next. The house wouldn't have shared this letter if you weren't ready. That means you also know that your father and I spellbound you. Sarah will be furious, but it was the only way to protect you from the congregation before the shadowed man was with you. He will help you with your magic. Sarah will say it's not his business because he's not a bishop. Ignore her. Sarah snorted and looked daggers at the vampire. Because you will love him as you love no one else, I tied your magic to your feelings for him. Even so, only you will have the ability to draw it into the open. I'm sorry about the panic attacks. They were the only thing I could think of. Sometimes you're too brave for your own good. Good luck learning your spells. Sarah is a perfectionist. Matthew smiled. There always was something odd about your anxiety. Odd how? After we met in the Bodleian, it was almost impossible to provoke you into panicking. But I panicked when you came out of the fog by the boathouses. You were startled. Your instincts should have been screaming with panic whenever I was near. Instead, you came closer and closer. Matthew dropped a kiss on my head and turned to the last page. It's hard to finish this letter when there is so much in my heart. The past 7 years have been the happiest of my life. I wouldn't give up a moment of our precious time with you, not for an ocean of power or a long, safe life without you. We don't know why the goddess entrusted you to us, but not a day has passed that we didn't thank her for it. I suppressed a sob, but couldn't stop the tears. I cannot shield you from the challenges you will face. You will know great loss and danger, but also great joy. You may doubt your instincts in the years to come, but your feet have been walking this path since the moment you were born. We knew it when you came into the world, a call-bearer. You've remained between worlds ever since. It's who you are and your destiny. Don't let anyone keep you from it. What's a call-bearer? I whispered. Someone born with the amniotic sac still intact around them. It's a sign of luck, Sarah explained. Matthew's free hand cradled the back of my skull. Much more than luck is associated with the call. In times past, it was thought to foretell the birth of a great seer. Some believed it was a sign you would become a vampire, a witch, or a werewolf. He gave me a lopsided grin. "Where is it?" Em asked Sarah. Matthew and I swung our heads in quick unison. "What?" we asked simultaneously. "Calls have enormous power. Stephen and Rebecca would have saved it." We all looked at the crack in the paneling. A phone book landed in the grate with a thud, sending a cloud of ash into the room. "How do you save a call?" I wondered aloud. "Do you put it in a baggie or something?" "Traditionally, you press a piece of paper or fabric onto the baby's face and the call sticks to it. Then you save the paper," explained Em. All eyes swiveled to the page from Ashmole 782. Sarah picked it up and studied it closely. She muttered a few words and stared some more. "There's something uncanny about this picture," she reported, "but it doesn't have Diana's call attached to it." That was a relief. It would have been one strange thing too many. "So, is that all, or does my sister have any other secrets she'd like to share with us?" Sarah asked tartly. Matthew frowned at her. "Sorry, Diana," she murmured. "There's not much more. Can you manage it, mon coeur?" I grabbed his free hand and nodded. He perched on one of the chair's padded arms, which creaked slightly under his weight. "Try not to be too hard on yourself as you journey into the future. Keep your wits about you and trust your instincts. It's not much in the way of advice, but it's all that a mother can give. We can scarcely bear leaving you, but the only alternative is to risk losing you forever. Forgive us. If we have wronged you, it was because we loved you so much. Mom." The room was silent, and even the house was holding its breath. A sound of loss started somewhere deep within me just before a tear fell from my eye. It swelled to the size of a softball and hit the floor with a splash. My legs felt liquid. "Here it comes," Sarah warned. Matthew dropped the page from the letter and swept me out of the chair and through the front door. He set me on the driveway and my toes gripped the soil. The witch water released harmlessly into the ground while my tears continued to flow. After a few moments, Matthew's hand slid around my waist from behind. His body shielded me from the rest of the world, and I relaxed against his chest. "Let it all go," he murmured, his lips against my ear. The witch water subsided, leaving behind an aching sense of loss that would never go away completely. "I wish they were here," I cried. "My mother and father would know what to do." "I know you miss them." But they didn't know what to do. Really, like all parents, they were just doing their best from moment to moment. Mom saw you and what the congregation might do. She was a great seer, and so will you be one day. Until then, we're going to have to manage without knowing what the future holds. But there are two of us. You don't have to do it by yourself. We went back inside, where Sarah and Em were still scrutinizing the page from the manuscript. I announced that more tea and a fresh pot of coffee were in order, and Matthew came with me into the kitchen, though his eyes lingered on the brightly colored image. The kitchen looked like a war zone, as usual. Every surface was covered with dishes. While the kettle came to the boil and the coffee brewed, I rolled up my sleeves to do the dishes. Matthew's phone buzzed in his pocket. He was ignoring it, intent on putting more logs into the already overloaded fireplace. "You should get that," I said, squirting dish liquid into the sink. He pulled out his phone. His face revealed that this was not a call he wanted to take. "We?" It must be Isabeau. Something had gone wrong. Someone wasn't where he or she was supposed to be. It was impossible for me to follow the particulars, given their rapid exchange, but Matthew's annoyance was clear. He barked out a few orders and disconnected the phone. "Is Isabeau all right?" I swished my fingers through the warm water, hoping there was no new crisis. Matthew's hands pushed my shoulders gently away from my ears, kneading the tight muscles. "She's fine." This had nothing to do with Isabeau. It was Alain. He was doing some business for the family and ran into an unexpected situation. Business? I picked up the sponge and started washing. "For the Knights of Lazarus?" "Yes," he said shortly. "Who is Alain?" I set the clean plate in the drainer. "He began as my father's squire. Philippe couldn't manage without him, in war or in peace. So Marthe made him a vampire. He knows every aspect of the Brotherhood's business. When my father died, Alain transferred his loyalty from Philippe to me. He called to warn me that Marcus wasn't pleased to receive my message." I turned to meet his eyes. "Was it the same message you gave to Baldwin at LaGuardia?" He nodded. "I'm nothing but trouble to your family." "This isn't a de Clairmont family matter anymore, Diana. The Knights of Lazarus protect those who cannot protect themselves. Marcus knew that when he accepted a place among them." Matthew's phone buzzed again. "And that will be Marcus," he said grimly. "Go talk to him in private." I tilted my chin toward the door. Matthew kissed my cheek before pushing the green button on his phone and heading into the backyard. "Hello, Marcus," he said warily, shutting the door behind him. I continued moving the soapy water over the dishes, the repetitive motion soothing. "Where's Matthew?" Sarah and Em were standing in the doorway, holding hands. "Outside, talking to England," I said, nodding again in the direction of the back door. Sarah got another clean mug out of the cabinet, the fourth she'd used that morning by my count, and filled it with fresh coffee. Emily picked up the newspaper. Still, their eyes tingled with curiosity. The back door opened and closed. I braced for the worst. "How is Marcus?" "He and Miriam are on their way to New York. They have something to discuss with you." Matthew's face looked like a thundercloud. "Me? What is it?" "He wouldn't tell me. Marcus didn't want you to be on your own with only witches to keep you company." I smiled at him, and some of the tension left his face. "They'll be here by nightfall, and we'll check in to the inn we passed on our way through town. I'll go by and see them tonight. Whatever they need to tell you can wait until tomorrow." Matthew's worried eyes darted to Sarah and Em. I turned to the sink again. "Call him back, Matthew." "They won't want to disturb anyone," he said smoothly. Matthew didn't want to upset Sarah and the rest of the bishops by bringing 2 more vampires into the house. But my mother would never have let Marcus travel so far only to stay in a hotel. Marcus was Matthew's son. He was my son. My fingers prickled, and the cup I was washing slipped from my grasp. It bobbed in the water for a few moments, then sank. No son of mine is checking into a hotel. He belongs in the bishop house with his family, and Miriam shouldn't be alone. They're both staying here, and that's final, I said firmly. "Son?" said Sarah faintly. "Marcus is Matthew's son, which makes him my son too. That makes him a bishop, and this house belongs to him as much as it does to you or me or Em." I turned to face them, grabbing the sleeves of my shirt tightly with my wet hands, which were shaking. My grandmother drifted down the hallway to see what the fuss was about. "Did you hear me, Grandma?" I called. "I believe we all heard you, Diana," she said in her rustly voice. "Good. No acting up. And that goes for every bishop in this house, living and dead." The house opened its front and back doors in a premature gesture of welcome, sending a gust of chilly air through the downstairs rooms. "Where will they sleep?" Sarah grumbled. "They don't sleep, Sarah. They're vampires." The prickling in my fingers increased. "Diana," Matthew said, "please step away from the sink. The electricity, mon cœur." I gripped my sleeves tighter. The edges of my fingers were bright blue. "We get the message," Sarah said hastily, eyeing my hands. "We've already got 1 vampire in the house." "I'll get their rooms ready," Emily said, with a smile that looked genuine. "I'm glad we'll have a chance to meet your son, Matthew." Matthew, who had been leaning against an ancient wooden cupboard, pulled himself upright and walked slowly toward me. "All right," he said, drawing me from the sink and tucking my head under his chin. "You've made your point. I'll call Marcus and let him know they're welcome here." "Don't tell Marcus I called him my son. He may not want a stepmother." "You two will have to sort that out," Matthew said, trying to suppress his amusement. "What's so funny?" I tipped my face up to look at him. "With all that's happened this morning, the one thing you're worried about is whether Marcus wants a stepmother? You confound me." Matthew shook his head. "Are all witches this surprising, Sarah, or is it just bishops?" Sarah considered her answer. "Just bishops." I peeked around Matthew's shoulder to give her a grateful smile. My aunts were surrounded by a mob of ghosts, all of whom were solemnly nodding in agreement. Chapter 35. After the dishes were done, Matthew and I gathered up my mother's letter, the mysterious note, and the page from Ashmole 782 and carried them into the dining room. We spread the papers out on the room's vast, well-worn table. These days it was seldom used, since it made no sense for 2 people to sit at the end of a piece of furniture designed to easily seat 12. My aunts joined us, steaming mugs of coffee in their hands. Sarah and Matthew crouched over the page from the alchemical manuscript. "Why is it so heavy?" Sarah picked the page up and weighed it carefully. "I don't feel any special weightiness," Matthew confessed, taking it from her hands, "but there's something odd about the way it smells." Sarah gave it a long sniff. "No, it just smells old." "It's more than that. I know what old smells like," he said sardonically. Em and I, on the other hand, were more interested in the enigmatic note. "What do you think it means?" I asked, pulling out a chair and sitting down. "I'm not sure," Em hesitated. "Blood usually signifies family, war, or death. But what about absence? Does it mean this page is absent from the book? Or did it warn your parents that they wouldn't be present as you grew up? Look at the last line. Did my parents discover something in Africa? Or were you the discovery of witches?" Em suggested gently. "The last line must be about Diana's discovery of Ashmole 782, Matthew chimed in, looking up from the chemical wedding.
You believe that everything is about me and that manuscript? I grumbled. The note mentions the subject of your All Souls essay, fear and desire. Don't you think that's strange? No stranger than the fact that the White Queen in this picture is wearing my crest. Matthew brought the illustration over to me. She's the embodiment of quicksilver, the principle of volatility in alchemy, I said. Quicksilver? Matthew looked amused. A metallic perpetual motion machine? You could say that. I smiled too, thinking of the ball of energy I'd given him. What about the Red King? He's stable and grounded. I frowned. But he's also supposed to be the sun, and he's not usually depicted wearing black and red. Usually he's just red. So maybe the king isn't me and the queen isn't you. He touched the White Queen's face delicately with his fingertip. Perhaps, I said slowly, remembering a passage from the Matthew's Aurora manuscript. Attend to me, all people, and listen to me, all who inhabit the world. My beloved, who is red, has called to me. He sought and found me. I am the flower of the field, a lily growing in the valley. I am the mother of true love, and of fear, and of understanding, and blessed hope. What is that? Matthew touched my face now. It sounds biblical, but the words aren't quite right. It's one of the passages on the chemical wedding from the Aurora Consurgence. Our eyes locked, held. When the air became heavy, I changed the subject. What did my father mean when he said we'd have to travel far to figure out the picture's significance? The stamp came from Israel. Maybe Stephen meant we would have to return there. There are a lot of alchemical manuscripts in Jerusalem at the Hebrew University. Most of them belong to Isaac Newton. Given Matthew's history with the place, not to mention the Knights of Lazarus, it was not a city I was eager to visit. Israel didn't count as traveling far for your father, said Sarah, sitting opposite. Em walked around the table and joined her. What did qualify? Matthew picked up my mother's letter and scanned the last page for further clues. The Australian outback, Wyoming, Mali. Those were his favorite places to time walk. The word cut through me with the same intensity as Spellbound had only a few days before. I knew that some witches could move between past, present, and future, but I'd never thought to ask whether anyone in my own family had the ability. It was rare, almost as rare as witchfire. Stephen Proctor could travel in time? Matthew's voice assumed the deliberate evenness it often did when magic was mentioned. Sarah nodded. Yes, Stephen went to the past or the future at least once a year, usually after the annual anthropologists' convention in December. There's something on the back of Rebecca's letter. Em bent her neck to see underneath the page. Matthew quickly flipped it over. I dropped the page to get you outside before the witch water broke. I didn't see this. It's not your mother's handwriting, he said, passing it to me. The handwriting on the penciled note had elongated loops and spiky peaks. Remember, Diana, the most beautiful experience we can have is the mysterious. It is the fundamental emotion that stands at the cradle of true art and true science. Whoever does not know it and can no longer wonder, no longer marvel, is as good as dead, and his eyes are dimmed. I'd seen that hand somewhere before. In the recesses of my memory, I flicked through images trying to locate its source, but without success. Who would have written a quote from Albert Einstein on the back of Mom's note? I asked Sarah and Em, angling the page to face them and struck again by its familiarity. That looks like your dad. He took calligraphy lessons. Rebecca poked fun at him for it. It made his handwriting look so old-fashioned. Slowly, I turned the page over, scrutinizing the writing again. It did look 19th century in style, like the handwriting of the clerks employed to compile the catalogues in the Bodleian back during Victoria's reign. I stiffened, looked more closely at the writing, shook my head. No, it's not possible. There was no way my father could have been one of those clerks. No way he could have written the 19th century subtitle on Ashmole 782. But my father could time walk. And the message from Einstein was unquestionably meant for me.
I dropped the page onto the table and put my head in my hands. Matthew sat next to me and waited. When Sarah made an impatient sound, he silenced her with a decisive gesture. Once my mind stopped spinning, I spoke. There were 2 inscriptions on the first page of the manuscript. One was in ink, written by Elias Ashmole, Anthropologia, or a treatise containing a short description of man. The other was in a different hand, in pencil, in 2 parts, the first anatomical, the second psychological. The second inscription had to be written much later, Matthew observed. There was no such thing as psychology during Ashmole's lifetime. I thought it dated from the 19th century. I pulled my father's note toward me, but this makes me think my father wrote it. The room fell silent. Touch the words, Sarah finally suggested. See what else they say. My fingers passed lightly over the penciled letters. Images bloomed from the page, of my father in a dark frock coat with wide lapels and a high black cravat, crouched over a desk covered with books. There were other images, too, of him in his study at home wearing his familiar corduroy jacket, scrawling a note with a number 2 pencil while my mother looked over his shoulder, weeping. It was him. My fingers lifted from the page, shaking visibly. Matthew took my hand in his. "That's enough bravery for one day, my lion." "But your father didn't remove the chemical wedding from the book at the Bodleian," mused M. "So what was he doing there?" "Stephen Proctor was bewitching Ashmole 782 so that no one but his daughter could call it from the stacks." Matthew sounded sure. "So that's why the spell recognized me. But why didn't it behave the same way when I recalled it?" "You didn't need it." "Oh, you wanted it," Matthew said with a wry smile when I opened my mouth to protest. "But that's different. Remember, your parents bound your magic so that your power couldn't be forced from you. The spell on the manuscript was no different. When I first called Ashmole 782, all I needed was to check the next item off my to-do list. It's hard to believe that something so insignificant could trigger such a reaction. Your mother and father couldn't have foreseen everything, such as the fact that you would be a historian of alchemy and would regularly work at the Bodleian." "Could Rebecca time walk too?" Matthew asked Sarah. "No. It's rare, of course, and the most adept time walkers are well versed in witchcraft as well. Without the right spells and precautions, you can easily end up somewhere you don't want to be, no matter how much power you have." "Yes," Matthew said dryly, "I can think of any number of times and places you would want to avoid." "Rebecca went with Stephen sometimes, but he had to carry her." Sarah smiled at M. "Do you remember Vienna? Stephen decided he was going to take her waltzing. He spent a full year figuring out which bonnet she should wear for the journey. You need 3 objects from the particular time and place you want to travel back to. They keep you from getting lost," M continued. "If you want to go to the future, you have to use witchcraft, because it's the only way to direct yourself." Sarah picked up the picture of the chemical wedding, no longer interested in time walking. "What's the unicorn for?" "Forget the unicorn, Sarah," I said impatiently. "Daddy couldn't have wanted me to go back in the past and get the manuscript. What did he think? That I'd time walk and snatch it before it was bewitched? What if I ran into Matthew by accident? Surely that would mess up the time-space continuum." "Oh, relativity." Sarah's voice was dismissive. "As an explanation, that only goes so far." "Stephen always said time walking was like changing trains," M said. "You get off one train, then wait at the station until there's a place for you on a different train. When you time walk, you depart from the here and now, and you're held out of time until there's room for you sometime else. That's similar to the way vampires change lives," Matthew mused. "We abandon one life, arrange a death, a disappearance, a change of residence, and look for another one. You'd be amazed at how easily people walk away from their homes, jobs, and families. Surely someone notices that the John Smith they knew last week doesn't look the same, I protested. That's even more amazing, Matthew admitted. So long as you pick carefully, no one says a word. A few years in the Holy Land, a life-threatening illness, the likelihood of losing an inheritance all provide excellent excuses for creatures and humans to turn a blind eye. Well, whether it's possible or not, I can't time walk. It wasn't on the DNA report. Of course you can time walk. You've been doing it since you were a child. Sarah sounded smug as she discredited Matthew's scientific findings. The first time you were 3. Your parents were scared to death, the police were called out. It was quite a scene. 4 hours later, they found you sitting in the kitchen high chair eating a slice of birthday cake. You must have been hungry and gone back to your own birthday party. After that, whenever you disappeared, we figured you were sometime else, and you'd turn up. And you disappeared a lot. My alarm at the thought of a toddler traveling through time gave way to the realization that I had the power to answer any historical question. I brightened considerably. Matthew had already figured this out and was waiting patiently for me to catch up. No matter what your father wanted, you aren't going back to 1859, he said firmly, turning the chair around so I faced him. Time is not something you're going to meddle with. Understood? Even after assuring him that I would stay in the present, no one left me for an instant. The 3 of them silently passed me from one to the other in choreography worthy of Broadway. M followed me upstairs to make sure there were towels, though I knew perfectly well where the linen closet was. When I came out of the bathroom, Matthew was lying on the bed fiddling with his phone. He stayed upstairs when I went down to make a cup of tea, knowing that Sarah and M would be waiting for me in the family room. Martha's tin was in my hands, and I felt guilty for missing yesterday and breaking my promise to her. Determined to have some tea today, I filled the kettle and opened the black metal box. The smell of rue triggered a sharp recollection of being swept into the air by Satu. Gripping the lid more tightly, I focused on the other scents and happier memories of Septours. "Where did you get that, Diana?" Sarah came in the kitchen and pointed at the tin. "Martha and I made it." "That's his mother's housekeeper? The one who made the medicine for your back?" "Martha is Isabeau's housekeeper, yes." I put a slight emphasis on their proper names. Vampires have names, just like witches. You need to learn them. Sarah sniffed. "I would have thought you'd go to the doctor for a prescription, not depend on old herbal lore. Dr. Fowler will fit you in if you want something more reliable." M had come in too. Not even Sarah is much of an advocate of herbal contraception. I hid my confusion by plopping a tea bag into the mug, keeping my mind blank and my face hidden. "This is fine. There's no need to see Dr. Fowler." "True. Not if you're sleeping with a vampire. They can't reproduce, not in any way that contraception is going to prevent. All you have to watch out for is teeth on your neck." "I know, Sarah, but I didn't." Why had Martha taught me so carefully how to make a completely unnecessary tea? Matthew had been clear that he couldn't father children as warmbloods did. Despite my promise to Martha, I dumped the half-steeped cup down the sink and threw the bag in the trash. The tin went on the top shelf in the cupboard, where it would be safely out of sight. By late afternoon, in spite of many conversations about the note, the letter, and the picture, we were no closer to understanding the mystery of Ashmole 782 and my father's connection to it. My aunt started to make dinner, which meant that M roasted a chicken while Sarah drank a glass of bourbon and criticized the quantity of vegetables being prepared. Matthew prowled around the kitchen island, uncharacteristically restless. "Come on," he said, grabbing my hand. "You need some exercise." It was he who needed fresh air, not I, but the prospect of going outdoors was enticing. A search in the mudroom closet revealed an old pair of my running shoes. They were worn, but they fit better than Sarah's boots. We made it as far as the first apple trees before Matthew swung me around and pressed me between his body and one of the old garnered trunks.
The low canopy of branches shielded us from the house's sight. Despite my being trapped, there was no answering rush of witch wind. There were plenty of other feelings, though. "Christ, that house is crowded," Matthew said, pausing just long enough to get the words out before refastening his lips on mine. We'd had too little time alone since he'd returned from Oxford. It seemed a lifetime ago, but it was only days. One of his hands slid into the waistband of my jeans, his fingers cool against my bare flesh. I shivered with pleasure, and he drew me closer, his other hand locating the rounded curves of my breast. We pressed the length of our bodies against each other, but he kept looking for new ways to connect. Finally, there was only one possibility left. For a moment, it seemed Matthew intended to consummate our marriage the old-fashioned way, standing up, outdoors, in a blinding rush of physical need. His control returned, however, and he pulled away. "Not like this," he rasped, his eyes black. "I don't care." I pulled him back against me. "I do." There was a soft, ragged expulsion of air as Matthew breathed a vampire sigh. "When we make love for the first time, I want you to myself, not surrounded by other people. And I'll want you for more than the few snatched moments we'd have now, believe me." "I want you too," I said, "and I'm not known for my patience." His lips drew up into a smile, and he made a soft sound of agreement. Matthew's thumb stroked the hollow in my throat, and my blood leaped. He put his lips where his thumb had been, pressing them softly against the outward sign of the vitality that pulsed beneath the surface. He traced a vein up the side of my neck toward my ear. "I'm enjoying learning where you like to be touched. Like here." Matthew kissed behind my ear. "And here." His lips moved to my eyelids, and I made a soft sound of pleasure. "And here." He ran his thumb over my lower lip. "Matthew," I whispered, my eyes pleading. "What, mon cœur?" He watched, fascinated, as his touch drew fresh blood to the surface. I didn't answer, but pulled him to me, unconcerned with the cold, the growing darkness, and the rough bark beneath my sore back. We remained there until Sarah called from the porch. "You didn't get very far, did you?" Her snort carried clear across the field. "That hardly qualifies as exercise." Feeling like a schoolgirl caught necking in the driveway, I pulled my sweatshirt into the proper position and headed back to the house. Matthew chuckled and followed. "You look pleased with yourself," Sarah said when he stepped into the kitchen. Standing under the bright lights, he was every inch a vampire, and a self-satisfied one at that. But his eyes were no longer restless, and for that I was grateful. "Leave him alone." Em's voice was uncharacteristically sharp. She handed me the salad and pointed me to the table in the family room where we usually ate. "We saw a fair amount of that apple tree ourselves while Diana was growing up." "Hm," Sarah said. She picked up 3 wine glasses and waved them in Matthew's direction. "Got any more of that wine, Casanova?" "I'm French, Sarah, not Italian. And I'm a vampire," Matthew said with a wicked smile. "There's no danger of running out either. Marcus will bring more. He's not French or Italian either, alas, but his education compensated for it." We sat around the table, and the 3 witches proceeded to demolish Em's roast chicken and potatoes. Tabitha sat next to Matthew, her tail swishing flirtatiously across his feet every few minutes. He kept the wine flowing into Sarah's glass, and I sipped at my own. Em asked repeatedly if he wanted to taste anything, but Matthew declined. "I'm not hungry, Emily, but thank you." "Is there anything at all that you would eat?" Em wasn't used to people refusing her food.
Nuts, I said firmly. If you have to buy him food, get him nuts. M hesitated. What about raw meat? Matthew grabbed my hand and squeezed it before I could reply. If you want to feed me, uncooked meat would be just fine. I like broth, too, plain, no vegetables. Is that what your son and colleague eat too, or are these just your favorite foods? Matthew's impatience with my earlier questions about his lifestyle and dining habits made sense to me now. It's pretty standard vampire fare when we're among warm bloods. Matthew released my hand and poured himself more wine. You must hang out at bars a lot, what with the wine and nuts, Sarah observed. M put her fork down and stared at her. What? Sarah demanded. Sarah Bishop, if you embarrass us in front of Matthew's son, I'll never forgive you. My resulting fit of giggles quickly turned into full-blown laughter. Sarah was the first to join in, followed by M. Matthew sat and smiled as if he'd been dropped into a lunatic asylum but was too polite to mention it. When the laughter subsided, he turned to Sarah. I was wondering if I could borrow your still room to analyze the pigments used in the picture of the chemical wedding. Maybe they can tell us where and when it was made. You're not going to remove anything from that picture. The historian in me rose up in horror at the thought. It won't come to any harm, Matthew said mildly. I do know how to analyze tiny pieces of evidence. No, we should leave it alone until we know what we're dealing with. Don't be so prim, Diana. Besides, it's a bit late for that when it was you who sent the book back. Sarah stood, her eyes brightening. Let's see if the cookbook can help. Well, well, M said under her breath. You're one of the family now, Matthew. Sarah disappeared into the still room and returned holding a leather-bound book the size of a family Bible. Within its covers was all the learning and lore of the bishops, handed down from witch to witch for nearly 400 years. The first name in the book was Rebecca, accompanied by the date 1617 in an ornate round hand. Other names were sprawled down the first page in 2 columns, each one in a slightly different ink with a different date attached to it. The names continued onto the back of the sheet as well, with Susanna's, Elizabeth's, Margaret's, Rebecca's, and Sarah's dominating the list. My aunt never showed anybody this book, not even other witches. You had to be family to see her cookbook. What is that? Matthew's nostrils flared at the scent of old paper, herbs, and smoke that was released as Sarah splayed its covers open. The Bishop Grimoire. She pointed to the first name. It first belonged to Rebecca Davies, Bridget's bishop's grandmother, then to her mother, Rebecca Playfair. Bridget handed the book down to her first daughter, born out of wedlock in England around 1650. Bridget was still in her teens at the time, and she named her daughter after her mother and grandmother. Unable to care for the girl, Bridget gave her up to a family in London. Sarah made a soft sound of disgust. The rumors of her immorality haunted her for the rest of her life. Later, her daughter Rebecca joined her and worked in her mother's tavern. Bridget was on her second husband then and had another daughter named Christian. And you're descended from Christian Bishop? Matthew asked. Sarah shook her head. Christian Oliver, you mean, Bridget's daughter from her second marriage. Edward Bishop was Bridget's third husband. No, our ancestor is Rebecca. After Bridget was executed, Rebecca legally changed her name to Bishop. Rebecca was a widow, with no husband to argue with. It was an act of defiance. Matthew gave me a long look. Defiance, it seemed to say, was clearly a genetic trait. Nobody remembers all of Bridget Bishop's many names anymore. She was married 3 times, Sarah continued. All anyone remembers is the name she bore when she was found guilty of witchcraft and executed. Since that time, the women of the family have preserved the Bishop name, regardless of marriage or of who their father was. I read about Bridget's death shortly after, Matthew said softly. It was a dark time for creatures.
Even though the new science seemed to strip all the mystery from the world, humans were still convinced that unseen forces were all around them. They were right, of course. Well, the tension between what science promised and what their common sense told them was true resulted in the deaths of hundreds of witches. Sarah started flipping through the grimoire's pages. "What are you looking for?" I asked, frowning. "Was one of the bishops a manuscript conservator? If not, you won't find much help in that spell book." "You don't know what is in this spell book, miss," Sarah said serenely. "You've never shown one bit of interest in it." My lips pressed into a thin line. Nobody is damaging that manuscript. "Ah, here it is," Sarah pointed triumphantly at the grimoire. "One of Margaret Bishop's spells from the 1780s. She was a powerful witch. My method for perceiving obscurities in paper or fabric. That's where we'll start." She stood up, her finger marking the place. "If you stain," I began. "I heard you the first 2 times, Diana. This is a spell for a vapor. Nothing but air will touch your precious manuscript page. Stop fussing. I'll go get it," Matthew said hastily. I shot him a filthy look. After he returned from the dining room with the picture cradled carefully in his hands, he and Sarah went off into the still room together. My aunt was talking a mile a minute as Matthew listened intently. "Who would have imagined?" said Em, shaking her head. Em and I washed the dinner dishes and had started the process of tidying the family room, which looked like a crime scene, when a pair of headlights swept the driveway. "They're here." My stomach tightened. "It'll be fine, honey. They're Matthew's family." Em squeezed my arm encouragingly. By the time I reached the front door, Marcus and Miriam were getting out of the car. Miriam looked awkward and out of place in a lightweight brown sweater with the sleeves rolled up to her elbows, a miniskirt, and ankle boots, her dark eyes taking in the farm and its surroundings with an attitude of disbelief. Marcus was observing the house's architecture and sniffing the breeze, which was no doubt redolent with coffee and witches. Clothed in a short-sleeved T-shirt from a 1982 concert tour and a pair of jeans. When the door swung open, Marcus's blue eyes met mine with a twinkle. "Hi, Mom, we're home." "Did he tell you?" I demanded, furious with Matthew for not obeying my wishes. "Tell me what?" Marcus's forehead creased in puzzlement. "Nothing," I muttered. "Hello, Marcus. Hello, Miriam." "Diana." Miriam's fine features were drawn into their familiar look of disapproval. "Nice house." Marcus headed up the porch stairs. He held a brown bottle in his fingers. Under the porch lights, his golden hair and polished white skin positively gleamed. "Come in, welcome." I hurriedly pulled him inside, hoping that no one driving by the house had glimpsed the vampire on the landing. "How are you, Diana?" There was worry in his eyes, and his nose flared to take in my scent. Matthew had told him about Lapierre. "I'm fine." Upstairs, a door closed with a bang. "No nonsense. I am deadly serious." "About what?" Miriam stopped in her tracks, and her flat black curls wiggled over her shoulders like snakes. "Nothing. Don't worry about it." Now that both vampires were safely within the walls, the house sighed. "Nothing?" Miriam had heard the sigh, too, and her brows rose. "The house gets a bit worried when visitors come to call, that's all." Miriam looked up the staircase and sniffed. "How many residents does the house have?" It was a simple question, for which there was no simple answer. "Unsure," I said shortly, lugging a duffel bag in the direction of the stairs. "What do you have in here?" "It's Miriam's bag. Let me." Marcus hooked it easily with his index finger. We went upstairs so I could show them their rooms. Em had asked Matthew outright if the two would be sharing a bed. First, he'd looked shocked at the impropriety of the question, and then he'd burst into gales of laughter and assured her that if they weren't separated, there would be one dead vampire by morning.
Periodically throughout the day, he'd chuckled under his breath, saying, "Marcus and Miriam, what an idea!" Marcus was staying in the guest bedroom that used to belong to M, and we'd put Miriam in my old attic room. Stacks of fluffy towels were waiting on their beds, and I showed each of them where the bathroom was. There wasn't much to do to get vampire guests settled. You couldn't offer them food, or a place to lie down, or much of anything in the way of creature comforts. Happily, there'd been no spectral apparitions or falling plaster to indicate the house was displeased with their presence. Matthew certainly knew that his son and Miriam had arrived, but the still room was secluded enough that Sarah remained oblivious. When I led the two vampires past the keeping room, Elizabeth peeped around the door, her eyes wide as an owl's. "Go find Grandma." I turned to Marcus and Miriam. "Sorry, we've got ghosts." Marcus covered his laugh with a cough. "Do all of your ancestors live with you?" Thinking of my parents, I shook my head. "Too bad," he murmured. Em was waiting in the family room, her smile wide and genuine. "You must be Marcus," she said, getting to her feet and holding out her hand. "I'm Emily Mather. Em, this is Matthew's colleague, Miriam Shefford." Miriam stepped forward. Though she and Em were both fine-boned, Miriam looked like a china doll in comparison. "Welcome, Miriam," said Em, looking down with a smile. "Do either of you need something to drink?" Matthew opened wine. She was entirely natural, as if vampires were always dropping by. Both Marcus and Miriam shook their head. "Where's Matthew?" Miriam asked, making her priorities clear. Her keen senses absorbed the details of her new environment. "I can hear him." We led the two vampires toward the old wooden door that closed off Sarah's private sanctuary. Marcus and Miriam continued to take in all the scents of the Bishop house as we proceeded. The food, the clothes, the witches, the coffee, and the cat. Tabitha came screeching out of the shadows by the fireplace, aiming straight for Miriam, as if the two were deadly enemies. Miriam hissed, and Tabitha froze in mid-hurtle. The two assessed each other, predator to predator. Tabitha was the first to avert her eyes, when, after several long moments, the cat discovered an urgent need to groom herself. It was a silent acknowledgement that she was no longer the only female of consequence on the premises. "That's Tabitha," I said weakly. "She's quite fond of Matthew." In the still room, Matthew and Sarah were crouched over a pot of something set atop an old electric burner, rapt expressions on their faces. Bunches of dried herbs swung from the rafters, and the original colonial oven stood ready for use, their iron hooks and cranes waiting to hold heavy cauldrons over the coals. "The eyebright is crucial," Sarah was explaining like a schoolmarm. "It clears the sight." "That smells vile," Miriam observed, wrinkling her tiny nose and creeping closer. Matthew's face darkened. "Matthew," Marcus said evenly. "Marcus," his father replied. Sarah stood and examined the newest members of the household, both of whom glowed. The still room's subdued light only accentuated their unnatural paleness and the startling effect of their dilated pupils. "Goddess save us! How does anyone think you're human? It's always been a mystery to me," Miriam said, studying Sarah with equal interest. "You're not exactly inconspicuous either, with all that red hair and the smell of henbane coming off you in waves." "I'm Miriam Shefford." Matthew and I exchanged a long look, wondering how Miriam and Sarah were going to coexist peacefully under the same roof. "Welcome to the Bishop house, Miriam." Sarah's eyes narrowed, and Miriam responded in kind. My aunt turned her attention to Marcus. "So, you're his kid." As usual, she had no patience with social niceties. "I'm Matthew's son, yes." Marcus, who looked like he'd seen a ghost, slowly held out a brown bottle.
"Your namesake was a healer, like you, Sarah Bishop, taught me how to set a broken leg after the Battle of Bunker Hill. I still do it the way she taught me." Two roughly shod feet dangled over the edge of the still room loft. "Let's hope he's got more strength now than he did then," said a woman who was the spitting image of Sarah. "Whiskey," Sarah said, looking from the bottle to my son with new appreciation. She liked spirits. I thought you might too. Both Sarah Bishops nodded. "You thought right," my aunt said. "How's the potion going?" I said, trying not to sneeze in the close atmosphere. "It needs to steep for 9 hours," Sarah said. "Then we boil it again, draw the manuscript through the vapor, and see what we see." She eyed the whiskey. "Let's take a break then. I could open that for you, Matthew," suggested, gesturing at the bottle. "Don't mind if I do." She took the bottle from Marcus. "Thank you, Marcus." Sarah turned off the burner and clapped a lid on the pot before we all streamed into the kitchen. Matthew poured himself some wine, offered it to Miriam and Marcus, who declined again, and got Sarah some whiskey. I made myself tea-plain Liptons from the grocery store, while Matthew asked the vampires about their trip and the state of work at the lab. There was no trace of warmth in Matthew's voice, or any indication he was pleased by his son's arrival. Marcus shifted uneasily from one foot to the other, knowing that he wasn't welcome. I suggested we might go into the family room and sit down, in hopes that some of the awkwardness would fade. "Let's go to the dining room instead." Sarah raised her glass to her charming great-nephew. "We'll show them the letter. Get Diana's picture, Matthew. They should see that too." "Marcus and Miriam won't be staying long," Matthew said with quiet reproach. "They have something to tell Diana, and then they're going back to England." "But their family," Sarah pointed out, seemingly oblivious to the tension in the room. My aunt retrieved the picture herself, while Matthew continued to glower at his son. Sarah led us to the front of the house. Matthew, Em, and I assembled on one side of the table. Miriam, Marcus, and Sarah sat on the other. Once settled, my aunt began chattering about the morning's events. Whenever she asked Matthew for some point of clarification, he bit out the answer without embellishment. Everyone in the room, save Sarah, seemed to understand that Matthew didn't want Miriam and Marcus to know the details of what had happened. My aunt blithely continued, finishing with a recitation of my mother's letter along with the postscript from my father. Matthew held firmly onto my hand while she did so. Miriam took up the picture of the chemical wedding. She studied it carefully before turning her eyes to me. "Your mother was right. This is a picture of you. Matthew, too." "I know," I said, meeting her gaze. "Do you know what it means, Miriam?" Matthew said sharply, "We can wait until tomorrow." Marcus looked uneasy and rose to his feet. "It's late." "She already knows," Miriam said softly. "What comes after marriage, Diana? What's the next step in alchemical transmutation after conjunctio?" The room tilted, and I smelled the herbs in my tea from Septors. Conceptio. My body turned to jelly, and I slid down the back of the chair as everything went black. Chapter 36. My head was between my knees amid the utter pandemonium. Matthew's hand kept my attention glued to the pattern in the worn oriental rug under my feet. In the background, Marcus was telling Sarah that if she approached me, his father would likely rip her head off. "It's a vampire thing," Marcus said soothingly. "We're very protective of our spouses." "When were they married?" asked Sarah, slightly dazed. Miriam's efforts to calm Em were far less soothing. "We call it shielding," her bell-like soprano chimed. "Ever seen a hawk with its prey? That's what Matthew's doing." "But Diana's not his prey, is she? He's not going to bite her?" Em glanced at my neck. "I shouldn't think so," Miriam said slowly, considering the question. "He's not hungry, and she's not bleeding. The danger is minimal." "Knock it off, Miriam," said Marcus. "There's nothing to worry about, Emily." "I can sit up now," I mumbled. "Don't move. The blood flow to your head isn't back to normal yet." Matthew tried not to growl at me, but couldn't manage it. Sarah made a strangled sound, her suspicions that Matthew was constantly monitoring my blood supply now confirmed. "Do you think he'd let me walk past Diana to get her test results?" Miriam asked Marcus. "That depends on how pissed off he is. If you'd blindsided my wife that way, I'd poleaxe you and then eat you for breakfast.
I'd sit tight if I were you. Miriam's chair scraped against the floor. I'll risk it. She darted past. Damn, Sarah breathed. She's unusually quick, Marcus reassured her, even for a vampire. Matthew maneuvered me into a sitting position. Even that gentle movement made my head feel like it was exploding and set the room whirling. I closed my eyes momentarily, and when I opened them again, Matthew's were looking back, full of concern. All right, mon cœur. A little overwhelmed. Matthew's fingers circled my wrist to take my pulse. I'm sorry, Matthew, Marcus murmured. I had no idea Miriam would behave like this. You should be sorry, his father said flatly, without looking up. Start explaining what this visit is about, quickly. The vein throbbed in Matthew's forehead. Miriam, Marcus began. I didn't ask Miriam. I'm asking you, his father snapped. What's going on, Diana? My aunt asked, looking wild. Marcus still had his arm around her shoulders. Miriam thinks the alchemical picture is about me and Matthew, I said cautiously, about the stage in the making of the philosopher's stone called conjunctio, or marriage. The next step is conceptio. Conceptio? Sarah asked. Does that mean what I think it does? Probably. It's Latin for conception, Matthew explained. Sarah's eyes widened. As in children? But my mind was elsewhere, flipping through the pictures in Ashmole 782. Conceptio was missing too. I reached for Matthew. Someone has it, just like we have conjunctio. Miriam glided into the room with impeccable timing, carrying a sheaf of papers. Who do I give these to? After she'd gotten a look from Matthew that I hoped never to see again, Miriam's face went from white to pearl gray. She hastily handed him the reports. You've brought the wrong results, Miriam. These belong to a male, said Matthew, impatiently scanning the first 2 pages. The results do belong to Diana, Marcus said. She's a chimera, Matthew. What's that? Em asked. A chimera was a mythological beast that combined the body parts of a lioness, a dragon, and a goat. I looked down, half expecting to glimpse a tail between my legs. A person with cells that possessed 2 or more different genetic profiles. Matthew was staring in disbelief at the first page. That's impossible. My heart gave a loud thump. Matthew circled me with his arms, holding the test results on the table in front of us. It's rare, but not impossible, he said grimly, his eyes moving over the gray bars. My guess is VTS, Miriam said, ignoring Marcus's warning frown. Those results came from her hair. There were strands of it on the quilt we took to the old lodge. Vanishing twin syndrome, Marcus explained, turning to Sarah. Did Rebecca have problems early in her pregnancy? Any bleeding or concerns about miscarriage? Sarah shook her head. No, I don't think so. But they weren't here. Stephen and Rebecca were in Africa. They didn't come back to the States until the end of her first trimester. Nobody had ever told me I was conceived in Africa. Rebecca wouldn't have known there was anything wrong. Matthew shook his head, his mouth pressed into a hard, firm line. VTS happens before most women know they're pregnant. So I was a twin and Mom miscarried my sibling? Your brother, Matthew said, pointing to the test results with his free hand. Your twin was male. In cases like yours, the viable fetus absorbs the blood and tissues of the other.
It happens quite early, and in most cases there's no evidence of the vanished twin. Does Diana's hair indicate she might possess powers that didn't show up in her other DNA results? A few time-walking, shape-shifting, divination, his son replied. Diana fully absorbed most of them. My brother was supposed to be the time walker, not me, I said slowly. A trail of phosphorescent smudges marked my grandmother's progress as she drifted into the room, touched me lightly on the shoulder, and sat at the far end of the table. He would have had the genetic predisposition to control witch fire too, Marcus said, nodding. We found only the fire marker in the hair sample, no other traces of elemental magic. And you don't think my mother knew about my brother?
I ran my fingertip along the bars of gray, black, and white. Oh, she knew. Miriam sounded confident. You were born on the goddess's feast day. She named you. So? I shivered, pushing aside the memory of riding through the forest in sandals and a tunic, along with the strange feeling of holding a bow and arrow that accompanied witchfire. The goddess of the moon had a twin, Apollo. This lion maketh the sun so soon, to be joined to his sister, the moon. Miriam's eyes gleamed as she recited the alchemical poem. She was up to something. You know the hunting of the green lion. I know the next verses too. By way of a wedding, a wondrous thing, this lion should cause them to beget a king. What is she talking about? Sarah asked testily. When Miriam tried to answer, Matthew shook his head. The vampire fell silent. The Sun King and Moon Queen, philosophical Sulphur and Mercury, married and conceived a child, I told Sarah. In alchemical imagery, the resulting child is a hermaphrodite, to symbolize a mixed chemical substance. In other words, Matthew, Miriam interjected tartly, Ashmole 782 is not just about origins, nor is it just about evolution and extinction. It's about reproduction. I scowled. Nonsense. You may think it's nonsense, Diana, but it's clear to me. Vampires and witches may be able to have children together after all. So might other mixed partners. Miriam sat back in her chair triumphantly, silently inviting Matthew to explode. But vampires can't reproduce biologically, Em said. They've never been able to. And different species can't mix like that. Species change, adapting to new circumstances, said Marcus. The instinct to survive through reproduction is a powerful one, certainly powerful enough to cause genetic changes. Sarah frowned. You make it sound like we're going extinct. We might be. Matthew pushed the test results into the center of the table along with the notes and the page from Ashmole 782. Witches are having fewer children and possess diminishing powers. Vampires are finding it harder to take a warm blood through the process of rebirth. And the demons are more unstable than ever. I still don't see why that would allow vampires and witches to share children, Em said. And if there is a change, why should it begin with Diana and Matthew? Miriam began to wonder while watching them in the library, Marcus explained. We've seen vampires exhibit protective behavior before when they want to shield their prey or a mate. But at some point, other instincts to hunt, to feed, overwhelm the urge to protect. Matthew's protective instincts toward Diana just got stronger, said Miriam. Then he started a vampire's equivalent of flashing his plumage, swooping and diving in the air to attract attention away from her. That's about protecting future children, Marcus told his father. Nothing else makes a predator go to those lengths. Emily's right. Vampires and witches are too different. Diana and I can't have children, Matthew said sharply, meeting Marcus's eyes. We don't know that. Not absolutely. Look at the spadefoot toad. Marcus rested his elbows on the table's surface, weaving his fingers together with a loud crack of his knuckles. The spadefoot toad? Sarah picked up the picture of the chemical wedding, her fingers crumpling the edge. Wait a minute, is Diana the lion, the toad, or the queen in this picture? She's the queen. Maybe the unicorn, too. Marcus gently pried the page from my aunt's fingers and went back to amphibians. In certain situations, the female spadefoot toad will mate with a different, though not completely unrelated, species of toad. Her offspring benefit from new traits, like faster development, that help them survive. Vampires and witches are not spadefoot toads, Marcus, Matthew said coldly. And not all of the changes that result are positive. Why are you so resistant? Miriam asked impatiently. Cross-species breeding is the next evolutionary step. Genetic supercombinations, like those that would occur if a witch and a vampire were to have children, lead to accelerated evolutionary developments. All species take such leaps. It's your own findings we're reporting back to you, Matthew, said Marcus apologetically. You're both ignoring the high mortality associated with genetic supercombinations. And if you think we're going to test those odds with Diana, you are very much mistaken. Matthew's voice was dangerously soft. Because she's a chimera and AB negative as well, she may be less likely to reject a fetus that's half vampire. She's a universal blood recipient and has already absorbed foreign DNA into her body. Like the spadefoot toad, she might have been led to you by the pressures of survival. That's a hell of a lot of conjecture, Marcus. Diana is different, Matthew. She's not like other witches. Marcus's eyes flickered from Matthew to me. You haven't looked at her mtDNA report. Matthew shuffled the pages. His breath came out in a hiss. The sheet was covered in brightly colored hoops. Miriam had written across the top in red ink, "Unknown Clan," accompanied by a symbol that looked like a backward E set at an angle with a long tail. Matthew's eyes darted over the page, and the next. I knew you'd question the findings, so I brought comparatives, Miriam said quietly. What's a clan? I watched Matthew carefully for a sign of what he was feeling. A genetic lineage. Through a witch's mitochondrial DNA, we can trace descent back to one of 4 women who were the female ancestors of every witch we've studied. Except you, Marcus said to me. You and Sarah aren't descended from any of them. What does this mean? I touched the backward E. It's an ancient glyph for He, the Hebrew number 5. Matthew directed his next words to Miriam. How old is it? Miriam considered her words carefully. Clan He is old, no matter which mitochondrial clock theory you adhere to. Older than Clan Gimel? Matthew asked, referring to the Hebrew word for the number 3. Yes, Miriam hesitated. And to answer your next question, there are 2 possibilities. Clan He could just be another line of descent from MT Lilith. Sarah opened her mouth to ask a question, and I quieted her with a shake of my head. Or Clan He could descend from a sister of MT Lilith, which would make Diana's ancestor a clan mother, but not the witch's equivalent of Eve. In either case, it's possible that without Diana's issue, Clan He will die out in this generation. I slid the brown envelope from my mother in Matthew's direction. Could you draw a picture? No one in the room was going to understand this without visual assistance. Matthew's hand sped over the page, sketching out 2 sprawling diagrams. One looked like a snake, the other branched out like the brackets for a sports tournament. Matthew pointed to the snake. These are the 7 known daughters of mitochondrial Eve, MTE for short. Scientists consider them to be the most recent common matrilineal ancestors of every human of Western European descent. Each woman appears in the DNA record at a different point in history and in a different region of the globe. They once shared a common female ancestor. That would be MT Eve, I said. Yes, he pointed at the tournament bracket. This is what we've uncovered about the matrilineal descent of witches. There are 4 lines of descent or clans. We numbered them in the order we found them, although the woman who was mother to Clan Aleph, the first clan we discovered, lived more recently than the others. Define recently, please, M requested. Aleph lived about 7,000 years ago. 7,000 years ago? Sarah said incredulously. But the bishops can only trace our female ancestors back to 1617. Gimel lived about 40,000 years ago, Matthew said grimly. So if Miriam is right and Clan He is older, you'll be well beyond that. Damn, Sarah breathed again. Who's Lilith? The first witch. I drew Matthew's diagrams closer, remembering his cryptic response in Oxford to my asking if he was searching for the first vampire.
or at least the first witch from whom present-day witches can claim matrilineal descent. Marcus is fond of the Pre-Raphaelites, and Miriam knows a lot of mythology. They picked the name, Matthew said by way of explanation. The Pre-Raphaelites loved Lilith. Dante Gabriel Rossetti described her as the witch Adam loved before Eve. Marcus's eyes turned dreamy. So went thy spell through him, and left his straight neck bent, and round his heart one strangling golden hair. That's the Song of Songs, Matthew observed. You have wounded my heart, my sister, my spouse. You have wounded my heart with one of your eyes, and with one hair of your neck. The alchemists admired the same passage, I murmured with a shake of my head. It's in the Aurora Consurgens, too. Other accounts of Lilith are far less rapturous, Miriam said in stern tones, drawing us back to the matter at hand. In ancient stories, she was a creature of the night, goddess of the wind and the moon, and the mate of Samael, the angel of death. Did the goddess of the moon and the angel of death have children? Sarah asked, looking at us sharply. Once more, the similarities between old stories, alchemical texts, and my relationship with a vampire were uncanny. Yes. Matthew plucked the reports from my hands and put them into a tidy pile. So that's what the congregation is worried about, I said softly. They fear the birth of children that are neither vampire nor witch nor demon, but mixed. What would they do then? How many other creatures have been in the same position as you and Matthew over the years? Wondered Marcus. How many are there now? Miriam added. The congregation doesn't know about these test results, and thank God for that. Matthew slid the pile of papers back into the center of the table. But there's still no evidence that Diana can have my child. So why did your mother's housekeeper teach Diana how to make that tea? Sarah asked. She thinks it's possible. Oh dear, my grandmother said sympathetically, it's going to hit the fan now. Matthew stiffened, and his scent became overpoweringly spicy. I don't understand. That tea that Diana and what's-her-name, Martha, made in France? It's full of abortifacients and contraceptive herbs. I smelled them the moment the tin was open. Did you know? Matthew's face was white with fury. No, I whispered, but no harm was done. Matthew stood. He pulled his phone from his pocket, avoiding my eyes. Please excuse me, he said to Em and Sarah before striding out of the room. Sarah, how could you? I cried after the front door shut behind him. He has a right to know, and so do you. No one should take drugs without consenting to it. It's not your job to tell him. No, Miriam said with satisfaction. It was yours. Stay out of this, Miriam. I was spitting mad, and my hands were twitching. I'm already in it, Diana. Your relationship with Matthew puts every creature in this room in danger. It's going to change everything, whether you two have children or not. And now he's brought the Knights of Lazarus into it. Miriam was as furious as I was. The more creatures who sanction your relationship, the likelier it is that there will be war. Don't be ridiculous. War? The mark Satu burned into my back prickled ominously. Wars break out between nations, not because a witch and a vampire love each other. What Satu did to you was a challenge, Matthew responded, just as they hoped he would, by calling on the Brotherhood. Miriam made a sound of disgust. Since you walked into the Bodleian, he's lost control of his senses. And the last time he lost his senses over a woman, my husband died. The room was quiet as a tomb. Even my grandmother looked startled. Matthew wasn't a killer, or so I told myself over and over again. But he killed to feed himself, and he killed in angry, possessive rages. I knew both of these truths and loved him anyway. What did it say about me that I could love such a creature so completely? Calm down, Miriam, Marcus warned.
"No," she snarled. "This is my tale, not yours, Marcus." "Then tell it," I said tersely, gripping the edges of the table. "Bertrand was Matthew's best friend. When Eleanor St. Leger was killed, Jerusalem came to the brink of war. The English and the French were at each other's throats. He called on the Knights of Lazarus to resolve the conflict. We were nearly exposed to the humans as a result." Miriam's brittle voice broke. "Someone had to pay for Eleanor's death. The St. Ledgers demanded justice. Eleanor died at Matthew's hands, but he was the Grand Master then, just as he is now. My husband took the blame to protect Matthew as well as the order. A Saracen executioner beheaded him. I'm sorry, Miriam, truly sorry about your husband's death. But I'm not Eleanor St. Leger, and this isn't Jerusalem. It was a long time ago, and Matthew's not the same creature." "It seems like yesterday to me," Miriam said simply. "Once again, Matthew de Clairmont wants what he cannot have. He hasn't changed at all." The room fell silent. Sarah looked aghast. Miriam's story had confirmed her worst suspicions about vampires in general and Matthew in particular. "Perhaps you'll remain true to him, even after you know him better," Miriam continued, her voice dead. "But how many more creatures will Matthew destroy on your behalf? Do you think Satu Yarvanen will escape Gillian Chamberlain's fate?" "What happened to Gillian?" Em asked, her voice rising. Miriam opened her mouth to respond, and the fingers on my right hand curled instinctively into a loose ball. The index and middle fingers released in her direction with a tiny snap. She grabbed her throat and made a gurgling sound. "That wasn't very nice, Diana," my grandmother said with a shake of her finger. "You need to watch your temper, my girl." "Stay out of this, Grandma, and you too, Miriam." I gave both of them withering glances and turned to Em. "Gillian's dead. She and Peter Knox sent me the picture of Mom and Dad in Nigeria. It was a threat, and Matthew felt he had to protect me. It's instinctive in him, like breathing. Please try to forgive him." Em turned white. "Matthew killed her for delivering a picture?" "Not just for that," said Marcus. "She'd been spying on Diana for years. Gillian and Knox broke into her rooms at New College and ransacked them. They were looking for DNA evidence so they could learn more about her power. If they'd found out what we now know, my fate would be far worse than death if Gillian and Knox knew what was in my test results. It was devastating that Matthew hadn't told me himself, though. I hid my thoughts, trying to close the shutters behind my eyes. My aunts didn't need to know that my husband kept things from me. But there was no keeping my grandmother out. "Oh, Diana," she whispered, "are you sure you know what you're doing?" "I want you all out of my house." Sarah pushed her chair back. "You too, Diana." A long, slow shudder started in the house's old root cellar under the family room and spread throughout the floorboards. It climbed up the walls and shook the panes of glass in the windows. Sarah's chair shut forward, pressing her against the table. "The house never likes it when Sarah tries to take charge," my grandmother commented. My own chair pulled back and dumped me unceremoniously onto the floor. I used the table to haul myself up, and when I was on my feet, invisible hands spun me around and pushed me through the door toward the front entrance. The dining room door crashed behind me, locking 2 witches, 2 vampires, and a ghost inside. There were muffled sounds of outrage. Another ghost, one I'd never seen before, walked out of the keeping room and beckoned me forward. She wore a bodice covered with intricate embroidery atop a dark, full skirt that touched the floor. Her face was creased with age, but the stubborn chin and long nose of the bishop's was unmistakable. "Be careful, daughter." Her voice was low and husky. "You are a creature of the crossroads, neither here nor there. 'Tis a dangerous place to be. Who are you?" She looked toward the front door without answering. It opened soundlessly, its usually creaky hinges silent and smooth. I have always known he would come and come for you. My own mother told me so. I was torn between the bishops and the de Clairmonts, part of me wanting to return to the dining room, the other part needing to be with Matthew. The ghost smiled at my dilemma. You have always been a child between, a witch apart. But there is no path forward that does not have him in it. Whichever way you go, you must choose him. She disappeared, leaving fading traces of phosphorescence. Matthew's white face and hands were just visible through the open door, a blur of movement in the darkness at the end of the driveway. At the sight of him, my decision became easy. Outside, I drew my sleeves down over my hands to protect them from the chilly air. I picked up one foot, and when I put it down, Matthew was directly in front of me, his back turned. It had taken me a single step to travel the length of the driveway. He was speaking in furiously fast Occitan. Isabeau must be on the other end. Isabeau, I spoke softly, not wanting to startle him. He whipped around with a frown. Diana, I didn't hear you. No, you wouldn't have. May I speak to Isabeau, please? I reached for the phone. Diana, it would be better. Our families were locked in the dining room, and Sarah was threatening to throw us all out. We had enough problems without severing ties with Isabeau and Marthe. What was it that Abraham Lincoln said about houses? A house divided against itself cannot stand, Matthew said, a puzzled look on his face. Exactly. Give me the phone. Reluctantly he did so. Diana? Isabeau's voice had an uncharacteristic edge. No matter what Matthew has said, I'm not angry with you. No harm was done. Thank you, she breathed. I have been trying to tell him it was only a feeling that we had, something half remembered from very long ago. Diana was the goddess of fertility then. Your scent reminds me of those times and of the priestesses who helped women conceive. Matthew's eyes touched me through the darkness. You'll tell Marthe too? I will, Diana. She paused. Matthew has shared your test results and Marcus's theories with me. It is a sign of how much they have startled him that he told your tale. I do not know whether to weep with joy or sorrow at the news. It's early days, Isabeau, maybe both. She laughed softly. It will not be the first time my children have driven me to tears. But I wouldn't give up the sorrow if it meant giving up the joy as well. Is everything all right at home? The words escaped before I thought them through, and Matthew's eyes softened. Home? The significance of the word was not lost on Isabeau either. Yes, we are all well here. It is very quiet since you both left. My eyes filled with tears. Despite Isabeau's sharp edges, there was something so maternal about her. Witches are noisier than vampires, I'm afraid. Yes, and happiness is always louder than sadness. There hasn't been enough happiness in this house. Her voice grew brisk. Matthew has said everything to me that he needs to say. We must hope the worst of his anger has been spent. You will take care of each other. Isabeau's last sentence was a statement of fact. It was what the women in her family, my family, did for those they loved. Always. I looked at my vampire, his white skin gleaming in the dark, and pushed the red button to disconnect the line. The fields on either side of the driveway were frost-covered, the ice crystals catching the faint traces of moonlight coming through the clouds. Did you suspect too? Is that why you won't make love to me? I asked Matthew. I told you my reasons. Making love should be about intimacy, not just physical need. He sounded frustrated at having to repeat himself. If you don't want to have children with me, I will understand, I said firmly, though part of me quietly protested. His hands were rough on my arms. Christ, Diana, how can you think that I wouldn't want our children? But it might be dangerous for you, for them. There's always risk with pregnancy. Not even you control nature. We have no idea what our children would be. What if they shared my need for blood? All babies are vampires, Matthew. They're all nourished with their mother's blood. It's not the same, and you know it. I gave up all hope of children long ago. Our eyes met, searching for reassurance that nothing between us had changed. But it's too soon for me to imagine losing you, and I couldn't bear losing our children. Matthew's unspoken words were as clear to me as an owl hooting overhead. The pain of Lucas's loss would never leave him. It cut deeper than the deaths of Blanca or Eleanor. When he lost Lucas, he lost part of himself that could never be recovered. So you've decided? No children. You're sure? I rested my hands on his chest, waiting for the next beat of his heart. I'm not sure of anything, Matthew said. We haven't had time to discuss it. Then we'll take every precaution. I'll drink Martha's tea. You'll do a damn sight more than that, he said grimly. That stuff is better than nothing, but it's a far cry from modern medicine. Even so, no human form of contraception may be effective when it comes to witches and vampires. I'll take the pills anyway, I assured him. And what about you? He asked, his fingers on my chin to keep me from avoiding his eyes. Do you want to carry my children? I never imagined myself a mother. A shadow flickered across his face. But when I think of your children, it feels as though it was meant to be. He dropped my chin. We stood silently in the darkness, his arms around my waist and my head on his chest. The air felt heavy, and I recognized it as the weight of responsibility. Matthew was responsible for his family, his past, the Knights of Lazarus, and now for me. You're worried that you couldn't protect them, I said, suddenly understanding. I can't even protect you, he said harshly. Fingers playing over the crescent moon burned into my back. We don't have to decide just yet. With or without children, we already have a family to keep together. The heaviness in the air shifted, some of it settling on my shoulders. All my life I'd lived for myself alone, pushing away the obligations of family and tradition. Even now, part of me wanted to return to the safety of independence and leave these new burdens behind. His eyes traveled up the drive to the house. What happened after I left? Oh, what you'd expect. Miriam told us about Bertrand and Jerusalem and let slip about Jillian. Marcus told us who broke into my rooms. And then there's the fact that we might have started some kind of war. Dee, why can't they keep their mouths shut? He ran his fingers through his hair, his regret at concealing all this clear in his eyes. At first I was sure this was about the manuscript. Then I supposed it was all about you. Now I'll be damned if I can figure out what it's about. Some old, powerful secret is unraveling, and we're caught up in it. Is Miriam right to wonder how many other creatures are tangled in it too? I stared at the moon as if she might answer my question. Matthew did instead. It's doubtful we're the first creatures to love those we should not, and we surely won't be the last. He took my arm. Let's go inside. We have some explaining to do. On our way up the drive, Matthew observed that explanations, like medicines, go down easier when accompanied by liquid refreshment. We entered the house through the back door to pick up the necessary supplies. While I arranged a tray, Matthew's eyes rested on me. What? I looked up. Did I forget something? A smile played at the corners of his mouth. No, my lion, I'm just trying to figure out how I acquired such a fierce wife. Even putting cups on a tray, you look formidable. I'm not formidable, I said, tightening my ponytail self-consciously. Yes, you are, Matthew smiled. Miriam wouldn't be in such a state otherwise. When we reached the door between the dining room and the family room, we listened for sounds of a battle within, but there was nothing except quiet murmurs and low conversation. The house unlocked the door and opened it for us. "We thought you might be thirsty," I said, putting the tray on the table. A multitude of eyes turned in our direction. Vampires, witches, ghosts. My grandmother had a whole flock of bishops at her back, all of them rustling and shifting as they tried to adjust to having vampires in the dining room. "Whiskey, Sarah?" Matthew asked, picking up a tumbler from the tray. She gave him a long look. "Miriam says that by accepting your relationship, we invite war." "My father fought in World War II. So did mine," Matthew said, pouring the whiskey. "So had he, no doubt, but he was silent on that point. He always said whiskey made it possible to close your eyes at night without hating yourself for everything you'd been ordered to do that day. It's no guarantee, but it helps." Matthew held out the glass. Sarah took it. "Would you kill your own son if you thought he was a threat to Diana?" He nodded. Without hesitation. That's what he said. Sarah nodded at Marcus. "Get him a drink, too. It can't be easy, knowing your own father could kill you." Matthew got Marcus his whiskey and poured Miriam a glass of wine. I made Em a cup of milky coffee. She'd been crying and looked more fragile than usual. "I just don't know if I can handle this, Diana," she whispered when she took the mug. Marcus explained what Gillian and Peter Knox had planned. "But when I think of Barbara Chamberlain and what she must be feeling now that her daughter is dead," Em shuddered to a stop. "Gillian Chamberlain was an ambitious woman, Emily," said Matthew. "All she ever wanted was a seat at the congregation's table." "But you didn't have to kill her," Em insisted. "Gillian believed absolutely that witches and vampires should remain apart. The congregation has never been satisfied that they fully understood Stephen Proctor's power and asked her to watch Diana. She wouldn't have rested until both Ashmole 782 and Diana were in the congregation's control. But it was just a picture," Em wiped at her eyes. "It was a threat. The congregation had to understand that I was not going to stand by and let them take Diana. Satu took her anyway," Em pointed out, her voice unusually sharp. "That's enough, Em." I reached over and covered her hand with mine. "What about this issue of children?" Sarah asked, gesturing with her glass. "Surely you two won't do something so risky." "That's enough," I repeated, standing and banging my hand on the table. Everyone but Matthew and my grandmother jumped in surprise. "If we are at war, we're not fighting for a bewitched alchemical manuscript, or for my safety, or for our right to marry and have children. This is about the future of all of us." I saw that future for just a moment, its bright potential spooling away in 1,000 different directions. If our children don't take the next evolutionary steps, it will be someone else's children. And whiskey isn't going to make it possible for me to close my eyes and forget that. No one else will go through this kind of hell because they love someone they're not supposed to love. I won't allow it. My grandmother gave me a slow, sweet smile. "There's my girl, spoken like a bishop. We don't expect anyone else to fight with us. But understand this. Our army has one general, Matthew. If you don't like it, don't enlist." In the front hall, the old case clock began to strike midnight. The witching hour. My grandmother nodded. Sarah looked at Em. "Well, honey, are we going to stand with Diana and join Matthew's army, or let the devil take the hindmost?" "I don't understand what you all mean by war. Will there be battles? Will vampires and witches come here?" Em asked Matthew in a shaky voice. "The congregation believes Diana holds answers to their questions. They won't stop looking for her." "But Matthew and I don't have to stay," I said. "My mother always said my life wouldn't be worth living once it was tangled up with the bishops," Em said with a wan smile. "Thank you, Em," Sarah said simply. although her face spoke volumes. The clock told a final time. Its gears whirred into place, ready to strike the next hour when it came. "Miriam," Matthew asked, "are you staying here, or are you going back to Oxford?" "My place is with the de Clairmonts. Diana is a de Clairmont now." His tone was icy. "I understand, Matthew." Miriam directed a level gaze at me. "It won't happen again." "How strange," Marcus murmured, his eyes sweeping the room. "First it was a shared secret. Now 3 witches and 3 vampires have pledged loyalty to one another. If we had a trio of daemons, we'd be a shadow congregation." "We're unlikely to run into 3 daemons in downtown Madison," Matthew said dryly. "And whatever happens, what we've talked about tonight remains among the 6 of us. Understood? Diana's DNA is no one else's business." There were nods all around the table as Matthew's motley army fell into line behind him, ready to face an enemy we didn't know and couldn't name. We said our goodnights and went upstairs. Matthew kept his arm around me, guiding me through the doorframe and into the bedroom when I found it impossible to navigate the turn on my own. I slid between the icy sheets, teeth chattering. When his cool body pressed against mine, the chattering ceased. I slept heavily, waking only once. Matthew's eyes glittered in the darkness, and he pulled me back so that we lay like spoons. "Sleep," he said, kissing me behind the ear. "I'm here." His cold hand curved over my belly, already protecting children yet to be born. Chapter 37. Over the next several days, Matthew's tiny army learned the first requirement of war. Allies must not kill each other. Difficult as it was for my aunts to accept vampires into their house, it was the vampires who had the real trouble adjusting. It wasn't just the ghosts and the cat. More than nuts would have to be kept in the house if vampires and warmbloods were to live in such close quarters. The very next day, Marcus and Miriam had a conversation with Matthew in the driveway, then left in the Range Rover. Several hours later, they returned bearing a small refrigerator marked with a red cross and enough blood and medical supplies to outfit an army field hospital. At Matthew's request, Sarah selected a corner of the still room to serve as the blood bank. "It's just a precaution," Matthew assured her, "in case Miriam gets the munchies." Sarah picked up a bag of O-negative blood. "I ate before I left England," Miriam said primly, her tiny bare feet slipping quietly over the stone floors as she put items away. The deliveries also included a blister pack of birth control pills inside a hideous yellow plastic case with a flower molded into the lid. Matthew presented them to me at bedtime. "You can start them now or wait a few days until your period starts." "How do you know when my period is going to start?" "I'd finished my last cycle the day before Mabanta, the day before I'd met Matthew." "I know when you're planning on jumping a paddock fence." "You can imagine how easy it is for me to know when you're about to bleed." "Can you be around me while I'm menstruating?" I held the case gingerly as if it might explode. Matthew looked surprised, then chuckled. "Dude, Diana, there wouldn't be a woman alive if I couldn't." He shook his head. "It's not the same thing." I started the pills that night. As we adjusted to the close quarters, new patterns of activity developed in the house, many of them around me. I was never alone, and never more than 10 feet away from the nearest vampire. It was perfect pack behavior. The vampires were closing ranks around me. My day was divided into zones of activity punctuated by meals, which Matthew insisted I needed at regular intervals to fully recover from Lapierre. He joined me in yoga between breakfast and lunch, and after lunch, Sarah and Em tried to teach me how to use my magic and perform spells. When I was tearing my hair out with frustration, Matthew would whisk me off for a long walk before dinner. We lingered around the table in the family room after the Warmbloods had eaten, talking about current events and old movies. Marcus unearthed the chessboard, and he and his father often played together while Em and I cleaned up. Sarah, Marcus, and Miriam shared a fondness for film noir, which now dominated the house's TV viewing schedule. Sarah had discovered this happy coincidence when, during one of her habitual bouts of insomnia, she went downstairs in the middle of the night and found Miriam and Marcus watching Out of the Past. The three also shared a love of Scrabble and popcorn. By the time the rest of the house awoke, they'd transformed the family room into a cinema, and everything had been swept off the coffee table save a game board, a cracked bowl full of lettered tiles, and 2 battered dictionaries. Miriam proved to be a genius at remembering archaic 7-letter words. "Smoored," Sarah was exclaiming one morning when I came downstairs. "What the hell kind of word is smoored?" "If you mean those campfire desserts with marshmallows and graham crackers, you've spelled it wrong." "It means smothered," Miriam explained. "It's what we did to fires to keep them banked overnight. We smoored them. Look it up if you don't believe me." Sarah grumbled and retreated to the kitchen for coffee. "Who's winning?" I inquired. "You need to ask." The vampire smiled with satisfaction. When not playing Scrabble or watching old movies, Miriam held classes covering Vampires 101. In the space of a few afternoons, she managed to teach M the importance of names, pack behavior, possessive rituals, preternatural senses, and dining habits. Lately, talk had turned to more advanced topics, such as how to slay a vampire. "No, not even slicing our necks open is foolproof, M," Miriam told her patiently. The two were sitting in the family room while I made tea in the kitchen. "You want to cause as much blood loss as possible. Go for the groin as well." Matthew shook his head at the exchange and took the opportunity, since everyone else was otherwise engaged, to pin me behind the refrigerator door. My shirt was askew and my hair tumbling around my ears when our son came into the room with an armload of wood. "Did you lose something behind the refrigerator, Matthew?" Marcus's face was the picture of innocence. "No," Matthew purred. He buried his face in my hair so he could drink in the scent of my arousal. I swatted ineffectually at his shoulders, but he just held me tighter. "Thanks for replenishing the firewood, Marcus," I said breathlessly. "Should I go get more?" One blonde eyebrow arched up in perfect imitation of his father. "Good idea. It will be cold tonight." I twisted my head to reason with Matthew, but he mistook it as an invitation to kiss me again. Marcus and the wood supply faded into inconsequence. When not lying in wait in dark corners, Matthew joined Sarah and Marcus in the most unholy trio of potion brewers since Shakespeare put 3 witches around a cauldron. The vapor Sarah and Matthew brewed up for the picture of the chemical wedding hadn't revealed anything, but this didn't deter them. They occupied the still room at all hours, consulting the bishop grimoire and making strange concoctions that smelled bad, exploded, or both. On one occasion, Em and I investigated a loud bang followed by the sound of rolling thunder. "What are you 3 up to?" Em asked, hands on hips. Sarah's face was covered in gray soot, and debris was falling down the chimney. "Nothing," Sarah grumbled. "I was trying to cleave the air and the spell got bent out of shape, that's all." "Cleaving?" I looked at the mess, astonished. Matthew and Marcus nodded solemnly. "You'd better clean up this room before dinner, Sarah Bishop, or I'll show you cleaving," Em sputtered. Of course, not all encounters between residents were happy ones. Marcus and Matthew walked together at sunrise, leaving me to the tender care of Miriam, Sarah, and the teapot. They never went far. They were always visible from the kitchen window, their heads bent together in conversation. One morning, Marcus turned on his heel and stormed back to the house, leaving his father alone in the old apple orchard. "Diana," he growled in greeting before streaking through the family room and straight out the front door. "I'm too damn young for this," he shouted as he left. His engine revved. Marcus preferred sports cars to SUVs, and the tires bit into the gravel when he reversed and pulled out of the driveway. "What's Marcus upset about?" I asked, when Matthew returned, kissing his cold cheek as he reached for the paper. "Business," he said shortly, kissing me back. You didn't make him seneschal? Miriam asked incredulously. Matthew flipped the paper open. You must have a very high opinion of me, Miriam, if you think the Brotherhood has functioned for all these years without a seneschal. That position is already occupied. What's a seneschal? I put 2 slices of bread in the beat-up toaster. It had 6 slots, but only 2 of them worked with any reliability. My second in command, Matthew said briefly. If he's not the seneschal, why has Marcus sped out of here? Miriam pressed. I appointed him marshal, Matthew said, scanning the headlines. He's the least likely marshal I've ever seen, she said severely. He's a physician, for God's sake. Why not Baldwin? Matthew looked up from his paper and cocked his eyebrow at her. Baldwin? Okay, not Baldwin, Miriam hastily replied. There must be someone else. Had I 2,000 knights to choose from, as I once did, there might be someone else. But there are only 8 knights under my command at present, one of whom is the 9th knight and not required to fight. A handful of sergeants and a few squires. Someone has to be marshal. I was Philip's marshal. Now it's Marcus's turn. The terminology was so antiquated it invited giggles, but the serious look on Miriam's face kept me quiet. Have you told him he's to start raising banners? Miriam and Matthew continued to speak a language of war I didn't understand. What's a marshal? The toast sprang out and winged its way to the kitchen island when my stomach rumbled. Matthew's chief military officer. Miriam eyed the refrigerator door, which was opening without visible assistance. Here. Matthew neatly caught the butter as it passed over his shoulder and then handed it to me with a smile, his face serene in spite of his colleagues' pestering. Matthew, though a vampire, was self-evidently a morning person. The banners, Matthew? Are you raising an army? Of course I am, Miriam. You're the one who keeps bringing up war. If it breaks out, you don't imagine that Marcus, Baldwin, and I are going to fight the congregation by ourselves? Matthew shook his head. You know better than that. What about Fernando? Surely he's still alive and well. Matthew put his paper down and glowered. I'm not going to discuss my strategy with you. Stop interfering and leave Marcus to me. Now it was Miriam's turn to bolt. She pressed her lips tightly together and stalked out the back door, headed for the woods. I ate my toast in silence, and Matthew returned to his paper. After a few minutes, he put it down again and made a sound of exasperation. Out with it, Diana. I can smell you thinking, and it's impossible for me to concentrate. Oh, it's nothing, I said around a mouthful of toast. A vast military machine is swinging into action, the precise nature of which I don't understand. And you're unlikely to explain it to me because it's some sort of brotherhood secret. Dieu! Matthew ran his fingers through his hair until it stood on end. Miriam causes more trouble than any creature I've ever known, with the exception of Domenico Michele and my sister Louisa. If you want to know about the knights, I'll tell you. 2 hours later, my head was spinning with information about the Brotherhood. Matthew had sketched out an organizational flowchart on the back of my DNA reports. It was awesome in its complexity, and it didn't include the military side. That part of the operation was outlined on some ancient Harvard University letterhead left by my parents that we pulled out of the sideboard. I looked over Marcus's many new responsibilities. No wonder he's overwhelmed, I murmured, tracing the lines that connected Marcus to Matthew above him and to 7 master knights below, and then to the troops of vampires each would be expected to gather. He'll adjust. Matthew's cold hands kneaded the tight muscles in my back, his fingers lingering on the star between my shoulder blades. Marcus will have Baldwin and the other knights to rely upon. He can handle the responsibility, or I wouldn't have asked him. Maybe, but he would never be the same after taking on this job for Matthew. Every new challenge would chip away a piece of his easygoing charm. It was painful to imagine the vampire Marcus would become. What about this Fernando? Will he help Marcus? Matthew's face grew secretive. Fernando was my first choice for Marshal, but he turned me down. It was he who recommended Marcus. Why? From the way Miriam spoke, the vampire was a respected warrior. Marcus reminds Fernando of Philippe. If there is war, we'll need someone with my father's charm to convince the vampires to fight not only witches, but other vampires too. Matthew nodded thoughtfully, his eyes on the rough outlines of his empire. Yes, Fernando will help him, and keep him from making too many mistakes. When we returned to the kitchen, Matthew in search of his newspaper, and me in pursuit of an early lunch, Sarah and Em were just back from the grocery store. They unpacked boxes of microwave popcorn, as well as tins of mixed nuts, and every berry available in October in upstate New York. I picked up a bag of cranberries. There you are, Sarah's eyes gleamed. Time for your lessons. I need more tea first, and something to eat, I protested, pouring the cranberries from one hand to the other in their plastic bag. No magic on an empty stomach. Give me those, Em said, grabbing the bag. You're squashing them, and they're Marcus's favorite. You can eat later. Sarah pushed me in the direction of the still room. Stop being such a baby and get moving. I turned out to be as hopeless at spells now as when I was a teenager. Unable to remember how they started, and given my mind's tendency to wander, I garbled the order of the words with disastrous results. Sarah set a candle on the still room's wide table. Light it, she commanded, turning back to the indescribably stained grimoire. It was a simple trick that even a teenage witch could manage. When the spell emerged from my mouth, however, either the candle smoked without the wicks catching light, or something else burst into flames instead. This time I set a bunch of lavender on fire. You can't just say the words, Diana, Sarah lectured once she'd extinguished the flames. You have to concentrate. Do it again. I did it again, over and over. Once the candle wick sputtered with a tentative flame. This isn't working. My hands were tingling, the nails blue, and I was ready to scream in frustration. You can command witch fire, and you can't light a candle? My arms move in a way that reminds you of someone who could command witch fire. That's not the same thing, and learning about magic is more important than this stuff, I said, gesturing at the grimoire. Magic is not the only answer, Sarah said tartly. It's like using a chainsaw to cut bread. Sometimes a knife will do. You don't have a high opinion of magic, but I have a fair amount of it in me, and it wants to come out. Someone has to teach me how to control it. I can't. Sarah's voice was tinged with regret. I wasn't born with the ability to summon witch fire or command witch water, but I can damn well see to it that you can learn to light a candle with one of the simplest spells ever devised. Sarah was right, but it took so long to master the craft, and spells would be no help if I started to spout water again. While I returned to my candle and mumbled words, Sarah looked through the grimoire for a new challenge. This is a good one, she said, pointing to a page mottled with brown, green, and red residues. It's a modified apparition spell that creates what's called an echo, an exact duplicate of someone's spoken words in another location. Very useful. Let's do that next. No, let's take a break. Turning away, I picked up my foot to take a step. The apple orchard was around me when I set it down again. In the house, Sarah was shouting, "Diana, where are you?" Matthew rocketed out the door and down the porch steps. His sharp eyes found me easily, and he was at my side in a few rapid strides. What is this about? His hand was on my elbow so that I couldn't disappear again. I needed to get away from Sarah. When I put my foot down, here I was. The same thing happened on the driveway the other night. You needed an apple, too? Walking into the kitchen wouldn't have been sufficient? The corner of Matthew's mouth twitched in amusement. No, I said shortly. Too much all at once, my lion? I'm not good at witchcraft. It's too precise, he finished. It takes too much patience, I confessed. Witchcraft and spells may not be your weapons of choice, he said softly, brushing my tense jaw with the back of his hand, but you will learn to use them. The note of command was slight, but it was there. Let's find you something to eat. That always makes you more agreeable. Are you managing me? I asked darkly. You've just now noticed? He chuckled. It's been my full-time job for weeks. Matthew continued to do so throughout the afternoon, retelling stories he'd gleaned from the paper about lost cats up trees, fire department chili cook-offs, and impending Halloween events. By the time I'd devoured a bowl of leftovers, the food and his mindless chatter had done their work, and it was possible to face Sarah and the Bishop Grimoire again. Back in the still room, Matthew's words came back to me whenever I threatened to abandon Sarah's detailed instructions, refocusing my attempts to conjure fire, voices, or whatever else she required. After hours of spellcasting, none of which had gone particularly well, he knocked on the still room door and announced it was time for our walk. In the mudroom, I flung on a thick sweater, slid into my sneakers, and flew out the door. Matthew joined me at a more leisurely pace, sniffing the air appreciatively and watching the play of light on the fields around the house. Darkness fell quickly in late October, and twilight was now my favorite time of day. Matthew might be a morning person, but his natural self-protectiveness diminished at sunset. He seemed to relax into the lengthening shadows, the fading light softening his strong bones and rendering his pale skin a touch less otherworldly. He grabbed my hand and we walked in companionable silence, happy to be near each other and away from our families. At the edge of the forest, Matthew sped up and I deliberately hung back, wanting to stay outdoors as long as possible. "Come on," he said, frustrated at having to match my slow steps. "No." My steps became smaller and slower. "We're just a normal couple taking a walk before dinner."
"We're the least normal couple in the state of New York," Matthew said with a smile. "And this pace won't even make you break a sweat. What do you have in mind?" It had become clear during our previous walks that the wolf-like part of Matthew enjoyed romping in the woods like an oversized puppy. He was always coming up with new ways to play with my power so that learning how to use it wouldn't seem like a chore. The dull, dutiful stuff he left to Sarah. "Tag!" He shot me a mischievous look that was impossible to resist and took off in an explosion of speed and strength. "Catch me!" I laughed and darted behind, my feet rising from the ground and my mind trying to capture a clear image of reaching his broad shoulders and touching them. My speed increased as the vision became more precise, but my agility left a lot to be desired. Simultaneously using the powers of flight and precognition at high speed made me trip over a shrub. Before I tumbled to the ground, Matthew had scooped me up. "You smell like fresh air and wood smoke," he said, nuzzling my hair. There was an anomaly in the forest, felt rather than seen. It was a bending of the fading light, a sense of momentum, an aura of dark intention. My head swiveled over my shoulder. "Someone's here," I said. The wind was blowing away from us. Matthew raised his head, trying to pick up the scent. He identified it with a sharp intake of breath. "Vampire," he said quietly, grabbing my hand and standing. He pushed me against the trunk of a white oak. "Friend or foe?" I asked shakily. "Leave, now." Matthew had his phone out, pushing the single number on speed dial that connected him to Marcus. He swore at the voicemail recording. "Someone's is tracking us, Marcus. Get here fast." He disconnected and pushed another button that brought up a text message screen. The wind changed, and the skin around his mouth tightened. "Christ, no." His fingers flew over the keys, typing in 2 words before he flung the phone into the nearby bushes. "SOS, Juliet." He turned, grabbing my shoulders.
Do whatever you did in the still room. Pick up your feet and go back to the house, immediately. I'm not asking you, Diana, I'm telling you. My feet were frozen and refused to obey him. I don't know how. I can't. You will. Matthew pushed me against the tree, his arms on either side and his back to the forest. Gerbert introduced me to this vampire a long time ago, and she isn't to be trusted or underestimated. We spent time together in France in the 18th century and in New Orleans in the 19th century. I'll explain everything later. Now, go. I'm not leaving without you. My voice was stubborn. Who is Juliet? I am Juliet Durand. The melodious voice, accented with hints of French and something else, came from above. We both looked up. What trouble you two have caused? A stunning vampire was perched on a thick branch of a nearby maple. Her skin was the color of milk with a splash of coffee, and her hair shone in a blend of brown and copper. Clad in the colors of autumn, brown, and gold, she looked like an extension of the tree. Wide hazel eyes sat atop slanted cheekbones, and her bones implied a delicacy that I knew misrepresented her strength. I've been watching, listening too. Your scents are all tangled up together. She made a quiet sound of reproof. I didn't see her leave the branch, but Matthew did. He'd angled his body so that he would be in front of me when she landed. He faced her, lips curled in warning. Juliet ignored him. I have to study her. She tilted her head to the right and lifted her chin a touch, staring at me intently. I frowned. She frowned back. Matthew shivered. I glanced at him in concern, and Juliet's eyes followed mine. She was imitating my every move. Her chin was jutting out at precisely the same angle as mine. Her head was held at exactly the same incline. It was like looking into a mirror. Panic flooded my system, filling my mouth with bitterness. I swallowed hard, and the vampire swallowed too. Her nostrils flared, and she laughed, sharp and hard as diamonds. How have you resisted her, Matthew? She took a long, slow breath. The smell of her should drive you mad with hunger. Do you remember that frightened young woman we stalked in Rome? She smelled rather like this one, I think. Matthew remained silent, his eyes fixed on the vampire. Juliet took a few steps to the right, forcing him to adjust his position. "You're expecting Marcus," she observed sadly. "I'm afraid he's not coming. So handsome. I would have liked to see him again. The last time we met he was so young and impressionable, didn't he?" An abyss opened before me. Had she killed Marcus, Sarah, and Em? "He's on the phone," she continued. "Gerbert wanted to be sure that your son understood the risk he's taking. The congregation's anger is directed only at the two of you now, but if you persist, others will pay the price as well. Marcus wasn't dead." Despite the relief, my blood ran cold at the expression on her face. There was still no response from Matthew. "Why so quiet, my love?" Juliet's warm voice belied the deadness of her eyes. "You should be glad to see me. I'm everything you want. Gerbert made sure of that." He still didn't answer. "Ah, you're silent because I've surprised you," Juliet said, her tone strangely fractured between music and malice. "You've surprised me, too. A witch?" She feinted left, and Matthew swiveled to meet her. She somersaulted through the empty space where his head had been and landed at my side, fingers around my throat. I froze. "I don't understand why he wants you so much." Juliet's voice was petulant. "What it is that you do. What did Gerbert fail to teach me?" Juliet let her be. Matthew couldn't risk a move in my direction for fear she'd snap my neck, but his legs were rigid with the effort to stay still. "Patience, Matthew," she said, bending her head. I closed my eyes, expecting to feel teeth. Instead, cold lips pressed against mine. Juliet's kiss was weirdly impersonal, as she teased my mouth with her tongue, trying to get me to respond. When I didn't, she made a sound of frustration. That should have helped me understand, but it didn't. Juliet flung me at Matthew, but kept hold of one wrist, her razor-sharp nails poised above my veins. Kiss her. I have to know how she's done it. Why not leave this alone, Juliet? Matthew caught me in his cool grip. I must learn from my mistakes. Gerbert's been saying so since you abandoned me in New York. Juliet focused on Matthew with an avidity that made my flesh crawl. That was more than 100 years ago. If you haven't learned your mistake by now, you're not going to. Though Matthew's anger was not directed at me, its power made me recoil nonetheless. He was simmering with it, the rage coming from him in waves. Juliet's nails cut into my arm. Kiss her, Matthew, or I will make her bleed. Cupping my face with one careful, gentle hand, he struggled to push up the corners of his mouth into a smile. It will aller bien, mon cœur. Matthew's pupils were dots in a sea of gray-green. One thumb stroked my jaw as he bent nearer, his lips nearly touching mine. His kiss was slow and tender, a testament of feeling. Juliet stared at us coldly, drinking in the details. She crept closer as Matthew drew away from me. Ah, her voice was blank and bitter. You like the way she responds when you touch her, but I can't feel anymore. I'd seen Yasabo's anger and Baldwin's ruthlessness. I'd felt Domenico's desperation and smelled the unmistakable scent of evil that hung around Gerbert. But Juliet was different. Something fundamental was broken within her. She released my arm and sprang out of Matthew's reach. His hand squeezed my elbows, and his cold fingers touched my hips. With an infinitesimal push, Matthew gave me another silent command to leave. But I had no intention of leaving my husband alone with a psychotic vampire. Deep within, something stirred.
Though neither witch wind nor witch water would be enough to kill Juliet, they might distract her long enough for us to get away, but both refused my unspoken commands. And any spells I had learned over the past few days, no matter how imperfectly, had flown from my mind. "Don't worry, Juliet," said softly to Matthew, her eyes bright. "It will be over very quickly. I would like to linger, of course, so that we could remember what we once were to each other. But none of my touches will drive her from your mind. Therefore I must kill you and take your witch to face Gerbert and the congregation. Let Diana go." Matthew raised his hands in truce. "This is between us, Juliet." She shook her head, setting her heavy, burnished hair swaying. "I'm Gerbert's instrument, Matthew. When he made me, he left no room for my desires. I didn't want to learn philosophy or mathematics, but Gerbert insisted so that I could please you. And I did please you, didn't I?" Juliet's attention was fixed on Matthew, and her voice was as rough as the fault lines in her broken mind. "Yes, you pleased me. I thought so. But Gerbert already owned me." Juliet's eyes turned to me. They were brilliant, suggesting she had fed recently. "He will possess you too, Diana, in ways you cannot imagine, in ways only I know. You'll be his then, and lost to everyone else." "No," Matthew lunged at Juliet, but she darted past. "This is no time for games, Matthew," said Juliet. She moved quickly, too quickly for my eyes to see, then pulled slowly away from him with a look of triumph. There was a ripping sound, and blood welled darkly at his throat. "That will do for a start," she said with satisfaction. There was a roaring in my head. Matthew stepped between me and Juliet. Even my imperfect warm-blood nose could smell the metallic tang of his blood. It was soaking into his sweater, spreading in a dark stain across his chest.
"Don't do this, Juliet. If you ever loved me, you'll let her go. She doesn't deserve Gerbert." Juliet answered in a blur of brown leather and muscle. Her legs swung high, and there was a crack as her foot connected with Matthew's abdomen. He bent over like a felled tree. I didn't deserve Gerbert either. There was a hysterical edge to Juliet's voice. "But I deserved you. You belong to me, Matthew." My hands felt heavy, and I knew without looking that they held a bow and arrow. I backed away from the two vampires, raising my arms. "Run!" Matthew shouted. "No," I said in a voice that was not my own, squinting down the line of my left arm. Juliet was close to Matthew, but I could release the arrow without touching him. When my right hand flexed, Juliet would be dead. Still, I hesitated, never having killed anyone before. That moment was all Juliet needed. Her fingers punched through Matthew's chest, nails tearing through fabric and flesh as if both were paper. He gasped at the pain, and Juliet roared in victory. All hesitation gone, my right hand tightened and opened. A ball of fire arced from the extended tips of my left fingers. Juliet heard the explosion of flame and smelled the sulfur in the air. She turned, her nails withdrawing from the hole in Matthew's chest. Disbelief showed in her eyes before the spitting ball of black, gold, and red enveloped her. Her hair caught fire first, and she reeled in panic. But I had anticipated her, and another ball of flame was waiting. She stepped right into it. Matthew dropped to his knees, his hands pressing the blood-soaked sweater into the spot where she had punctured the skin over his heart. Screaming, Juliet reached out, trying to draw him into the inferno. At a flick of my wrist and a word to the wind, she was picked up and carried several feet from where Matthew was collapsing into the earth. She fell onto her back, her body alight. I wanted to run to him, but continued to watch Juliet as her vampire bones and flesh resisted the flames. Her hair was gone, and her skin was black and leathery, but even then she wasn't dead. Her mouth kept moving, calling Matthew's name. My hands remained raised, ready for her to defy the odds. She lumbered to her feet once, and I released another bolt. It hit her in the middle of the chest, went through her rib cage, and came out the other side, shattering the tough skin as it passed, and turning her ribs and lungs to coal. Her mouth twisted into a rictus of horror. She was beyond recovery now, no matter the strength of her vampire blood. I rushed to Matthew's side and dropped to the ground. He could no longer keep himself upright and was lying on his back, knees bent. There was blood everywhere, pulsing out of the hole in his chest in deep purple waves, and flowing more evenly from his neck, so dark it was like pitch. What should I do? I frantically pressed my fingers against his throat. His white hands were still locked around the wound in his chest, but the strength was leaching out of them with each passing moment. "Will you hold me?" he whispered. My back to the oak tree, I pulled him between my legs. "I'm cold," he said with dull amazement. "How strange." "You can't leave me," I said fiercely. "I won't have it." "There's nothing to be done about that now. Death has me in his grip." Matthew was talking in a way that had not been heard in 1,000 years, his fading voice rising and falling in an ancient cadence. "No," I fought back my tears. "You have to fight, Matthew." "I have fought, Diana, and you are safe. Marcus will have you away from here before the congregation knows what has happened. I won't go anywhere without you. You must." He struggled in my arms, shifting so that he could see my face. "I can't lose you, Matthew. Please hold on until Marcus gets here." The chain inside me swayed, its links loosening one by one. I tried to resist by keeping him tight against my heart. "Hush," he said softly, raising a bloody finger to touch my lips. They tingled and went numb as his freezing blood came into contact with my skin. Marcus and Baldwin know what to do. They will see you safe to Isabeau. Without me, the congregation will find it harder to act against you. The vampires and witches will not like it, but you are a de Clairmont now, with my family's protection as well as that of the Knights of Lazarus. Stay with me, Matthew." I bent my head and pressed my lips against his, willing him to keep breathing. He did, barely, but his eyelids had closed. "From birth, I have searched for you, Matthew," whispered with a smile, his accent strongly French. "Since finding you, I have been able to hold you in my arms, have heard your heartbeat against mine. It would have been a terrible thing to die without knowing what it feels like to truly love." Tiny shudders swept over him from head to toe, and then subsided. "Matthew!" I cried, but he could no longer respond. "Marcus!" I screamed into the trees, praying to the goddess all the while. By the time his son reached us, I'd already thought several times that Matthew was dead. "Holy God!" Marcus said, taking in Juliet's charred body and Matthew's bloody form. "The bleeding won't stop," I said. "Where is it all coming from?" "I need to examine him to know, Diana." Marcus took a tentative step toward me. Tightening my arms around my husband, I felt my eyes turn cold. The wind began to rise where I sat. "I'm not asking you to let go of him," Marcus said, instinctively understanding the problem, "but I have to look at his chest." He crouched next to us and tore gently at his father's black sweater. With a horrible rending noise, the fabric gave way. A long gash crossed from Matthew's jugular vein to his heart. Next to the heart was a deep gouge where Juliet had tried to punch through to the aorta. The jugular is nearly severed, and the aorta has been damaged. Not even Matthew's blood can work fast enough to heal him in both places. Marcus spoke quietly, but he didn't need to speak at all. Juliet had given Matthew a death blow. My aunts were here now, Sarah puffing slightly. Miriam appeared, white-faced, behind them. After only a glance, she turned on her heel, dashing back to the house. "It's my fault," I sobbed, rocking Matthew like a child. "I had a clear shot, but I hesitated. I've never killed anyone before. She wouldn't have reached his heart if I'd acted sooner." "Diana, baby," Sarah whispered, "it's not your fault. You did what you could. You're going to have to let him go." I made a keening sound, and my hair rose up around my face. "No!" Fear bloomed in the eyes of vampire and witch as the forest grew quiet. "Get away from her, Marcus!" shouted M. He jumped backward just in time. I'd become someone, something, who didn't care about these creatures, or that they were trying to help. It had been a mistake to hesitate before. Now the part of me that had killed Juliet was intent on only one thing: a knife. My right arm shot out toward my aunt. Sarah always had two blades on her, one dull and black-handled, the other sharp and white-handled. At my call, the white blade cut through her belt and flew at me point first. Sarah put up a hand to call it back, and I imagined a wall of blackness and fire between me and the surprised faces of my family. The white-handled knife sliced easily through the blackness and floated gently down near my bent right knee. Matthew's head lolled as I released him just enough to grasp the hilt. Turning his face gently toward mine, I kissed his mouth long and hard. His eyes fluttered open. He looked so tired, and his skin was gray. "Don't worry, my love. I'm going to fix it." I raised the knife. Two women were standing inside the barrier of flames. One was young and wore a loose tunic, with sandals on her feet and a quiver of arrows slung across her shoulders. The strap was tangled up in her hair, which was dark and thick. The other was the old lady from the keeping room, her full skirt swaying. "Help me," I begged. "There will be a price," the young huntress said. "I will pay it." "Don't make a promise to the goddess lightly, daughter," the old woman murmured with a shake of her head. "You'll have to keep it. Take anything, take anyone, but leave me him." The huntress considered my offer and nodded. "He is yours." My eyes were on the two women as I raised the knife. Twisting Matthew closer to my body so that he couldn't see, I reached across and slashed the inside of my left elbow, the sharp blade cutting easily through fabric and flesh. My blood flowed, a trickle at first, then faster. I dropped the knife and tightened my left arm until it was in front of his mouth. "Drink," I said, steadying his head. Matthew's eyelids flickered again, and his nostrils flared. He recognized the scent of my blood and struggled to get away. My arms were heavy and strong as oak branches, connected to the tree at my back. I drew my open, bleeding elbow a fraction closer to his mouth. "Drink." The power of the tree and the earth flowed through my veins, an unexpected offering of life to a vampire on the verge of death. I smiled in gratitude at the huntress and the ghost of the old woman, nourishing Matthew with my body. I was the mother now, the third aspect of the goddess, along with the maiden and the crone. With the goddess's help, my blood would heal him. Finally, Matthew succumbed to the instinct to survive. His mouth fastened onto the soft skin of my inner arm, teeth sharp. His tongue lightly probed the ragged incision, pulling the gash in my skin wider. He drew long and hard against my veins. I felt a short, sharp burst of terror. His skin began to lose some of its pallor, but venous blood would not be enough to heal him completely. I was hoping that a taste of me would drive him beyond his normal range of control, so that he would take the next step. But I felt for the white-handled knife just in case. Giving the huntress and the witch one last look, I returned my attention to my husband. Another shock of power ran into my body as I settled more firmly against the tree. While he fed, I began to kiss him. My hair fell around his face, mixing my familiar scent with that of his blood and mine. He turned his eyes to me, pale green and distant, as if he weren't sure of my identity. I kissed him again, tasting my own blood on his tongue. In two fast, smooth moves that I couldn't have stopped even had I wanted to, Matthew grabbed the hair at the nape of my neck. He tilted my head back and to the side, then lowered his mouth to my throat. There was no terror then, just surrender. "Diana," he said, with complete satisfaction. "So this is how it happens," I thought. "This is where the legends come from." My spent, used blood had given him the strength to want something fresh and vital. Matthew's sharp upper teeth cut into his lower lip, and a bead formed there. His lips brushed my neck, sensuous and swift. I shivered, unexpectedly aroused at his touch. My skin went numb as his blood touched my flesh. He held my head firmly, his hands once again strong. "No mistakes," I prayed. There were tiny pricks along my carotid arteries. My eyes opened wide in surprise when the first drawing pressure told me Matthew had reached the blood he sought. Sarah turned away, unable to watch. Marcus reached for M, and she went to him without hesitation, crying into his shoulder. I pressed Matthew's body into mine, encouraging him to drink more deeply. His relish when he did so was evident. How he'd hungered for me, and how strong he'd been to resist. Matthew settled into the rhythms of his feeding, pulling on my blood in waves. "Matthew, listen to me. Thanks to Gerbert, I knew that my blood would carry messages to him. My only worry was that they would be fleeting, and my power to communicate would be swallowed up." He startled against my throat, then resumed his feeding. "I love you." He gave another start of surprise. This was my gift. I am inside you, giving you life. Matthew shook his head as if to dislodge an annoying insect, and kept drinking. "I am inside you, giving you life. It was harder to think, harder to see through the fire. I focused on Em and Sarah, tried to tell them with my eyes not to worry. I looked for Marcus too, but couldn't move my eyes enough to find him. I am inside you, giving you life. I repeated the mantra until it was no longer possible. There was a slow pulsing, the sound of my heart starting to die. Dying was nothing at all like I'd expected it to be. There was a moment of bone-deep quiet, a sense of parting and regret, then nothing. Chapter 38. In my bones there was a sudden boom, as of two worlds colliding. Something stung my right arm, accompanied by the odor of latex and plastic, and Matthew was arguing with Marcus. There was cold earth below me, and the tang of leaf mold replaced the other scents. My eyes were open, but I saw nothing except blackness. With effort, I was able to pick out the half-bare branches of trees crisscrossing above me. "Use the left arm, it's already open," said Matthew with impatience. "That arm's useless, Matthew. The tissues are full of your saliva and won't absorb anything else. The right arm is better. Her blood pressure is so low, I'm having a hard time finding a vein, that's all." Marcus's voice had the unnatural quietness of the emergency room physician who sees death regularly. Two thick strands of spaghetti spooled onto my face. Cold fingers touched my nose, and I tried to shake them off, only to be held down. Miriam's voice came from the darkness to my right. "Tachycardia. I'll sedate her." "No," Matthew said roughly. "No sedatives. She's barely conscious. They could put her into a coma." "Then keep her quiet." Miriam's tone was matter-of-fact. Tiny, cold fingers pressed against my neck with unexpected firmness. I can't stop her from bleeding out and hold her still at the same time. What was happening around me was visible only in disconcerting slices. What was directly above, what could be glimpsed from the corners of my eyes, what could be tracked through the enormous effort of swiveling them in their sockets. "Can you do anything, Sarah?" Matthew's voice was anguished. Sarah's face swam into view. "Witchcraft can't heal vampire bites. If it could, we'd never have had anything to fear from creatures like you." I began drifting to somewhere peaceful, but my progress was interrupted by Em's slipping her hand into mine, holding me firmly in my own body. "We've got no choice then." Matthew sounded desperate. "I'll do it." "No, Matthew," said Miriam decidedly. "You're not strong enough yet. Besides, I've done it hundreds of times." There was a tearing sound. After Juliet's attack on Matthew, I recognized that it was vampire flesh. "Are they making me a vampire?" I whispered to Em. "No, mon coeur." Matthew's voice was as decided as Miriam's had been. "You lost. I took a great deal of blood. Marcus is replacing it with human blood. Now Miriam needs to see to your neck." Oh, it was too complicated to follow. My brain was fuzzy, almost as fuzzy as my tongue and throat. "I'm thirsty." "You're craving vampire blood, but you're not going to get it." "Lie very still," Matthew said firmly, holding my shoulders so tightly it was painful. Marcus's cold hands crept past my ears to my jaw, holding my mouth closed, too. "And, Miriam—" "Stop fussing, Matthew," Miriam said briskly. "I was doing this to warm bloods long before you were reborn." Something sharp cut into my neck, and the smell of blood filled the air. The cutting sensation was followed by a pain that froze and burned simultaneously. The heat and cold intensified, traveling below the surface tissues of my neck to sear the bones and muscles underneath. I wanted to escape the icy licks, but there were two vampires holding me down. My mouth was firmly closed, too, so all I could do was let out a muffled, fearful sound. "Her artery is obscured," Miriam said quietly. "The wound has to be cleared." She took a single, audible sip, drawing the blood away. The skin was numbed momentarily, but sensation returned full force when she withdrew. The extreme pain sent adrenaline coursing through my system, and panic followed in its wake. The gray walls of La Pierre loomed around me, my inability to move putting me back within Satin's hands. Matthew's fingers dug into my shoulders, returning me to the woods outside the bishop house. "Tell her what you're doing, Miriam." That Finnish witch made her afraid of what she can't see. "It's just drops of my blood, Diana, falling from my wrist," Miriam said calmly. "I know it hurts, but it's all we have. Vampire blood heals on contact. It will close your artery better than the sutures a surgeon would use. And you needn't worry. There's no chance such a small amount, applied topically, will make you one of us." After her description, it was possible to recognize each deliberate drop falling into my open wound. There it mingled with my witch's flesh, forcing an instantaneous buildup of scar tissue. It must require enormous control, I thought, for a vampire to undertake such a procedure without giving in to hunger. At last, the drops of searing coldness came to an end. "Done," Miriam said with a touch of relief. "All I have to do now is sew the incision." Her fingers flew over my neck, tugging and stitching the flesh back together. "I tried to neaten the wound, Diana, but Matthew tore the skin with his teeth." "We're going to move you to the house now," Matthew said. He cradled my head and shoulders while Marcus supported my legs. Miriam walked alongside carrying the equipment. Someone had driven the Range Rover across the fields, and it stood waiting with its rear door open. Matthew and Miriam switched places, and he disappeared into the cargo area to ready it for me. "Miriam," I whispered. She bent toward me. "If something goes wrong, I couldn't finish, but it was imperative she understand me. I was still a witch, but I'd rather be a vampire than dead." She stared into my eyes, searched for a moment, then nodded. "Don't you dare die, though. Hell kill me if I do what you ask." Matthew talked non-stop during the bumpy ride back to the house, kissing me softly whenever I tried to sleep. Despite his gentleness, it was a wrench each time. At the house, Sarah and Em sped around collecting cushions and pillows. They made a bed in front of the keeping room's fireplace. Sarah lit the pile of logs in the grate with a few words and a gesture. A blaze began to burn, but still I shivered uncontrollably, cold to the core. Matthew lowered me onto the cushions and covered me with quilts while Miriam pressed a bandage onto my neck. As she worked, my husband and his son muttered in the corner. "It's what she needs, and I do know where her lungs are," Marcus said impatiently. "I won't puncture anything. She's strong. No central line. End of discussion." "Just get rid of what's left of Juliet's body," Matthew said, his voice quiet but commanding. "I'll see to it," Marcus replied. He turned on his heel, and the front door thudded behind him before the Range Rover sprang once more into life. The ancient case clock in the front entrance ticked the minutes as they passed. The warmth soaked into my bones, making me drowsy. Matthew sat at my side, holding one hand tightly so that he could tug me back whenever I tried to escape into the welcome oblivion. Finally, Miriam said the magic word, "stable." Then I could give in to the blackness flitting around the edges of my consciousness. Sarah and Em kissed me and left. Miriam followed, and at last there was nothing but Matthew and the blessed quiet. Once silence descended, however, my mind turned to Juliet. "I killed her." My heart raced. "You had no choice." His tone said no further discussion was required. It was self-defense. No, it wasn't. The witch fire. It was only when he was in danger that the bow and arrow had appeared in my hands. Matthew quieted me with a kiss. "We can talk about that tomorrow." There was something that couldn't wait, something I wanted him to know now. "I love you, Matthew." There hadn't been a chance to tell him before Satu snatched me away from Septours. This time, I wanted to be sure it was said before something else happened. "I love you, too." He bent his head, his lips against my ear. "Remember our dinner in Oxford? You wanted to know how you would taste." I moved my head in acknowledgement. "You taste of honey," he murmured. "Honey and hope." My lips curved, and then I slept. But it was not restful slumber. I was caught between waking and sleeping, Lapierre and Madison, life and death. The ghostly old woman had warned me of the danger of standing at a crossroads. There were times that death seemed to be standing patiently at my side, waiting for me to choose the road I wanted to take. I traveled countless miles that night, fleeing from place to place, never more than a step ahead of whoever was pursuing me. Gerbert, Satu, Juliet, Peter Knox. Whenever my journey brought me back to the Bishop House, Matthew was there. Sometimes Sarah was with him, other times it was Marcus. Most often, though, Matthew was alone. Deep in the night, someone started humming the tune we danced to a lifetime ago in Isabe's grand salon. It wasn't Marcus or Matthew, they were talking to each other, but I was too tired to figure out where the music was coming from. "Where did she learn that old song?" Marcus asked. "At home. Christ, even in sleep she's trying to be brave." Matthew's voice was desolate. "Baldwin is right. I'm no good at strategy. I should have foreseen this. Gerbert counted on your forgetting about Juliet. It had been so long. And he knew you'd be with Diana when she struck. He gloated about it. Yes, he knows I'm arrogant enough to think she was safe with me at her side. You've tried to protect her, but you can't. No one could. She's not the only one who needs to stop being brave. There was something Marcus didn't know, something Matthew was forgetting. Snatches of half-remembered conversation came back to me. The music stopped to let me speak. "I told you before," I said, groping for Matthew in the dark and finding only a handful of soft wool that released the scent of cloves when crushed. "I can be brave enough for both of us." "Diana," Matthew said urgently, "open your eyes and look at me." His face was inches from mine. He was cradling my head with one hand, the other cool on my lower back, where a crescent moon swept from one side of my body to the other. "There you are," I murmured. "I'm afraid we're lost." "No, my darling, we're not lost. We're at the Bishop House. And you don't need to be brave. It's my turn. Will you be able to figure out which road we need to take? I'll find the way. Rest and let me take care of that." Matthew's eyes were very green. I drifted off once more, racing to elude Gerbert and Juliet, who were hard at my heels. Toward dawn, my sleep deepened, and when I awoke, it was morning. A quick check revealed that my body was naked and tucked tightly under layers of quilts, like a patient in a British intensive care ward. Tubing disappeared into my right arm, a bandage encased my left elbow, and something was stuck to my neck. Matthew was sitting nearby with knees bent and his back against the sofa. "Matthew, is everyone all right?" I asked. There was cotton wool wrapped around my tongue, and I was still fiercely thirsty. "Everyone's fine." Relief washed over his face as he reached for my hand and pressed his lips to my palm. Matthew's eyes flickered to my wrist, where Juliet's fingernails had left angry red crescent moons. The sound of our voices brought the rest of the household into the room. First, there were my aunts. Sarah was lost in her thoughts, dark hollows under her eyes. Em looked tired but relieved, stroking my hair and assuring me that everything was going to be all right. Marcus came next. He examined me and talked sternly about my need to rest. Finally, Miriam ordered everyone else out of the room so she could change my bandages. "How bad was it?" I asked when we were alone. "If you mean Matthew, it was bad. The de Clairmonts don't handle loss, or the threat of it, very well. Ysabeau was worse when Philippe died. It's a good thing you lived, and not just for my sake." Miriam applied ointment to my wounds with a surprisingly delicate touch. Her words conjured images of Matthew on a vengeful rampage. I closed my eyes to blot them out. Tell me about Juliet." Miriam emitted a low hiss of warning. "Juliet Durand is not my tale to tell. Ask your husband." She disconnected the IV and held out one of Sarah's old flannel shirts. After I struggled with it for a few moments, she came to my aid. Her eyes fell on the marks on my back. "The scars don't bother me. They're just signs that I've fought and survived." I pulled the shirt over my shoulders, self-consciously nonetheless. "They don't bother him either. Loving de Clairmonts always leaves a mark. Nobody knows that better than Matthew." I buttoned up the shirt with shaking fingers, unwilling to meet her eyes. She handed over a pair of stretchy black leggings. Giving him your blood like that was unspeakably dangerous. He might not have been able to stop drinking. A note of admiration had crept into her voice. "Ysabeau told me that de Clairmonts fight for those they love. His mother will understand, but Matthew is another matter. He needs to get it out of his system. Your blood, what happened last night, everything." Juliet. The name hung unspoken in the air between us. Miriam reconnected the IV and adjusted its flow. "Marcus will take him to Canada. It will be hours before Matthew finds someone he's willing to feed on, but it can't be helped. Sarah and Em will be safe with both of them gone? You bought us some time. The congregation never imagined that Juliet would fail. Gerbert is as proud as Matthew and nearly as infallible. It will take them a few days to regroup." She froze, a guilty look on her face. "I'd like to talk to Diana now," Matthew said quietly from the door. He looked terrible. There was hunger in the sharpened angles of his face and the lavender smudges under his eyes. He watched silently as Miriam walked around my makeshift bed. She shut the heavy coffin doors behind her, their catches clicking together. When he turned to me, his look was concerned. Matthew's need for blood was at war with his protective instincts. "When are you leaving?" I asked, hoping to make my wishes clear. "I'm not leaving. You need to regain your strength. Next time, the congregation won't send just one vampire or witch." I wondered how many other creatures from Matthew's past were likely to come calling at the congregation's behest, and I struggled to sit up. "You are so experienced with war now, Malion, that you understand their strategies?" It was impossible to judge his feelings from his features, but his voice betrayed a hint of amusement. "We've proved we can't be beaten easily." "Easily? You almost died." He sat next to me on the cushions. "So did you. You used magic to save me. I could smell it, laddie's mantle and ambergris. It was nothing. I didn't want him know what I'd promised in exchange for his life. No lies." Matthew grabbed my chin with his fingertips. "If you don't want to tell me, say so. Your secrets are your own, but no lies. If I do keep secrets, I won't be the only one doing so in this family. Tell me about Juliet Durand." He let go of my chin and moved restlessly to the window. "You know that Gerbert introduced us. He kidnapped her from a Cairo brothel, brought her to the brink of death over and over again before transforming her into a vampire, and then shaped her into someone I would find appealing. I still don't know if she was insane when Gerbert found her, or if her mind broke after what he did to her. Why? I couldn't keep the incredulity from my voice. She was meant to worm her way into my heart and then into my family's affairs. Gerbert had always wanted to be included among the Knights of Lazarus, and my father refused him time and time again. Once Juliet had discovered the intricacies of the Brotherhood and any other useful information about the de Clairmonts, she was free to kill me. Gerbert trained her to be my assassin, as well as my lover. Matthew picked at the window frames peeling paint. When I first met her, she was better at hiding her illness. It took me a long time to see the signs. Baldwin and Ysabeau never trusted her, and Marcus detested her. But Gerbert taught her well. She reminded me of Louisa, and her emotional fragility seemed to explain her erratic behavior. He has always liked fragile things, Ysabeau had warned me. Matthew hadn't been just sexually attracted to Juliet. The feelings had gone deeper. You did love her. I remembered Juliet's strange kiss and shuddered. Once, long ago. For all the wrong reasons, Matthew continued. I watched her from a safe distance and made sure she was cared for, since she was incapable of caring for herself. When World War I broke out, she disappeared, and I assumed she'd been killed. I never imagined she was alive somewhere. And all the time you were watching her, she was watching you too. Juliet's attentive eyes had taken in my every movement. She must have observed Matthew with a similar keenness. If I'd known, she would never have been allowed to get near you. He stared out into the pale morning light. But there's something else we have to discuss. You must promise me never to use your magic to save me. I have no wish to live longer than I'm meant to. Life and death are powerful forces. Ysabeau interfered with them on my behalf once. You aren't to do it again. And no asking Miriam or anyone else to make you a vampire. His voice was startling in its coldness, and he crossed the room to my side with quick, long strides. No one, not even I, will transform you into something you're not. You'll have to promise me something in return. His eyes narrowed with displeasure. What's that? Don't ever ask me to leave you when you're in danger, I said fiercely. I won't do it. Matthew calculated what would be required of him to keep his promise while keeping me out of harm's way. I was just as busy figuring out which of my dimly understood powers needed mastering so that I could protect him without incinerating him or drowning myself. We eyed each other warily for a few moments. Finally, I touched his cheek. Go hunting with Marcus. We'll be fine for a few hours. His color was all wrong. I wasn't the only one who had lost a lot of blood. You shouldn't be alone. I have my aunts, not to mention Miriam. She told me at the Bodleian that her teeth are as sharp as yours. I believe her. I was more knowledgeable now about vampire teeth. We'll be home by dark, he said reluctantly, brushing his fingers across my cheekbone. Is there anything you need before I go? I'd like to talk to Ysabeau. Sarah had been distant that morning, and I wanted to hear a maternal voice. Of course, he said, hiding his surprise by reaching into his pocket for his phone. Someone had taken the time to retrieve it from the bushes. He dialed Septours with a single push of his finger. Maman? A torrent of French erupted from the phone. She's fine, Matthew interrupted, his voice soothing. Diana she's asked to speak to you. There was silence, followed by a single crisp word. We. Matthew handed me the phone. Ysabeau? My voice cracked, and my eyes filled with sudden tears. I am here, Diana. Ysabeau sounded as musical as ever. I almost lost him. You should have obeyed him and gone as far away from Juliet as you could. Ysabeau's tone was sharp before turning soft once more. But I am glad you did not. I cried in earnest then. Matthew stroked the hair back from my forehead, tucking my typically wayward strand behind my ear, before leaving me to my conversation. To Ysabeau I was able to express my grief and confess my failure to kill Juliet at my first opportunity. I told her everything about Juliet's startling appearance and her strange kiss, my terror when Matthew began to feed, about what it was like to begin to die only to return abruptly to life. Matthew's mother understood, as I'd known she would. The only time Ysabeau interrupted was during the part of my story that involved the maiden and the crone. So the goddess saved my son, she murmured. She has a sense of justice as well as humor. But that is too long a tale for today. When you are next at Septour's, I will tell you. Her mention of the chateau caused another sharp pang of homesickness. I wish I were there. I'm not sure anyone in Madison can teach me all that I need to know. Then we must find a different teacher. Somewhere there is a creature who can help. Ysabeau issued a series of firm instructions about obeying Matthew, taking care of him, taking care of myself, and returning to the chateau as soon as possible. I agreed to all of them with uncharacteristic alacrity and got off the phone. A few tactful moments later, Matthew opened the door and stepped inside. "Thank you," I said, sniffing and holding up his phone. He shook his head. "Keep it. Call Marcus or Ysabeau at any time. Their numbers 2 and 3 on speed dial. You need a new phone as well as a watch. Yours doesn't even hold a charge." Matthew settled me gently against the cushions and kissed my forehead. "Miriam's working in the dining room, but she'll hear the slightest sound." "Sarah and Em?" I asked. "Waiting to see you," he said with a smile. After visiting with my aunts, I slept a few hours, until a restless yearning for Matthew had me clawing myself awake. Em got up from my grandmother's recently returned rocker and came to me carrying a glass of water. Her forehead creased in deep lines that hadn't been there a few days ago. Grandma was sitting on the sofa, staring at the paneling next to the fireplace, clearly waiting for another message from the house. "Where's Sarah?" I closed my fingers around the glass. My throat was still parched, and the water would feel divine. "She went out for a while." Em's delicate mouth pressed into a thin line. "She blames this all on Matthew." Em dropped down to her knees on the floor until her eyes were level with mine. "This has nothing to do with Matthew. You offered your blood to a vampire, a desperate, dying vampire." She silenced my protests with a look. "I know he's not just any vampire. Even so, Matthew could kill you. And Sarah's devastated that she can't teach you how to control your talents. Sarah shouldn't worry about me. Did you see what I did to Juliet?" She nodded. "And other things as well." My grandmother's attention was now fixed on me instead of the paneling. "I saw the hunger in Matthew when he fed on you," Em continued quietly. "I saw the maiden and the crone, too, standing on the other side of the fire." "Did Sarah see them?" I whispered, hoping that Miriam couldn't hear. Em shook her head. "No." "Does Matthew know?" "No." I pushed my hair aside, relieved that Sarah was unaware of all that had happened last night. "What did you promise the goddess in exchange for his life, Diana?" "Anything she wanted." "Oh, honey." Em's face crumpled. "You shouldn't have done that. There's no telling when she'll act or what she'll take." My grandmother was furiously rocking. Em eyed the chair's wild movements. "I had to, Em. The goddess didn't seem surprised. It felt inevitable, right, somehow." "Have you seen the maiden and the crone before?" I nodded. "The maiden's been in my dreams. Sometimes it's as though I'm inside her, looking out as she rides or hunts. And the crone met me outside the keeping room." "You're in deep water now, Diana," my grandmother rustled. "I hope you can swim." "You mustn't call the goddess lightly," Em warned. "These are powerful forces that you don't yet understand." "I didn't call her at all. They appeared when I decided to give Matthew my blood. They gave me their help willingly. Maybe it wasn't your blood to give." My grandmother continued to rock back and forth, setting the floorboards creaking. "Did you ever think of that? You've known Matthew for a few weeks, yet you follow his orders so easily, and you are willing to die for him. Surely you can see why Sarah is concerned. The Diana we've known all these years is gone." "I love him," I said fiercely, "and he loves me. Matthew's many secrets, the Knights of Lazarus, Juliet, even Marcus, I pushed to the side, along with my knowledge of his ferocious temper and his need to control everything and everyone around him. But Em knew what I was thinking. She shook her head. You can't ignore them, Diana. You tried that with your magic, and it found you. The parts of Matthew you don't like and don't understand are going to find you too. You can't hide forever, especially now. What do you mean? There are too many creatures interested in this manuscript and in you and Matthew. I can feel them pressing in on the Bishop House, on you. I don't know which side of this struggle they're on, but my sixth sense tells me it won't be long before we find out. Em tucked the quilt around me. After putting another log on the fire, she left the room. I was awakened by my husband's distinctive spicy scent. You're back, I said, rubbing my eyes. Matthew looked rested, and his skin had returned to its normal pearly color. He'd fed. On human blood. So are you. Matthew brought my hand to his lips. Miriam said you've been sleeping for most of the day. Is Sarah home? Everyone's present and accounted for. He gave me a lopsided grin. Even Tabitha. I asked to see them, and he unhooked me from my IV without argument. When my legs were too unsteady to carry me to the family room, he simply swept me up and carried me. Em and Marcus settled me into the sofa with great ceremony. I was quickly exhausted by nothing more strenuous than quiet conversation and watching the latest film noir selection on TV, and Matthew lifted me up once more. We're going upstairs, he announced. We'll see you in the morning. Do you want me to bring up Diana's IV? Miriam asked pointedly. No, she doesn't need it. His voice was brusque. Thank you for not hooking me up to all that stuff, I said, as he carried me through the front hall. Your body is still weak, but it's remarkably resilient for a warm blood, Matthew said as he climbed the stairs. The reward for being a perpetual motion machine, I imagine.
Once he had turned off the light, I curled into his body with a contented sigh, my fingers splayed possessively across his chest. The moonlight streaming through the windows highlighted his new scars. They were already fading from pink to white. Tired as I was, the gears of Matthew's mind were working so furiously that sleep proved impossible. It was plain from the set of his mouth and the bright glitter of his eyes that he was picking our road forward, just as he'd promised to do last night. Tell me, I said when the suspense became unbearable. What we need is time, he said thoughtfully. The congregation isn't likely to give us that. We'll take it then. His voice was almost inaudible. Well, time walk. Chapter 39. We made it only halfway down the stairs the next morning before stopping to rest, but I was determined to get to the kitchen under my own steam. To my surprise, Matthew didn't try to dissuade me. We sat on the worn wooden treads in companionable silence. Pale, watery light seeped in through the wavy glass panes around the front door, hinting at a sunny day to come. From the family room came the click of Scrabble tiles. When will you tell them? There wasn't much to divulge yet. He was still working on the basic outlines of the plan. Later, he said, leaning into me. I leaned toward him, pressing our shoulders closer. No amount of coffee is going to keep Sarah from freaking out when she hears. I put my hand on the banister and levered myself to my feet with a sigh. Let's try this again. In the family room, Em brought me my first cup of tea. I sipped it on the couch while Matthew and Marcus headed off for their walk with my silent blessing. They should spend as much time as possible together before we left. After my tea, Sarah made me her famous scrambled eggs. They were laden with onions, mushrooms, and cheese, and topped with a spoonful of salsa. She put a steaming plate before me. Thanks, Sarah. I dove in without further ceremony. It's not just Matthew who needs food and rest. She glanced out the window to the orchard, where the two vampires were walking. I feel much better today, I said, crunching a bite of toast. Your appetite seems to have recovered, at least. There was already a sizable dent in the mountain of eggs.
When Matthew and Marcus returned, I was on my second plate of food. They both appeared grim, but Matthew shook his head at my curious look. Apparently, they hadn't been talking about our plans to time walk. Something else had put them into a sour mood. Matthew pulled up a stool, flapped open the paper, and concentrated on the news. I ate my eggs and toast, made more tea, and bided my time while Sarah washed and put away the dishes. At last, Matthew folded his paper and set it aside. "I'd like to go to the woods." "To where Juliet died," I announced. He got to his feet. "I'll pull the Range Rover to the door." "This is madness, Matthew. It's too soon." Marcus turned to Sarah for support. "Let them go," Sarah said. "Diana should put on warmer clothes first, though. It's chilly outside." Em appeared, a puzzled expression on her face. "Are we expecting visitors?" "The house thinks we are." "You're joking," I said. "The house hasn't added a room since the last family reunion." "Where is it?" "Between the bathroom and the junk room." Em pointed at the ceiling. "I told you this wasn't just about you and Matthew," she said silently to me as we trooped upstairs to view the transformation. My premonitions are seldom wrong. The newly materialized room held an ancient brass bed with enormous polished balls capping each corner, tatty red gingham curtains that Em insisted were coming down immediately, a hooked rug in clashing shades of maroon and plum, and a battered washstand with a chipped pink bowl and pitcher. None of us recognized a single item. "Where did it all come from?" Miriam asked in amazement. "Who knows where the house keeps this stuff?" Sarah sat on the bed and bounced on it vigorously. It responded with a series of outraged squeaks. "The house's most legendary feats happened around my 13th birthday," I remembered with a grin. "It came up with a record 4 bedrooms and a Victorian parlor set. And 24 place settings of blue willow china," Em recalled. "We've still got some of the teacups, although most of the bigger pieces disappeared again once the family left." After everybody had inspected the new room and the now considerably smaller storage room next door, I changed and made my halting way downstairs and into the Range Rover. When we drew close to the spot where Juliet had met her end, Matthew stopped. The heavy tires sank into the soft ground. "Shall we walk the rest of the way?" he suggested. "We can take it slowly." He was different this morning. He wasn't coddling me or telling me what to do. "What's changed?" I asked as we approached the ancient oak tree. "I've seen you fight," he said quietly. "On the battlefield, the bravest men collapse in fear. They simply can't fight, even to save themselves." But I froze. My hair tumbled forward to conceal my face. Matthew stopped in his tracks, his fingers tightening on my arm to make me stop too. "Of course you did. You were about to take a life. But you don't fear death." "No. I'd lived with death, sometimes longed for, since I was 7. He swung me around to face him. "After Lapierre, Satu left you broken and uncertain. All your life you've hidden from your fears. I wasn't sure you would be able to fight if you had to. Now all I have to do is keep you from taking unnecessary risks." His eyes drifted to my neck. Matthew moved forward, towing me gently along. A smudge of blackened grass told me we'd arrived at the clearing. I stiffened, and he released my arm. The marks left by the fire led to the dead patch where Juliet had fallen. The forest was eerily quiet, without bird calls or other sounds of life. I gathered a bit of charred wood from the ground. It crumbled to soot in my fingers. I didn't know Juliet, but at that moment I hated her enough to kill her. Her brown and green eyes would always haunt me from shadows under the trees. I traced the line left by the arc of conjured fire to where the maiden and the crone had agreed to help me save Matthew. I looked up into the oak tree and gasped. It began yesterday. Matthew followed my gaze. "Sarah says you pulled the life out of it." Above me, the branches of the tree were cracked and withered. Bare limbs forked and forked again into shapes reminiscent of a stag's horns. Brown leaves swirled at my feet. Matthew had survived because I'd pushed his vitality through my veins and into his body. The oak's rough bark had exuded such permanence, yet there was nothing now but hollowness. Power always exacts a price, Matthew said. What have I done? The death of a tree was not going to settle my debt to the goddess. For the first time, I was afraid of the deal I'd struck. Matthew crossed the clearing and caught me up in his arms. We hugged each other, fierce with the knowledge of all we'd almost lost. You promised me you would be less reckless. There was anger in his voice. I was angry with him, too. You were supposed to be indestructible. He rested his forehead against mine. I should have told you about Juliet. Yes, you should have. She almost took you from me. My pulse throbbed behind the bandage on my neck. Matthew's thumb settled against the spot where he'd bitten through flesh and muscle, his touch unexpectedly warm. It was far too close. His fingers were wrapped in my hair, and his mouth was hard on mine. Then we stood, hearts pressed together, in the quiet. When I took Juliet's life, it made her part of mine, forever. Matthew stroked my hair against my skull. Death is its own powerful magic. Calm again, I said a silent word of thanks to the goddess, not only for Matthew's life, but for my own. We walked toward the Range Rover, but halfway there, I stumbled with fatigue. Matthew swung me onto his back and carried me the rest of the way. Sarah was bent over her desk in the office when we arrived at the house. She flew outside and pulled open the car door with speed a vampire might envy. "Damn it, Matthew," she said, looking at my exhausted face. Together they got me inside and back onto the family room couch where I rested my head in Matthew's lap. I was lulled to sleep by the quiet sounds of activity all around, and the last thing I remembered clearly was the smell of vanilla and the sound of M's battered KitchenAid mixer. Matthew woke me for lunch, which turned out to be vegetable soup. The look on his face suggested that I would shortly need sustenance. He was about to tell our families the plan. "Ready, mon coeur?" Matthew asked. I nodded, scraping up the last of my meal. Marcus' head swiveled in our direction. "We have something to share with you," he announced. The new household tradition was to proceed to the dining room whenever something important needed to be discussed. Once we were assembled, all eyes turned to Matthew. "What have you decided?" Marcus asked without preamble. Matthew took a deliberate breath and began. "We need to go where it won't be easy for the congregation to follow, where Diana will have time and teachers who can help her master her magic." Sarah laughed under her breath. "Where is this place, where there are powerful, patient witches who don't mind having a vampire hanging around?" "It's not a particular place I have in mind," Matthew said cryptically. "We're going to hide Diana in time." Everyone started shouting at once. Matthew took my hand in his. "Courage," I murmured in French, repeating his advice when I met Ysabeau. He snorted and gave me a grim smile. I had some sympathy for their amazed disbelief. Last night, while I was lying in bed, my own reaction had been much the same. First, I'd insisted that it was impossible, and then I'd asked for 1,000 details about precisely when and where we were going. He'd explained what he could, which wasn't much. "You want to use your magic, but now it's using you. You need a teacher, one who is more adept than Sarah or Emily. It's not their fault they can't help you. Witches in the past were different. So much of their knowledge has been lost." "Where? When?" I whispered in the dark. "Nothing too distant, though the more recent past has its own risks, but back far enough that we'll find a witch to train you. First, we have to talk to Sarah about whether it can be done safely. And then we need to locate 3 items to steer us to the right time." "We?" I asked in surprise. "Won't I just meet you there?" "Not unless there's no alternative. I wasn't the same creature then, and I wouldn't entirely trust my past selves with you." His mouth had softened with relief after I nodded in agreement. A few days ago, he'd rejected the idea of time walking. Apparently, the risks of staying put were even worse. "What will the others do?" His thumb traveled slowly over the veins on the back of my hand. "Miriam and Marcus will go back to Oxford. The congregation will look for you here first. It would be best if Sarah and Emily went away, at least for a little while." Would they go to Ysabeau? Matthew wondered. On the surface, it had sounded like a ridiculous idea. Sarah and Ysabeau under the same roof? The more I'd considered it, though, the less implausible it seemed. "I don't know," I mused. Then a new worry had surfaced. Marcus. I didn't fully understand the intricacies of the Knights of Lazarus, but with Matthew gone, he would have to shoulder even more responsibility. "There's no other way," Matthew had said in the darkness, quieting me with a kiss. This was precisely the point that Em now wanted to argue. "There must be another way," she protested. "I tried to think one, Emily," Matthew said apologetically. "Where, or should I say when, are you planning on going? Diana won't exactly blend into the background. She's too tall." Miriam looked down at her own tiny hands. "Regardless of whether Diana could fit in, it's too dangerous," Marcus said firmly. "You might end up in the middle of a war, or an epidemic, or a witch hunt." Miriam didn't say it maliciously, but 3 heads swung around in indignation nonetheless. "Sarah, what do you think?" asked Matthew. Of all the creatures in the room, she was the calmest. "You'll take her to a time when she'll be with witches who will help her?" "Yes." Sarah closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them. "You two aren't safe here. Juliet Durand proved that. And if you aren't safe in Madison, you aren't safe anywhere. Thank you." Matthew opened his mouth to say something else, and Sarah held up her hand. "Don't promise me anything," she said, voice tight. "You'll be careful for her sake, if not for your own. Now all we have to worry about is the time walking." Matthew turned businesslike. "Diana will need 3 items from a particular time and place in order to move safely." Sarah nodded. "Do I count as a thing?" he asked her. "Do you have a pulse? Of course you're not a thing." It was one of the most positive statements Sarah had ever made about vampires. "If you need old stuff to guide your way, you're welcome to these." Marcus pulled a thin leather cord from the neck of his shirt and lifted it over his head. It was festooned with a bizarre assortment of items, including a tooth, a coin, a lump of something that shone black and gold, and a battered silver whistle. He tossed it to Matthew. "Didn't you get this off a yellow fever victim?" Matthew asked, fingering the tooth. "In New Orleans," Marcus replied, "the epidemic of 1819. "New Orleans is out of the question," Matthew said sharply. "I suppose so." Marcus slid a glance my way, then returned his attention to his father. "How about Paris? One of Fanny's earbobs is on there." Matthew's fingers touched a tiny red stone set in gold filigree. "Philippe and I sent you away from Paris, and Fanny, too. They called it the Terror, remember? It's no place for Diana. The 2 of you fussed over me like old women. I'd been in 1 revolution already. Besides, if you're looking for a safe place in the past, you'll have a hell of a time finding one," Marcus grumbled. His face brightened. "Philadelphia? I wasn't in Philadelphia with you. Or in California," Matthew said hastily before his son could speak. "It would be best if we head for a time and place I know." "Even if you know where we're going, Matthew, I'm not sure I can pull this off." My decision to stay clear of magic had caught up with me again. "I think you can," Sarah said bluntly. "You have been doing it your whole life. When you were a baby, as a child when you played hide-and-seek with Stephen, and as an adolescent, too. Remember all those mornings we dragged you out of the woods and had to clean you up in time for school? What do you imagine you were doing then?" "Certainly not time-walking," I said truthfully. "The science of this still worries me. Where does this body go when I'm somewhere else? Who knows? But don't worry. It's happened to everybody. You drive to work and don't remember how you got there. Or the whole afternoon passes and you don't have a clue what you did. Whenever something like that happens, you can bet there's a time walker nearby, explained Sarah. She was remarkably unfazed at the prospect. Matthew sensed my apprehension and took my hand in his. Einstein said that all physicists were aware that the distinctions between past, present, and future were only what he called a stubbornly persistent illusion. Not only did he believe in marvels and wonders, he also believed in the elasticity of time. There was a tentative knock at the door. "I didn't hear a car," Miriam said warily, rising to her feet. "It's just Sammy collecting the newspaper money." Em slid from her chair. We waited silently while she crossed the hall, the floorboards protesting under her feet. From the way their hands were pressed flat against the table's wooden surface, Matthew and Marcus were both ready to fly to the door, too. Cold air swept into the dining room. "Yes?" Em asked in a puzzled voice. In an instant, Marcus and Matthew rose and joined her, accompanied by Tabitha, who was intent on supporting the leader of the pack in his important business. "Not the paper boy," Sarah said unnecessarily, looking at the empty chair next to me. "Are you Diana Bishop?" asked a deep male voice with a familiar foreign accent of flat vowels, accompanied by a slight drawl. "No, I'm her aunt," Em replied. "Is there something we can do for you?" Matthew sounded cold, though polite. "My name is Nathaniel Wilson, and this is my wife, Sophie. We were told we might find Diana Bishop here." "Who told you that?" Matthew asked softly. "His mother, Agatha." I stood, moving to the door. His voice reminded me of the daemon from Blackwell's, the fashion designer from Australia with the beautiful brown eyes. Miriam tried to bar my way into the hall, but stepped aside when she saw my expression. Marcus was not so easily dealt with. He grabbed my arm and held me in the shadows by the staircase. Nathaniel's eyes nudged gently against my face. He was in his early 20s and had familiar fair hair and chocolate-colored eyes, as well as his mother's wide mouth and fine features. Where Agatha had been compact and trim, however, he was nearly as tall as Matthew, with the broad shoulders and narrow hips of a swimmer. An enormous backpack was slung over one shoulder. "Are you Diana Bishop?" he asked. A woman's face peeped out from Nathaniel's side. It was sweet and round, with intelligent brown eyes and a dimpled chin. She was in her early 20s as well, and the gentle, insidious pressure of her glance indicated she, too, was a daemon. As she studied me, a long brown braid tumbled over her shoulder. "That's her," the young woman said, her soft accent betraying that she was born in the South. "She looks just as she did in my dreams." "It's all right, Matthew," I said. "These two daemons posed no more danger to me than did Martha or Isabeau." "So you're the vampire," Nathaniel said, giving Matthew an appraising look. "My mother warned me about you." "You should listen to her," Matthew suggested, his voice dangerously soft. Nathaniel seemed unimpressed. "She told me you wouldn't welcome the son of a congregation member. But I'm not here on their behalf. I'm here because of Sophie." He drew his wife under his arm in a protective gesture, and she shivered and crept closer. Neither was dressed for autumn in New York. Nathaniel was wearing an old barn jacket, and Sophie had on nothing warmer than a turtleneck and a hand-knit cardigan that brushed her knees. "Are they both daemons?" Matthew asked me. "Yes," I replied, though something made me hesitate. "Are you a vampire as well?" Nathaniel asked Marcus. Marcus gave him a wolfish grin. "Guilty." Sophie was still nudging me with her characteristic daimonic glance, but there was the faintest tingle on my skin. Her hand crept possessively around her belly. "You're pregnant!" I cried. Marcus was so surprised that he loosened his grip on me. Matthew caught me as I went by. The house, agitated by the appearance of two visitors and Matthew's sudden lunge, made its displeasure clear by banging the keeping room's doors tightly closed. "What you feel, it's me," Sophie said, moving an inch closer to her husband. "My people were witches, but I came out wrong." Sarah came into the hall, saw the visitors, and threw up her hands. Here we go again. I told you daemons would be showing up in Madison before long. Still, the house usually knows our business better than we do. Now that you're here, you might as well come inside, out of the cold." The house groaned as if it were heartily sick of us when the daemons entered. "Don't worry," I said, trying to reassure them. "The house told us you were coming, no matter what it sounds like. My granny's house was just the same." Sophie smiled. "She lived in the old Norman place in Seven Devils. That's where I'm from. It's officially part of North Carolina, but my dad said that nobody bothered to tell the folks in town. We're kind of a nation unto ourselves." The keeping room doors opened wide, revealing my grandmother and 3 or 4 more bishops, all of whom were watching the proceedings with interest. The boy with the berry basket waved. Sophie shyly waved back. "Granny had ghosts, too," she said calmly. The ghosts, combined with 2 unfriendly vampires and an overly expressive house, were too much for Nathaniel. "We aren't staying longer than we have to, Sophie. You came to give something to Diana. Let's get it over with and be on our way," Nathaniel said. Miriam chose that minute to step out of the shadows by the dining room, her arms crossed over her chest. Nathaniel took a step backward. "First vampires, now daemons. What next?" Sarah muttered. She turned to Sophie. "So you're about 5 months along?" "The baby quickened last week," Sophie replied, both hands resting on her belly. "That's when Agatha told us where we could find Diana. She didn't know about my family. I've been having dreams about you for months. And I don't know what Agatha saw that made her so scared." "What dreams?" Matthew said, his voice quick. "Let's have Sophie sit down before we subject her to an inquisition." Sarah quietly took charge. "Em, can you bring us some of those cookies? Milk, too?" Em headed toward the kitchen, where we could hear the distant clatter of glasses. They could be my dreams, or they could be hers. Sophie gazed at her belly as Sarah led her and Nathaniel deeper into the house. She looked back over her shoulder at Matthew. "She's a witch, you see. That's probably what worried Nathaniel's mom." All eyes dropped to the bump under Sophie's blue sweater. "The dining room," Sarah said in a tone that brooked no nonsense. "Everybody in the dining room." Matthew held me back. "There's something too convenient about their showing up right now. No mention of time walking in front of them. They're harmless. Every instinct confirmed it." "Nobody's harmless, and that certainly goes for Agatha Wilson's son." Tabitha, who was sitting next to Matthew, mewled in agreement. "Are you two joining us, or do I have to drag you into this room?" Sarah called. "We're on our way," Matthew said smoothly. Sarah was at the head of the table. She pointed at the empty chairs to her right. "Sit." We were facing Sophie and Nathaniel, who sat with an empty seat between them and Marcus. Matthew's son split his attention between his father and the daemons. I sat between Matthew and Miriam, both of whom never took their eyes from Nathaniel. When Em entered, she had a tray laden with wine, milk, bowls of berries and nuts, and an enormous plate of cookies. "God, cookies make me wish like hell I was still warm-blooded," Marcus said reverently, picking up one of the golden discs studded with chocolate and holding it to his nose. "They smell so good, but they taste terrible." "Have these instead," Em said, sliding him a bowl of walnuts. "They're covered in vanilla and sugar. They're not cookies, but they're close." She passed him a bottle of wine and a corkscrew, too. "Open that and pour some for your father." "Thanks, Em," Marcus said around a mouthful of sticky walnuts, already pulling the cork free from the bottle. "You're the best." Sarah watched intently as Sophie drank thirstily from the glass of milk and ate a cookie. When the daemon reached for her second, my aunt turned to Nathaniel. "Now, where's your car?" Given all that had happened, it was an odd opening question. "We came on foot." Nathaniel hadn't touched anything Em put in front of him. "From where?" Marcus asked incredulously, handing Matthew a glass of wine. He'd seen enough of the surrounding countryside to know that there was nothing within walking distance. "We rode with a friend from Durham to Washington," Sophie explained. "Then we caught a train from D.C. to New York. I didn't like the city much. We caught the train to Albany, then went on to Syracuse. The bus took us to Cazenovia. Nathaniel put a warning hand on Sophie's arm. He doesn't want me to tell you that we caught a ride from a stranger, Sophie confided with a smile.
The lady knew where the house was. Her kids love coming here on Halloween because you're real witches. Sophie took another sip of milk. Not that we needed the directions. There's a lot of energy in this house. We couldn't have missed it. Is there a reason you took such an indirect route? Matthew asked Nathaniel. Somebody followed us as far as New York, but Sophie and I got back on the train for Washington, and they lost interest, Nathaniel bristled. Then we got off the train in New Jersey and went back to the city. The man in the station said tourists get confused all the time about which way the train is going. They didn't even charge us, did they, Nathaniel? Sophie looked pleased at the warm reception they'd received from Amtrak. Matthew continued with his interrogation of Nathaniel. Where are you staying? They're staying here. M's voice had a sharp edge. They don't have a car, and the house made room for them. Besides, Sophie needs to talk to Diana. I'd like that. Agatha said you'd be able to help. Something about a book for the baby, Sophie said softly. Marcus's eyes darted to the page from Ashmole 782, the edge of which was peeking from underneath the chart, laying out the Knights of Lazarus chain of command. He hastily drew the papers into a pile, moving an innocuous-looking set of DNA results to the top. What book, Sophie? I asked. We didn't tell Agatha my people were witches. I didn't even tell Nathaniel, not until he came home to meet my dad. We'd been together for almost 4 years, and my dad was sick and losing control over his magic. I didn't want Nathaniel spooked. Anyway, when we got married, we thought it was best not to cause a fuss. Agatha was on the congregation by then and was always talking about the segregation rules and what happened when folks broke them. Sophie shook her head. It never made any sense to me. The book? I repeated, gently trying to steer the conversation. Oh. Sophie's forehead creased with concentration, and she fell silent. My mother is thrilled about the baby. She said it's going to be the best-dressed child the world has ever seen. Nathaniel smiled tenderly at his wife. Then the dream started. Sophie felt trouble was coming. She has strong premonitions for a demon, just like my mother. In September, she started seeing Diana's face and hearing her name. Sophie said people want something from you. Matthew's fingers touched the small of my back where Sata's scar dipped down. Show them her face jug, Nathaniel. It's just a picture. I wanted to bring it, but he said we couldn't carry a gallon jug from Durham to New York. Her husband obediently took out his phone and pulled up a picture on the screen. Nathaniel handed the phone to Sarah, who gasped. I'm a potter, like my mama and her mother. Granny used witch fire in her kiln, but I just do it the ordinary way. All the faces from my dreams go on my jugs. Not all of them are scary. Yours wasn't. Sarah passed the phone to Matthew. It's beautiful, Sophie, he said sincerely. I had to agree. Its tall, rounded shape was pale gray, and 2 handles curved away from its narrow spout. On the front was a face, my face, though distorted by the jug's proportions. My chin jutted out from the surface, as did my nose, my ears, and the sweep of my brow bones. Thick squiggles of clay stood in for hair. My eyes were closed, and my mouth smiled serenely, as if I were keeping a secret. This is for you, too. Sophie drew a small, lumpy object out of the pocket of her cardigan. It was wrapped in oilcloth secured with string. When the baby quickened, I knew for sure it belonged to you. The baby knows, too. Maybe that's what made Agatha so worried. And of course, we have to figure out what to do, since the baby is a witch. Nathaniel's mom thought you might have some ideas. We watched in silence while Sophie picked at the knots. Sorry, she muttered. My dad tied it up. He was in the Navy.
"Can I help you?" Marcus asked, reaching for the lump. "No, I've got it." Sophie smiled at him sweetly and went back to her work. "It has to be wrapped up or it turns black, and it's not supposed to be black, it's supposed to be white." Our collective curiosity was now thoroughly aroused, and there wasn't a sound in the house except for the lapping of Tabitha's tongue as she groomed her paws. The string fell away, followed by the oilcloth. "There," Sophie whispered. "I may not be a witch, but I'm the last of the Normans. We've been keeping this for you." It was a small figurine no more than 4 inches tall and made from old silver that glowed with the softly burnished light seen in museum showcases. Sophie turned the figurine so that it faced me. "Diana," I said unnecessarily. The goddess was represented exactly, from the tips of the crescent moon on her brow to her sandaled feet. She was in motion, one foot striding forward, while a hand reached over her shoulders to draw an arrow from her quiver. The other hand rested on the antlers of a stag. "Where did you get that?" Matthew sounded strange, and his face had gone gray again. Sophie shrugged. "Nobody knows. The Normans have always had it. It's been passed down in the family from witch to witch. When the time comes, give it to the one who has need of it. That's what my granny told my father, and my father told me. It used to be written on a little piece of paper, but that was lost a long time ago." "What is it, Matthew?" Marcus looked uneasy. So did Nathaniel. "It's a chess piece." Matthew's voice broke. "The White Queen." "How do you know that?" Sarah looked at the figurine critically. "It's not like any chess piece I ever saw." Matthew had to force the words out from behind tight lips. "Because it was once mine. My father gave it to me." "How did it end up in North Carolina?" I stretched my fingers toward the silver object, and the figurine slid across the table, as if it wanted to be in my possession. The stag's antlers cut into my palm as my hand closed around it, the metal quickly warming to my touch. "I lost it in a wager," Matthew said quietly. "I have no idea how it got to North Carolina." He buried his face in his hands and murmured a single word that made no sense to me. "Kit." "Do you remember when you last had it?" Sarah asked sharply. "I remember precisely." Matthew lifted his head. "I was playing a game with it many years ago, on All Souls' Night. It was then that I lost my wager." "That's next week." Miriam shifted in her seat so that she could meet Sarah's eyes. "Would time walking be easier around the feasts of All Saints and All Souls?" "Miriam!" Matthew snarled, but it was too late. "What's time walking?" Nathaniel whispered to Sophie. "Mama was a time walker," Sophie whispered back. "She was good at it, too, and always came back from the 1700s with lots of ideas for pots and jugs." "Your mother visited the past?" Nathaniel asked faintly. He looked around the room at the motley assortment of creatures, then at his wife's belly. "Does that run in witches' families too, like second sight?" Sarah answered Miriam over the demon's whispered conversation. "There's not much keeping the living from the dead between Halloween and All Souls. It would be easier to slip between the past and the present then." Nathaniel looked more anxious. "The living and the dead? Sophie and I just came to deliver that statue, or whatever it is, so she can sleep through the night." "Will Diana be strong enough?" Marcus asked Matthew, ignoring Nathaniel. "This time of year, it should be much easier for Diana to time walk," Sarah mused aloud. Sophie looked contentedly around the table. "This reminds me of the old days when Granny and her sisters got together and gossiped. They never seemed to pay attention to one another, but they always knew what had been said." The room's many competing conversations stopped abruptly when the dining room doors banged open and shut, followed by a booming sound produced by the heavier keeping room doors. Nathaniel, Miriam, and Marcus shot to their feet. "What the hell was that?" Marcus asked. "The house," I said wearily. "I'll go see what it wants." Matthew scooped up the figurine and followed me. The old woman with the embroidered bodice was waiting at the keeping room's threshold. "Hello, ma'am." Sophie had followed right behind and was nodding politely to the old woman. She scrutinized my features. "The lady looks a bit like you, doesn't she?" "So you've chosen your road," the old woman said. Her voice was fainter than before. "We have," I said. Footsteps sounded behind me as the remaining occupants of the dining room came to see what the commotion was about. "You'll be needing something else for your journey," she replied. The coffin doors swung open, and the press of creatures at my back was matched by the crowd of ghosts waiting by the fireplace. "This should be interesting," my grandmother said dryly from her place at the head of the ghostly bunch. There was a rumbling in the walls, like bones rattling. I sat in my grandmother's rocker, my knees no longer able to hold my weight. A crack developed in the paneling between the window and the fireplace. It stretched and widened in a diagonal slash. The old wood shuddered and squeaked. Something soft with legs and arms flew out of the gap. I flinched when it landed in my lap. "Holy shit," Sarah said. "That paneling will never look the same," my grandmother commented, shaking her head regretfully at the cracked wood. Whatever flew at me was made of rough-spun fabric that had faded to an indistinguishable grayish-brown. In addition to its 4 limbs, it had a lump where the head belonged, adorned with faded tufts of hair. Someone had stitched an X where the heart should be. "What is it?" I reached my index finger toward the uneven, rusty stitches. "Don't touch it," Em cried. "I'm already touching it," I said, looking up in confusion. "It's sitting on my lap." "I've never seen such an old poppet," said Sophie, peering down at it. "Poppet?" Miriam frowned. "Didn't one of your ancestors get in trouble over a poppet?" "Bridget Bishop." Sarah, Em, and I said the name at the same moment. The old woman with the embroidered bodice was now standing next to my grandmother. "Is this yours?" I whispered. A smile turned up one corner of Bridget's mouth. "Remember to be canny when you find yourself at a crossroads, daughter. There's no telling what secrets are buried there." Looking down at the poppet, I lightly touched the X on its chest. The fabric split open, revealing a stuffing made of leaves, twigs, and dried flowers, and releasing the scent of herbs into the air. "Rue," I said, recognizing it from Martha's tea. "Clover, broom, knotweed, and slippery elm bark, too, from the smell of it." Sarah gave the air a good sniff. "That poppet was made to draw someone, Diana, presumably, but it's got a protection spell on it, too." "You did well by her," Bridget told my grandmother with an approving nod at Sarah. Something was gleaming through the brown. When I pulled at it gently, the poppet came apart in pieces. "And there's an end to it," Bridget said with a sigh. My grandmother put a comforting arm around her. "It's an earring." Its intricate golden surfaces caught the light, and an enormous teardrop-shaped pearl shone at the end. How the hell did one of my mother's earrings get into Bridget Bishop's poppet? Matthew's face was back to that pasty gray color. "Were your mother's earrings in the same place as your chess set on that long-ago night?" Miriam asked. "Both the earring and the chess piece were old, older than the poppet, older than the Bishop house." Matthew thought a moment, then nodded. "Yes." "Is a week enough time? Can you be ready?" he asked me urgently. "I don't know." "Sure you'll be ready," Sophie crooned to her belly. "She'll make things right for you, little witch." "You'll be her godmother," Sophie said with a radiant smile. "She'll like that." "Counting the baby, and not counting the ghosts, of course," Marcus said, in a deceptively conversational tone that reminded me of the way Matthew spoke when he was stressed. "There are 9 of us in this room. 4 witches, 3 vampires, and 2 demons," Sophie said dreamily, her hand still on her belly. But we're short a demon. Without one, we can't be a conventicle. And once Matthew and Diana leave, we'll need another vampire, too. Is Matthew's mother still alive?" "She's tired," Nathaniel said apologetically, his hands tightening on his wife's shoulders. "It makes it difficult for her to focus." "What did you say?" Em asked Sophie. She was struggling to keep her voice calm. Sophie's eyes lost their dreaminess. "A conventicle. That's what they called a gathering of dissenters in the old days. Ask them." She inclined her head in the direction of Marcus and Miriam. "I told you this wasn't about the bishops or the de Clairmonts," Em said to Sarah. "It's not even about Matthew and Diana and whether they can be together. It's about Sophie and Nathaniel, too. It's about the future, just as Diana said. This is how we'll fight the congregation, not just as individual families, but as what did you call it?" "Conventicle," Miriam answered. "I always liked that word, so delightfully ominous." She settled back on her heels with a satisfied smile. Matthew turned to Nathaniel. "It would seem your mother was right. You do belong here, with us." "Of course they belong here," Sarah said briskly. "Your bedroom is ready, Nathaniel. It's upstairs, the second door to the right." "Thank you," Nathaniel said, a note of cautious relief in his voice, though he still eyed Matthew warily. "I'm Marcus." Matthew's son held out his hand to the demon. Nathaniel clasped it firmly, barely reacting to the shocking coldness of vampire flesh. "See? We didn't need to make reservations at that hotel, sweetie," Sophie told her husband with a beatific smile. She looked for Em in the crowd. "Are there more cookies?" Chapter 40. A few days later, Sophie was sitting at the kitchen island with half a dozen pumpkins and a sharp knife when Matthew and I came in from our walk. The weather had turned colder, and there was a dreary hint of winter in the air. "What do you think?" Sophie asked, turning the pumpkin. It had the hollow eyes, arched eyebrows, and gaping mouth of all Halloween pumpkins, but she had transformed the usual features into something remarkable. Lines pulled away from the mouth, and the forehead was creased, setting the eyes themselves slightly off-kilter. The overall effect was chilling. "Amazing!" Matthew looked at the pumpkin with delight. She bit her lip, regarding her work critically. "I'm not sure the eyes are right." I laughed. "At least it has eyes. Sometimes Sarah can't be bothered and just pokes 3 round holes in the side with the end of a screwdriver and calls it a day. Halloween is a busy holiday for witches. We don't always have time for the finer details," Sarah said sharply, coming out of the still room to inspect Sophie's work. She nodded with approval. "But this year we'll be the envy of the neighborhood." Sophie smiled shyly and pulled another pumpkin toward her. "I'll do a less scary one next. We don't want to make the little kids cry." With less than a week to go until Halloween, Em and Sarah were in a flurry of activity to get ready for the Madison Coven's annual fall bash. There would be food, free-flowing drink, including Em's famous punch, which had at least one July birth to its credit, and enough witchy activities to keep the sugar-high children occupied and away from the bonfire after they'd been trick-or-treating. Bobbing for apples was much more challenging when the fruit in question had been put under a spell. My aunts hinted that they would cancel their plans, but Matthew just shook his head. "Everyone in town would wonder if you didn't show up. This is just a typical Halloween." We'd all looked dubious. After all, Sarah and Em weren't the only ones counting the hours to Halloween. Last night, Matthew had laid out the gradual departure of everyone in the house, starting with Nathaniel and Sophie and ending with Marcus and Miriam. It would, he believed, make our own departure less conspicuous, and it was not open to discussion. Pronounce every word clearly and completely. Marcus and Nathaniel had exchanged a long look when Matthew finished his announcement.
which concluded with the daemon shaking his head and pressing his lips together, and the younger vampire staring fixedly at the table while a muscle in his jaw throbbed. "But who will hand out the candy?" M asked. Matthew looked thoughtful. "Diana and I will do it." The two young men had stormed out of the room when we broke up to go our separate ways, mumbling something about getting milk. Then they'd climbed into Marcus's car and torn down the driveway. "You've got to stop telling them what to do," I chided Matthew, who had joined me at the front door to watch their departure. "They're both grown men. Nathaniel has a wife, and soon he'll have a child." Left to their own devices, Marcus and Nathaniel would have an army of vampires on the doorstep tomorrow. "You won't be here to order them around next week," I reminded him, watching the taillights as they turned toward town. "Your son will be in charge." "That's what I'm worried about." The real problem was that we were in the midst of an acute outbreak of testosterone poisoning. Nathaniel and Matthew couldn't be in the same room without sparks flying, and in the increasingly crowded house it was hard for them to avoid each other. Their next argument occurred that afternoon when a delivery arrived. It was a box with "Biohazard" written all over the sealing tape in large red letters. "What the hell is this?" Marcus asked, carrying the box gingerly into the family room. Nathaniel looked up from his laptop, his brown eyes widening with alarm. "That's for me," Matthew said smoothly, taking the box from his son. "My wife is pregnant," Nathaniel said furiously, snapping his laptop closed. "How could you bring that into the house?" "It's immunizations for Diana." Matthew barely kept his annoyance in check. I put aside my magazine. "What immunizations?" "You're not going to the past without every possible protection from disease." "Come to the still room," Matthew said, holding out his hand. "Tell me what's in the box first." "Booster vaccines. Tetanus, typhoid, polio, diphtheria, as well as some vaccines you probably haven't had, like a new one-shot rabies preventive, the latest flu shots, an immunization for cholera." He paused, still holding out his hand. "And a smallpox vaccine." "Smallpox?" They'd stopped giving smallpox vaccines to school children a few years before I was born. That meant Sophie and Nathaniel hadn't been immunized either. Matthew reached down and hoisted me to my feet. "Let's get started," he said firmly. "You aren't going to stick needles into me today." "Better needles today than smallpox and lockjaw tomorrow," he countered. "Wait a minute." Nathaniel's voice sounded in the room like a cracking whip. "The smallpox vaccine makes you contagious. What about Sophie and the baby?" "Explain it to him, Marcus," Matthew ordered, stepping aside so I could pass. "Not contagious with smallpox, exactly," Marcus tried to be reassuring. "It's a different strain of the disease. Sophie will be fine provided she doesn't touch Diana's arm or anything it comes into contact with." Sophie smiled at Marcus. "Okay, I can do that." "Do you always do everything he tells you to do?" Nathaniel asked Marcus with contempt, unfolding from the couch. He looked down at his wife. "Sophie, we're leaving." "Stop fussing, Nathaniel," Sophie said. "You'll upset the house, the baby too, if you start talking about leaving. We're not going anywhere." Nathaniel gave Matthew an evil look and sat down. In the still room, Matthew had me take off my sweatshirt and turtleneck and then began swabbing my left arm with alcohol. The door creaked open. It was Sarah. She'd stood by without comment during the exchange between Matthew and Nathaniel, though her eyes had seldom left the newly delivered box. Matthew had already sliced open the protective tape wrapped around the molded foam container. 7 small vials were nestled within, along with a bag of pills, something that looked like a container of salt, and a 2-pronged metal instrument I'd never seen before. He'd already entered the same state of clinical detachment I'd first detected in his lab in Oxford, with no time for chatter or a warm bedside manner. Sarah was welcome moral support. "I've got some old white shirts for you to wear," Sarah momentarily distracted me from what Matthew was doing. "They'll be easy to bleach. Some white towels, too. Leave your laundry upstairs and I'll take care of it."
Thank you, Sarah. That's one less risk of contagion to worry about. Matthew selected one of the vials. We'll start with the tetanus booster. Each time he stuck something in my arm, I winced. By the third shot, there was a thin sheen of sweat on my forehead, and my heart was pounding. "Sarah," I said faintly, "can you please not stand behind me?" "Sorry." Sarah moved to stand behind Matthew instead. "I'll get you some water." She handed me a glass of ice-cold water, the outside slippery with condensation. I took it gratefully, trying to focus on holding it steady rather than on the next vial Matthew was opening. Another needle entered my skin, and I jumped. "That's the last shot," Matthew said. He opened the container that looked like it was filled with salt crystals and carefully added the contents to a bottle of liquid. After giving it a vigorous shake, he handed it to me. "This is the cholera vaccine. It's oral. Then there's the smallpox immunization and some pills to take after dinner for the next few nights." I drank it down quickly, but still almost gagged at the thick texture and vile taste. Matthew opened up the sealed pouch holding the two-pronged smallpox inoculator. "Do you know what Thomas Jefferson wrote to Edward Jenner about this vaccine?" he asked, voice hypnotic. "Jefferson said it was medicine's most useful discovery." There was a cold touch of alcohol on my right arm, then pricks as the inoculator's prongs pierced the skin. The president dismissed Harvey's discovery of the circulation of blood as nothing more than a beautiful addition to medical knowledge. Matthew moved in a circular pattern, distributing the live virus on my skin. His diversionary tactics were working. I was too busy listening to his story to pay much attention to my arm. But Jefferson praised Jenner because his inoculation relegated smallpox to a disease that would be known only to historians. He'd saved the human race from one of its most deadly enemies. Matthew dumped the empty vial and the inoculator into a sealed biohazard container. All done. Did you know Jefferson? I was already fantasizing about time-walking to 18th century Virginia. I knew Washington better. He was a soldier, a man who let his actions speak for him. Jefferson was full of words, but it wasn't easy to reach the man behind the intellect. I'd never drop by his house unannounced with a blue-stocking like you in tow. I reached for my turtleneck, but Matthew stilled my arm and carefully covered the inoculation site with a waterproof bandage. "This is a live virus, so you have to keep it covered. Sophie and Nathaniel can't come into contact with it, or with anything that touches it." He moved to the sink and vigorously washed his hands in steaming hot water. "For how long?" "It will form a blister, and then the blister will scab over. No one should touch the site until the blister heals." I pulled the old stretched-out turtleneck over my head, taking care not to dislodge the bandage. "Now that that's done, we need to figure out how Diana is going to carry you, and herself, to some distant time by Halloween. She may have been time-walking since she was an infant, but it's still not easy," Sarah worried, her face twisted in a frown. Em appeared around the door. We made room for her at the table. "I've been time-walking recently, too," I confessed. "When?" Matthew paused for a moment in his work of clearing up what remained from the inoculations. "First on the driveway when you were talking to Ysabeau. Then again the day Sarah was trying to make me light a candle when I went from the still room to the orchard. Both times I picked up my foot, wished myself somewhere else, and put my foot down where I wanted to be." "That sounds like time-walking," Sarah said slowly. "Of course, you didn't travel far, and you weren't carrying anything." She sized up Matthew, her expression turning doubtful. There was a knock at the door. "Can I come in?" Sophie's call was muffled. "Can she?" Matthew asked. "As long as she doesn't touch Diana." When Em opened the door, Sophie was moving soothing hands around her belly. "Everything's going to be all right," she said serenely from the threshold. "As long as Matthew has a connection to the place they're going, he'll help Diana, not weigh her down." Miriam appeared behind Sophie. "Is something interesting happening?" "We're talking about time-walking," I said. "How will you practice?" Miriam stepped around Sophie and pushed her firmly back toward the door when she tried to follow. "Diana will go back in time a few hours, then a few more. We'll increase the time involved, then the distance. Then we'll add Matthew and see what happens." Sarah looked at Em. "Can you help her?" "A bit," Em replied cautiously. "Stephen told me how he did it. He never used spells to go back in time. His power was strong enough without them. Given Diana's early experiences with time-walking and her difficulties with witchcraft, we might want to follow his example. Why don't you and Diana go to the bar and try?" Sarah suggested gently. "She can come straight back to the still room." When Matthew started after us, Sarah put a hand out and stopped him. "Stay here." Matthew's face had gone gray again. He didn't like me in a different room, never mind a different time. The hop barn still held the sweet aroma of long-ago harvests. Em stood opposite and quietly issued instructions. "Stand as still as possible," she said, "and empty your mind." "You sound like my yoga teacher," I said, arranging my limbs in the familiar lines of mountain pose. Em smiled. "I've always thought yoga and magic had a lot in common. Now close your eyes. Think about the still room you just left. You have to want to be there more than here." Recreating the still room in my mind, I furnished it with objects, scents, people. I frowned. "Where will you be?" "It depends on when you arrive. If it's before we left, I'll be there. If not, I'll be here." The physics of this don't make sense. My head filled with concerns about how the universe would handle multiple Dianas and Ems, not to mention Miriams and Sarahs. "Stop thinking about physics. What did your dad write in his note? Whoever can no longer wonder, no longer marvel, is as good as dead." "Close enough," I admitted reluctantly. "It's time for you to take a big step into the mysterious, Diana. The magic and wonder that was always your birthright is waiting for you. Now, think about where you want to be." When my mind was brimming over with images of it, I picked up my foot. When I put it down again, there I was in the hop barn with Em. "It didn't work," I said, panicking. "You were too focused on the details of the room. Think about Matthew. Don't you want to be with him? Magic's in the heart, not the mind. It's not about words and following a procedure like witchcraft. You have to feel it, desire." I saw myself calling notes and queries from the shelf at the Bodleian, felt once more the first touch of Matthew's lips on mine in his rooms at All Souls. The barn dropped away, and Matthew was telling me the story about Thomas Jefferson and Edward Jenner. "No," Em said, her voice steely. "Don't think about Jefferson. Think about Matthew. Matthew." I brought my mind back to the touch of his cool fingers against my skin, the rich sound of his voice, the sense of intense vitality when we were together. I picked up my foot. It landed in the corner of the still room where I was squashed behind an old barrel. "What if she gets lost?" Matthew sounded tense. "How will we get her back?" "We don't have to worry about that," Sophie said, pointing in my direction. "She's already here." Matthew whipped around and let out a ragged breath. "How long have I been gone?" I felt lightheaded and disoriented, but otherwise fine. "About 90 seconds, Sarah said. "More than enough time for Matthew to have a nervous breakdown." Matthew pulled me into his arms and tucked me under his chin. Thank God. "How soon can she take me with her?" "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," Sarah warned. "One step at a time." I looked around. "Where's Em?" "In the barn," Sophie was beaming. "She'll catch up." It took more than 20 minutes for Em to return. When she did, her cheeks were pink from concern as well as the cold, though some of the tension left her when she saw me standing with Matthew. "You did good, Em," Sarah said, kissing her in a rare public display of affection. "Diana started thinking about Thomas Jefferson," Em said. "She might have ended up at Monticello." Then she focused on her feelings, and her body got blurry around the edges. I blinked, and she was gone. That afternoon, with Em's careful coaching, I took a slightly longer trip back to breakfast. Over the next few days, I went a bit farther with each time walk. Going back in time, aided by 3 objects, was always easier than returning to the present, which required enormous concentration as well as an ability to accurately forecast where and when you wanted to arrive. Finally, it was time to try carrying Matthew. Sarah had insisted on limiting the variables to accommodate the extra effort required. Start out wherever you want to end up, she advised. That way, all you have to worry about is thinking yourself back to a particular time. The place will take care of itself. I took him up to the bedroom at twilight without telling him what was in store. The figure of Diana and the golden earring from Bridget Bishop's poppet were sitting on the chest of drawers in front of a photograph of my parents. Much as I'd like to spend a few hours with you in here, alone, dinner is almost ready, he protested, though there was a calculating gleam in his eyes. There's plenty of time, Sarah said. I'm ready to take you time-walking. We're going back to our first night in the house. Matthew thought for a moment, and his eyes brightened further. Was that the night the stars came out inside? I kissed him in answer. Oh, he looked shyly pleased. What should I do? Nothing. This would be the hardest thing about time-walking for him. What are you always telling me? Close your eyes, relax, and let me do the rest. I grinned wickedly. He laced his fingers through mine. Which? You won't even know it's happening, I assured him. It's fast. Just pick up your foot and put it down again when I tell you. And don't let go. Not a chance, Matthew said, tightening his grip. I thought about that night, our first alone after my encounter with Satu. I remembered his touch against my back, fierce and gentle at the same time. I felt the connection, immediate and tenacious, to that shared moment in our past. Now, I whispered. Our feet rose together. But time-walking with Matthew was different. Having him along slowed us down, and for the first time I was aware of what was happening. The past, present, and future shimmered around us in a spider web of light and color. Each strand in the web moved slowly, almost imperceptibly, sometimes touching another filament before moving gently away again as if caught by a breeze. Each time strands touched, and millions of strands were touching all the time, there was the soft echo of an original, inaudible sound. Momentarily distracted by the seemingly limitless possibilities before us, we found it easy to lose sight of the twisted red and white strand of time we were following. I brought my concentration back to it, knowing it would take us back to our first night in Madison. I put my foot down and felt rough floorboards against my bare skin. You told me it would be fast, he said hoarsely. That didn't feel fast to me. No, it was different, I agreed.
Did you see the lights? Matthew shook his head. There was nothing but blackness. I was falling, slowly, with only your hand keeping me from hitting bottom. He raised it to his mouth and kissed it. There was a lingering smell of chili in the quiet house, and it was night outside. Can you tell who's here? His nostrils flared, and he closed his eyes. Then he smiled and sighed with happiness. Just Sarah and Em, and you and me. None of the children. I giggled, drawing him closer. If this house gets any more crowded, it's going to burst. Matthew buried his face in my neck, then drew back. You still have your bandage. It means that when we go back in time, we don't stop being who we are in the present or forget what happened to us here. His cold hands crept under the hem of my turtleneck. Given your rediscovered talents as a time walker, how accurate are you at gauging the passing of time? Though we happily lingered in the past, we were back in the present before Emily finished making the salad. Time-walking agrees with you, Matthew, Sarah said, scrutinizing his relaxed face. She rewarded him with a glass of red wine. Thank you, Sarah. I was in good hands. He raised his glass to me in salute. Glad to hear it, Sarah said dryly, sounding like my ghostly grandmother. She threw some sliced radishes into the biggest salad bowl I'd ever seen. Where did that come from? I peered into the bowl to hide my reddened lips. The house, Em said, beating the salad dressing with a whisk.
It enjoys having so many mouths to feed. Next morning, the house let us know it was anticipating yet another addition. Sarah, Matthew, and I were discussing whether my next time walk should be to Oxford or to Septours when Em appeared with a load of laundry in her arms. Somebody is coming. Matthew put down his paper and stood. Good. I was expecting a delivery today. It's not a delivery, and they're not here yet. But the house is ready for them. She disappeared into the laundry room. Another room? Where did the house put this one? Sarah shouted after her. Next to Marcus. Em's reply echoed from the depths of the washing machine. We took bets on who it would be. The guesses ranged from Agatha Wilson to Emily's friends from Cherry Valley, who liked to show up unannounced for the coven's Halloween party. Late in the morning, there was an authoritative knock on the door. It opened to a small, dark man with intelligent eyes. He was instantly recognizable from pictures taken at celebrity parties in London and television news conferences. Any remaining doubts about his identity were erased by the familiar nudges against my cheekbones. Our mystery house guest was Matthew's friend, Hamish Osborne. "You must be Diana," he said without pleasure or preamble, his Scottish accent lending length to the vowels. Hamish was dressed for business, in a pin-striped charcoal suit that had been tailored to fit him exactly, a pale pink shirt with heavy silver cufflinks, and a fuchsia tie embroidered with tiny black flies. "I am. Hello, Hamish. Was Matthew expecting you?" I stepped aside to let him in. "Probably not," Hamish said crisply, remaining on the stoop. "Where is he?" "Hamish." Matthew was moving so quickly I felt the breeze behind me before hearing him approach. He extended his hand. "This is a surprise." Hamish stared at the outstretched hand, then turned his eyes to its owner. "Surprise? Let's discuss surprises. When I joined your family firm, you swore to me this would never arrive." He brandished an envelope, its black seal broken but still clinging to the flaps. "I did." Matthew dropped his hand and looked at Hamish warily. "So much for your promises, then. I'm given to understand from this letter, and from my conversation with your mother, that there's some kind of trouble." Hamish's eyes flickered to me, then back to Matthew. "Yes." Matthew's lips tightened. "But you're the 9th Knight. You don't have to become involved." "You made a demon the 9th Knight?" Miriam had come through the dining room with Nathaniel. "Who's he?" Nathaniel shook a handful of Scrabble tiles in his cupped hand while surveying the new arrival. "Hamish Osborne." "And who might you be?" Hamish asked, as if addressing an impertinent employee. The last thing we needed was more testosterone in the house. "Oh, I'm nobody," Nathaniel said airily, leaning against the dining room door. He watched Marcus as he passed by. "Hamish, why are you here?" Marcus looked confused, then saw the letter. "Oh." "My ancestors were congregating in the keeping room, and the house was stirring on its foundations. Could we continue this inside? It's the house, you see. It's a little uneasy, given you're a demon and angry. Come, Hamish." Matthew tried to draw him out of the doorway. "Marcus and Sarah haven't demolished the whiskey supply yet. We'll get you a drink and sit you by the fire." Hamish remained where he was and kept talking. "While visiting with your mother, who was far more willing to answer my questions than you would have been, I learned that you wanted a few things from home. It seemed a shame for Alon to make such a long trip when I was already going to come and ask you what the hell you were up to." He lifted a bulky leather briefcase with soft sides and a formidable lock, and a smaller hard-sided case. "Thank you, Hamish." The words were cordial enough, but Matthew was clearly displeased at having his arrangements altered. "Speaking of explanations, it's a damn good thing the French don't care about the exportation of English national treasures. Have you any idea of the paperwork that would have been required to get this out of England? If they'd let me remove it at all, which I doubt." Matthew took the briefcases from Hamish's fingers, gripped him by the elbow, and pulled his friend inside. Later, he said hastily, "Marcus, take Hamish and introduce him to Diana's family while I put these away." "Oh, it's you," said Sophie with delight, coming out of the dining room. The bulge of her belly showed plainly underneath a stretched University of North Carolina sweatshirt. "You're like Nathaniel, not scatterbrained like me. Your face is on one of my pots, too." She beamed at Hamish, who looked both charmed and startled. "Are there more?" he asked me, with a cock of his head that made him resemble a tiny, bright-eyed bird. "Many more," Sophie replied happily. "You won't see them, though." "Come and meet my aunts," I said hastily. "The witches?" It was impossible to know what Hamish was thinking. His sharp eyes missed nothing, and his face was nearly as impassive as Matthew's. "Yes, the witches." Matthew disappeared upstairs while Marcus and I introduced Hamish to Em. He seemed less annoyed with her than he was with Matthew and me, and she immediately started fussing over him. Sarah met us at the still-room door, wondering what the commotion was about. "We're a proper conventicle now, Sarah," Sophie observed as she reached for the pyramid of freshly baked cookies on the kitchen island. "All 9 3 witches, 3 demons, and 3 vampires, present and accounted for." "Looks like it," Sarah agreed, sizing up Hamish. She watched her partner buzzing around the kitchen like a bewildered bee. "Em, I don't think our new guest needs tea or coffee. Is the whiskey in the dining room?" "Diana and I call it the war room," Sophie confided, grabbing Hamish familiarly by the forearm, "though it seems unlikely we could fight a war without the humans finding out. It's the only place big enough to hold us now. Some of the ghosts managed to squeeze in, too." "Ghosts?" Hamish reached up and loosened his tie. "The dining room." Sarah gripped Hamish's other elbow. "Everybody in the dining room." Matthew was already there. The aroma of hot wax filled the air. When all of us had grabbed our chosen drink and found a seat, he took charge. "Hamish has questions," Matthew said. "Nathaniel and Sophie, too. And I suppose this is my tale to tell. Mine and Diana's." With that, Matthew took a deep breath and plunged in.
He included every word Ashmole 782, the Knights of Lazarus, the break-ins at Oxford, Satu, and what happened at La Pierre, even Baldwin's fury. There were poppets and earrings and face jugs as well. Hamish looked at Matthew sharply when he discussed time-walking and the 3 objects I would need to travel back to a particular time and place. "Matthew Clairmont," Hamish hissed, leaning across the table. "Is that what I brought from Septours? Does Diana know?" "No," Matthew confessed, looking slightly uncomfortable. "She'll know on Halloween." Well, she'd have to know on Halloween, wouldn't she? Hamish let out an exasperated sigh. Though the exchange between Hamish and Matthew was heated, there were only 2 moments when the tension threatened to escalate into outright civil war. Both of them, not surprisingly, involved Matthew and Nathaniel. The first was when Matthew explained to Sophie what this war would be like. The unexpected attacks, the long simmering feuds between vampires and witches that would come to a boil, the brutal deaths that were bound to occur as creature fought creature using magic, witchcraft, brute strength, speed, and preternatural cunning. "That's not how wars are fought anymore," Nathaniel's deep voice cut through the resulting chatter. Matthew's eyebrow floated up, and his face took on an impatient expression. "No, wars are fought on computers. This isn't the 13th century. Hand-to-hand combat isn't required." He gestured at his laptop on the sideboard. "With computers, you can take down your enemy without ever firing a shot or shedding a drop of blood. This may not be the 13th century, Nathaniel, but some of the combatants will have lived through those times, and they have a sentimental attachment to destroying people the old-fashioned way. Leave this to me and Marcus." Matthew thought this was the end of the matter.
Nathaniel shook his head and stared fixedly at the table. "Do you have something else to say?" Matthew asked, an ominous purring starting in the back of his throat. "You've made it perfectly clear you'll do what you want in any case." Nathaniel lifted his frank brown eyes in challenge, then shrugged. "Suit yourself. But you're making a mistake if you think your enemies won't use more modern methods to destroy you. There are humans to consider, after all. They'll notice if vampires and witches start fighting one another in the streets." The second battle between Matthew and Nathaniel had to do not with war, but with blood. It began innocently enough, with Matthew talking about Nathaniel's relationship to Agatha Wilson and about Sophie's witch parents. It's imperative that their DNA be analyzed, the baby's too, once it's born. Marcus and Miriam nodded, unsurprised. The rest of us were somewhat startled. Nathaniel and Sophie bring into question your theory that demonic traits result from unpredictable mutations rather than heredity, I said, thinking aloud. We have so little data. Matthew eyed Hamish and Nathaniel with the dispassionate gaze of a scientist examining two fresh specimens. Our current findings might be misleading. Sophie's pace also raises the issue of whether demons are more closely related to witches than we'd thought. Miriam directed her black eyes at the daemon's belly. I've never heard of a witch giving birth to a daemon, never mind a daemon giving birth to a witch. You think I'm going to hand over Sophie's blood and my child's blood to a bunch of vampires? Nathaniel looked perilously close to losing control. Diana isn't the only creature in this room the congregation will want to study, Nathaniel. Matthew's words did nothing to soothe the daemon. Your mother appreciated the danger your family was facing, or she wouldn't have sent you here. One day, you might discover your wife and child gone. If you do, it's highly unlikely you'll ever see them again. That's enough, Sarah said sharply. Keep your hands off my family, Nathaniel said, breathing heavily. I'm not a danger to them, Matthew said. The danger comes from the congregation, from the possibility of open hostility between the three species, and above all, from pretending this isn't happening. They'll come for us, Nathaniel. I've seen it. Sophie's voice was purposeful, and her face had the same sudden sharpness that Agatha Wilson's had back in Oxford. Why didn't you tell me? Nathaniel said. I started to tell Agatha, but she stopped me and ordered me not to say another word. She was so frightened. Then she gave me Diana's name and the address for the Bishop House. Sophie's face took on its characteristic fuzzy look. I'm glad Matthew's mother is still alive. She'll like my pots. I'll put her face on one of them. And you can have my DNA whenever you want it, Matthew. The baby's too. Sophie's announcement effectively put an end to Nathaniel's objections. When Matthew had answered all the questions he was willing to answer, he picked up an envelope that had been sitting unnoticed at his elbow. It was sealed with black wax. That leaves one piece of unfinished business. He stood and held out the letter. Hamish, this is for you. Oh, no, you don't. Hamish crossed his arms over his chest. Give it to Marcus. You may be the 9th knight, but you're also the seneschal of the Knights of Lazarus and my second in command. There's a protocol we must follow, Matthew said, tight-lipped. Matthew would know, Marcus muttered. He's the only Grand Master in the history of the Order who's ever resigned. And now I'll be the only Grand Master to have resigned twice, Matthew said, still holding out the envelope. To hell with protocol, Hamish snapped, banging his fist on the table. Everybody out of this room except Matthew, Marcus, and Nathaniel. Please, he added as an afterthought. Why do we have to leave? Sarah asked suspiciously. Hamish studied my aunt for a moment. You'd better stay too. The 5 of them were closeted in the dining room for the rest of the day. Once an exhausted Hamish came out and requested sandwiches. The cookies, he explained, were long gone. Is it me, or do you also feel that the men sent us out of the room so they could smoke cigars and talk politics? I asked, trying to distract myself from the meeting in the dining room by flipping through a jarring mix of old movies and afternoon television. Em and Sophie were both knitting, and Miriam was doing a puzzle she'd found in a book promising demonically difficult Sudoku. She chuckled now and then and made a mark in the margins. "What are you doing, Miriam?" Sophie asked. "Keeping score," Miriam said, making another mark on the page. "What are they talking about, and who's winning?" I asked, envious of her ability to hear the conversation. "They're planning a war, Diana. As for who's winning, either Matthew or Hamish. It's too close to call," Miriam replied. "Marcus and Nathaniel managed to get in a few good shots, though, and Sarah's holding her own." It was already dark, and Em and I were making dinner when the meeting broke up. Nathaniel and Sophie were talking quietly in the family room. "I need to catch up on a few calls," Matthew said after he'd kissed me, his mild tone at odds with his tense face. Seeing how tired he was, I decided my questions could wait. "Of course," I said, touching his cheek. "Take your time. Dinner will be in an hour." Matthew kissed me again, longer and deeper, before going out the back door. "I need a drink," Sarah groaned, heading to the porch to sneak a cigarette. Matthew was nothing more than a shadow through the haze of Sarah's smoke as he passed through the orchard and headed for the hop barn. Hamish came up behind me, nudging my back and neck with his eyes. "Are you fully recovered?" he asked quietly. "What do you think?" It had been a long day, and Hamish made no effort to hide his disapproval of me. I shook my head. Hamish's eyes drifted away, and mine followed. We both watched as Matthew's white hands streaked through his hair before he disappeared into the barn.
"Tiger, tiger, burning bright, in the forests of the night," Hamish said, quoting William Blake. "That poem has always reminded me of him." I rested my knife on the cutting board and faced him. "What's on your mind, Hamish?" "Are you certain of him, Diana?" he asked. Em wiped her hands on her apron and left the room, giving me a sad look. "Yes," I met his eyes, trying to make my confidence in Matthew clear. Hamish nodded, unsurprised. "I did wonder if you would take him on, once you knew who he was, who he still is. It would seem you're not afraid to have a tiger by the tail." Wordlessly, I turned back to the counter and resumed my chopping. "Be careful." Hamish rested his hand on my forearm, forcing me to look at him. "Matthew won't be the same man where you're going." "Yes, he will." I frowned. "My Matthew is going with me. He'll be exactly the same." "No," Hamish said grimly. Hamish had known Matthew far longer, and he'd pieced together where we were going based on the contents of that briefcase. I still knew nothing, except that I was headed to a time before 1976 and the place where Matthew had played chess. Hamish joined Sarah outside, and soon 2 plumes of gray smoke rose into the night sky. "Is everything all right in there?" I asked Em when she returned from the family room, where Miriam, Marcus, Nathaniel, and Sophie were talking and watching TV. "Yes," she replied. "And here?" "Just fine." I focused on the apple trees and waited for Matthew to come in from the dark. Chapter 41. The day before Halloween, a fluttery feeling developed in my stomach. Still in bed, I reached for Matthew. "I'm nervous." He closed the book he was reading and drew me near. "I know. You were nervous before you opened your eyes." The house was already bustling with activity. Sarah's printer was churning out page after page in the office below. The television was on, and the dryer whined faintly in the distance as it protested under another load of laundry. One sniff told me that Sarah and Em were well into the day's coffee consumption, and down the hall there was the whir of a hairdryer. "Are we the last ones up?" I made an effort to calm my stomach. "I think so," he said with a smile, though there was a shadow of concern in his eyes. Downstairs, Sarah was making eggs to order while Em pulled trays of muffins out of the oven.
Nathaniel was methodically plucking one after another from the tin and popping them whole into his mouth. "Where's Hamish?" Matthew asked. "In my office, using the printer." Sarah gave him a long look and returned to her pan. Marcus left his Scrabble game and came to the kitchen to take a walk with his father. He grabbed a handful of nuts as he left, sniffing the muffins with a groan of frustrated desire. "What's going on?" I asked quietly. "Hamish is being a lawyer," Sophie replied, spreading a thick layer of butter on top of a muffin. "He says there are papers to sign." Hamish called us into the dining room in the late morning. We straggled in carrying wine glasses and mugs. He looked as though he hadn't slept. Neat stacks of paper were arranged across the table's expanse, along with sticks of black wax and 2 seals belonging to the Knights of Lazarus, one small, one large. My heart hit my stomach and bounced back into my throat. "Should we sit?" Em asked. She'd brought in a fresh pot of coffee and topped off Hamish's mug. "Thank you, Em," Hamish said gratefully. 2 empty chairs sat officiously at the head of the table. He gestured Matthew and me into them and picked up the first stack of papers. "Yesterday afternoon, we went over a number of practical issues related to the situation in which we now find ourselves." My heart sped up, and I eyed the seals again. "A little less lawyerly, Hamish, if you please," Matthew said, his hand tightening on my back. Hamish glowered at him and continued. "Diana and Matthew will time walk, as planned, on Halloween. Ignore everything else Matthew told you to do." Hamish took an obvious pleasure in delivering this part of his message. "We've agreed that it would be best if everyone disappeared for a little while. As of this moment, your old lives are on hold." Hamish put a document in front of me. "This is a power of attorney, Diana. It authorizes me, or whoever occupies the position of seneschal, to act legally on your behalf." The power of attorney gave the abstract idea of time-walking a new sense of finality. Matthew fished a pen from his pocket. "Here," he said, placing the pen before me. The pen's nib wasn't used to the angle and pressure of my hand, and it scratched while I put my signature on the line. When I was finished, Matthew took it and dropped a warm black blob on the bottom, then reached for his personal seal and pressed it into the wax. Hamish picked up the next stack. "These letters are for you to sign too. One informs your conference organizers that you cannot speak in November. The other requests a medical leave for next year. Your physician, one Dr. Marcus Whitmore, has written in support. In the event you haven't returned by April, I'll send your request to Yale." I read the letters carefully and signed with a shaking hand, relinquishing my life in the 21st century. Hamish braced his hands against the edge of the table. Clearly, he was building up to something. "There is no telling when Matthew and Diana will be back with us." He didn't use the word if, but it hovered in the room nonetheless. "Whenever any member of the firm or of the de Clairmont family is preparing to take a long journey or drop out of sight for a while, it's my job to make sure their affairs are in order. Diana, you have no will." "No." My mind was entirely blank. "But I don't have any assets, not even a car." Hamish straightened. "That's not entirely true, is it, Matthew?" "Give it to me," Matthew said reluctantly. Hamish handed him a thick document. "This was drawn up when I was last in Oxford." "Before Lapierre?" I said, not touching the pages. Matthew nodded. "Essentially, it's our marriage agreement. It irrevocably settles a third of my personal assets on you. Even if you were to leave me, these assets would be yours. It was dated before he'd come home, before we were mated for life by vampire custom. I'll never leave you, and I don't want this." "You don't even know what this is," Matthew said, putting the pages in front of me. There was too much to absorb. Staggering sums of money, a townhouse on an exclusive square in London, a flat in Paris, a villa outside Rome, the Old Lodge, a house in Jerusalem, still more houses in cities like Venice and Seville, jets, cars, my mind whirled. I have a secure job. I pushed the papers away. This is completely unnecessary. It's yours nonetheless, Matthew said gruffly. Hamish let me gather my composure before he dropped his next bombshell. If Sarah were to die, you would inherit this house too, on the condition that it would be Emily's home for as long as she wanted it. And you're Matthew's sole heir. So you do have assets, and I need to know your wishes. I'm not going to talk about this. The memories of Satu and Juliet were still fresh, and death felt all too close. I stood, ready to bolt, but Matthew grabbed my hand and held fast. You need to do this, mon coeur. We cannot leave it for Marcus and Sarah to sort out. I sat back down and thought quietly about what to do with the inconceivable fortune and ramshackle farmhouse that might one day be mine. My estate should be divided equally among our children, I said finally, and that includes all of Matthew's children, vampire and biological, those he made himself and any that we might have together. They're to have the Bishop house, too, when M's through with it. I'll see to it, Hamish assured me. The only remaining documents on the table were hidden inside 3 envelopes. 2 bore Matthew's seal. The other had black and silver ribbon wrapped around it, a lump of sealing wax covering the knot. Hanging from the ribbon was a thick black disc as big as a dessert plate that bore the impression of the Great Seal of the Knights of Lazarus. Finally, we have the Brotherhood to sort out. When Matthew's father founded the Knights of Lazarus, they were known for helping to protect those who could not protect themselves. Though most creatures have forgotten about us, we still exist, and we must continue to do so even after Matthew is gone. Tomorrow, before Marcus leaves the house, Matthew will officially give up his position in the order and appoint his son Grand Master. Hamish handed Matthew the 2 envelopes bearing his personal seal. He then handed the envelope with the larger seal to Nathaniel. Miriam's eyes widened. As soon as Marcus accepts his new position, which he will do immediately, Hamish said, giving Marcus a stern look, he will phone Nathaniel, who has agreed to join the firm as one of the 8 provincial masters. Once Nathaniel breaks the seal on this commission, he'll be a Knight of Lazarus. You can't keep making demons like Hamish and Nathaniel members of the Brotherhood. How is Nathaniel going to fight? Miriam sounded aghast. With these, Nathaniel said, wiggling his fingers in the air, I know computers, and I can do my part. His voice took on a fierce edge, and he gave Sophie an equally ferocious look. No one is going to do to my wife or daughter what they've done to Diana. There was stunned silence. That's not all. Hamish pulled up a chair and sat down, knitting his fingers together before him. Miriam believes that there will be a war. I disagree. This war has already started. Every eye on the room was directed at Hamish. It was clear why people wanted him to play a role in government and why Matthew had made him his second in command. He was a born leader. In this room, we understand why such a war might be fought. It's about Diana and the appalling lengths the congregation will go to in an effort to understand the power she's inherited. It's about the discovery of Ashmole 782 and our fear that the book's secrets might be lost forever if it falls into the witch's hands. And it's about our common belief that no one has the right to tell 2 creatures that they cannot love each other no matter what their species. Hamish surveyed the room to make sure no one's attention had wandered before he continued. It won't be long before the humans are aware of this conflict. They'll be forced to acknowledge that demons, vampires, and witches are among them. When that happens, we'll need to be Sophie's conventicle in fact, not just in name. There will be casualties, hysteria, and confusion. And it will be up to us, the conventicle and the Knights of Lazarus, to help them make sense of it all and to see to it that the loss of life and destruction are minimal. Isabeau is waiting for you at Septors. Matthew's voice was quiet and steady. The castle grounds may be the only territorial boundary other vampires won't dare to cross. Sarah and Emily will try to keep the witches in check. The bishop name should help, and the Knights of Lazarus will protect Sophie and her baby. So we'll scatter, Sarah said, nodding at Matthew. Then reconvene at the de Clairmont house. And when we do, we'll figure out how to proceed, together, under Marcus' leadership. Matthew raised his half-full wineglass. To Marcus, Nathaniel, and Hamish, honor and long life. It's been a long time since I've heard that, Miriam said softly. Marcus and Nathaniel both shied away from the attention and seemed uncomfortable with their new responsibilities. Hamish merely appeared weary. After toasting the three men, all of whom looked far too young to have to worry about a long life, Em shepherded us into the kitchen for lunch. She laid out a feast on the island, and we milled around the family room, avoiding the moment when we would have to begin our goodbyes. Finally, it was time for Sophie and Nathaniel to depart. Marcus put the couple's few belongings in the trunk of his little blue sports car. Marcus and Nathaniel stood, their two blonde heads close in conversation, while Sophie said goodbye to Sarah and Em. When she was finished, she turned to me. I'd been banished to the keeping room to make sure that no one inadvertently touched me. This isn't really goodbye, she told me from across the hall. My third eye opened, and in the winking of the sunlight on the banister, I saw myself enveloped in one of Sophie's fierce hugs. No, I said, surprised and comforted by the vision. Sophie nodded as if she too had seen the glimpse of the future. See, I told you. Maybe the baby will be here when you get back. Remember, you'll be her godmother. While waiting for Sophie and Nathaniel to say their goodbyes, Matthew and Miriam had positioned all the pumpkins down the driveway. With a flick of her wrist and a few mumbled words, Sarah lit them. Dusk was still hours away, but Sophie could at least get a sense of what they would look like on Halloween night. She clapped her hands and tore down the steps to fling herself into the arms of Matthew and then Miriam. Her final hug was reserved for Marcus, who exchanged a few quiet words with her before tucking her into the low-slung passenger seat. "Thanks for the car," Sophie said, admiring the burled wood on the dashboard. "Nathaniel used to drive fast, but he drives like an old lady now on account of the baby." "No speeding," Matthew said firmly, sounding like a father. "Call us when you get home." We waved them off. When they were out of sight, Sarah extinguished the pumpkins. Matthew pulled his arms around me as the remaining family drifted back inside. "I'm ready for you, Diana," Hamish said, coming out onto the porch. He'd already put on his jacket, prepared to leave for New York before returning to London. I signed the 2 copies of the will, and they were witnessed by Em and Sarah. Hamish rolled up one copy and slid it into a metal cylinder. He threaded the ends of the tube with black and silver ribbons and sealed it with wax bearing Matthew's mark. Matthew waited by the black rental car while Hamish said a courteous farewell to Miriam, then kissed Em and Sarah, inviting them to stay with him on their way to Septors. "Call me if you need anything," he told Sarah, taking her hand and giving it a single squeeze. "You have my numbers." He turned to me. "Goodbye, Hamish." I returned his kisses, first on one cheek, then the other. "Thank you for all you did to put Matthew's mind at ease." "Just doing my job," Hamish said with forced cheerfulness. His voice dropped. "Remember what I told you. There will be no way to call for help if you need it." "I won't need it," I said. A few minutes later, the car's engine turned over, and Hamish too, red taillights blinking in the gathering darkness. The house didn't like its new emptiness and responded by banging furniture around and moaning softly whenever anyone left or entered a room. "I'll miss them," Em confessed while making dinner. The house sighed sympathetically. "Go," Sarah said to me, taking the knife out of Em's hand. "Take Matthew to Septor's and be back here in time to make the salad." After much discussion, we'd finally decided to time walk to the night I'd found his copy of Origin. But getting Matthew to Septor's was more of a challenge than I'd expected. My arms were so full of stuff to help me steer, one of his pens and 2 books from his study, that Matthew had to hold on to my waist. Then we got stuck. Invisible hands seemed to hold my foot up, refusing to let me lower it into Septor's. The farther back in time we went, the thicker the strands were around my feet, and time clung to Matthew in sturdy, twining vines. At last we made it to Matthew's study. The room was just as we'd left it, with the fire lit and an unlabeled bottle of wine waiting on the table. I dropped the books and the pen on the sofa, shaking with fatigue. "What's wrong?" Matthew asked. It was as if too many pasts were coming together, and it was impossible to wade through them. "I was afraid you might let go." "Nothing felt different to me," Matthew said. It took a bit longer than before, but I expected that, given the time and distance.
He poured us both some wine, and we discussed the pros and cons of going downstairs. Finally, our desire to see Ysabeau and Marthe won out. Matthew remembered I'd been wearing my blue sweater. Its high neckline would hide my bandage, so I went upstairs to change. When I came back down, his face broke into a slow, appreciative smile. "Just as beautiful now as then," he said, kissing me deeply. "Maybe more so." "Be careful," I warned him with a laugh. "You hadn't decided you loved me yet." "Oh, I'd decided," he said, kissing me again. "I just hadn't told you." The women were sitting right where we expected them to be, Marthe with her murder mystery and Ysabeau with her newspapers. The conversation might not have been exactly the same, but it didn't seem to matter. The most difficult part of the evening was watching Matthew dance with his mother. The bittersweet expression on his face as he twirled her was new, and he definitely hadn't caught her up in a fierce bear hug when their dance was over. When he invited me to dance, I gave his hand an extra squeeze of sympathy. "Thank you for this," he whispered in my ear as he whirled me around. He planted a soft kiss on my neck. That definitely hadn't happened the first time. Matthew brought the evening to a close just as he had before, by announcing that he was taking me to bed. This time we said good night, knowing that it was goodbye. Our return trip was much the same, but less frightening for its familiarity. I didn't panic or lose my concentration when time resisted our passage, focusing intently on the familiar rituals of making dinner in the Bishop house. We were back in plenty of time to make the salad. During dinner, Sarah and Em regaled the vampires with tales of my adventures growing up. When my aunts ran out of stories, Matthew teased Marcus about his disastrous real estate deals in the 19th century, the enormous investments he'd made in new technologies in the 20th century that had never panned out, and his perpetual weakness for red-headed women. "I knew I liked you." Sarah smoothed down her own unruly red mop and poured him more whiskey. Halloween dawned clear and bright. Snow was always a possibility in this neck of the woods, but this year the weather looked encouraging. Matthew and Marcus took a longer walk than usual, and I lingered over tea and coffee with Sarah and Em. When the phone rang, we all jumped. Sarah answered it, and we could tell from her half of the conversation that the call was unexpected. She hung up and joined us at the table in the family room, which was once again big enough to seat all of us. That was Faye. She and Janet are at the Hunters, in their RV. They want to know if we'll join them on their fall trip. They're driving to Arizona, then up to Seattle. "The goddess has been busy," Em said with a smile. The two of them had been trying for days to decide how they would extricate themselves from Madison without setting off a flurry of gossip. "I guess that settles it. Well, hit the road, then go meet Ysabeau." We carried bags of food and other supplies to Sarah's beat-up old car.
When it was fully loaded and you could barely see out the rearview mirror, they started issuing orders. "The candy's on the counter," Em instructed, "and my costume is hanging on the back of the still-room door. It will fit you fine. Don't forget the stockings. The kids love the stockings." "I won't forget them," I assured her, "or the hat, though it's perfectly ridiculous." "Of course you'll wear the hat," Sarah said indignantly. "It's tradition." "Make sure the fire is out before you leave. Tabitha is fed at 4 o'clock sharp. If she isn't, she'll start barfing." "We've got this covered. You left a list," I said, patting her on the shoulder. "Can you call us at the Hunters? Let us know Miriam and Marcus have left?" Em asked. "Here, take this," Matthew said, handing them his phone with a lopsided smile. "You call Marcus yourself. There won't be reception where we're going." "Are you sure?" Em asked doubtfully. We all thought of Matthew's phone as an extra limb, and it was strange to see it out of his hand. "Absolutely. Most of the data has been erased, but I've left some contact numbers on it for you. If you need anything at all, call someone. If you feel worried or if something strange happens, get in touch with Yisabo or Hamish. They have helicopters," I murmured to Em, slipping my arm through hers. Marcus's phone rang. "Nathaniel," he said, looking at the screen. Then he stepped away to finish his call in a new gesture of privacy, one that was identical to what his father always did. With a sad smile, Matthew watched his son. "Those two will get themselves into all kinds of trouble, but at least Marcus won't feel so alone." "They're fine," Marcus said, turning back to us and disconnecting the phone. He smiled and ran his fingers through his hair in another gesture reminiscent of Matthew. "I should let Hamish know, so I'll say my goodbyes and call him." Em held on to Marcus for a long time, her eyes spilling over. "Call us too," she told him fiercely. "We'll want to know that you're both all right. Be safe." Sarah's eyes scrunched tight as she gathered him in her arms. "Don't doubt yourself." Miriam's farewell to my aunts was more composed, my own far less so. "We're very proud of you," Em said, cupping my face in her hands, tears now streaming down her face. "Your parents would be, too. Take care of each other." "We will," I assured her, dashing the tears away. Sarah took my hands in hers. "Listen to your teachers, whoever they are. Don't say no without hearing them out first." I nodded. "You've got more natural talent than any witch I've ever seen, maybe more than any witch who's lived for many, many years," Sarah continued. "I'm glad you're not going to waste it. Magic is a gift, Diana, just like love." She turned to Matthew. "I'm trusting you with something precious. Don't disappoint me." "I won't, Sarah," Matthew promised. She accepted our kisses, then bolted down the steps to the waiting car. "Goodbyes are hard for Sarah," Em explained. "We'll talk to you tomorrow, Marcus." She climbed into the front seat, waving over her shoulder. The car spluttered to life, bumped its way across the ruts in the driveway, and turned toward town. When we went back into the house, Miriam and Marcus were waiting in the front hall, bags at their feet. "We thought you two should have some time alone," Miriam said, handing her duffel bag to Marcus. "And I hate long goodbyes." She looked around. "Well," she said briskly, heading down the porch stairs, "see you when you get back." After shaking his head at Miriam's retreating figure, Matthew went into the dining room and returned with an envelope. "Take it," he said to Marcus, his voice gruff. "I never wanted to be Grand Master," Marcus said. "You think I did? This was my father's dream. Philippe made me promise the Brotherhood wouldn't fall into Baldwin's hands. I'm asking you to do the same." "I promise." Marcus took the envelope. "I wish you didn't have to go." "I'm sorry, Marcus." I swallowed the lump in my throat and rested my warm fingers lightly on his cold flesh. "For what?" His smile was bright and true. "For making my father happy? For putting you in this position and leaving behind such a mess? I'm not afraid of war, if that's what you mean. It's following along in Matthew's wake that worries me." Marcus cracked the seal. With that deceptively insignificant snap of wax, he became the Grand Master of the Knights of Lazarus. "Je suis à votre commande, Seigneur," Matthew murmured, His head bowed. Baldwin had spoken the same words at LaGuardia. They sounded so different when they were sincere. "Then I command you to return and take back the Knights of Lazarus," Marcus said roughly, "before I make a complete hash of things. I'm not French, and I'm certainly no knight. You have more than a drop of French blood in you, and you're the only person I trust to do the job. Besides, you can rely on your famous American charm.
And it is possible you might like being Grand Master in the end." Marcus snorted and punched the number 8 on his phone. "It's done," he said briefly to the person on the other end. There was a short exchange of words. "Thank you. Nathaniel has accepted his position," Matthew murmured, the corners of his mouth twitching. "His French is surprisingly good." Marcus scowled at his father, walked away to say a few more words to the demon, and returned. Between father and son there was a long look. The clasp of hand to elbow, the press of a hand on the back, a pattern of leave-taking based on hundreds of similar farewells. For me, there was a gentle kiss, a murmured, "Be well," and then Marcus, too, was gone. I reached for Matthew's hand. We were alone. Chapter 42. It's just us and the ghosts now. My stomach rumbled. "What's your favorite food?" he asked. "Pizza," I said promptly. "You should have it while you can. Order some, and we'll pick it up." We hadn't been beyond the immediate environs of the Bishop House since our arrival, and it felt strange to be driving around the greater Madison area in a Range Rover next to a vampire. We took the back way to Hamilton, passing south over the hills into town before swinging north again to get the pizza. During the drive, I pointed out where I'd gone swimming as a child and where my first real boyfriend had lived. The town was covered with Halloween decorations, black cats, witches on brooms, even trees decorated in orange and black eggs. In this part of the world, it wasn't just witches who took the celebration seriously. When we arrived at the pizza place, Matthew climbed out with me, seemingly unconcerned that witches or humans might see us. I stretched up to kiss him, and he returned it with a laugh that was almost lighthearted. The college student who rang us up looked at Matthew with obvious admiration when she handed him the pie. "Good thing she isn't a witch," I said when we got back into the car. "She would have turned me into a newt and flown off with you on her broomstick." Fortified with pizza, pepperoni, and mushroom, I tackled the mess left in the kitchen and the family room. Matthew brought out handfuls of paper from the dining room and burned them in the kitchen fireplace. "What do we do with these?" he asked, holding up my mother's letter, the mysterious 3-line epigram, and the page from Ashmole 782. "Leave them in the keeping room," I told him. "The house will take care of them." I continued to putter, doing laundry and straightening up Sarah's office. It was not until I went up to put our clothes away that I noticed both computers were missing. I went pounding downstairs in a panic. "Matthew, the computers are gone." "Hamish has them," he said, catching me in his arms and smoothing my hair against the back of my head. "It's all right. No one's been in the house." My shoulders sagged, heart still hammering at the idea of being surprised by another Domenico or Juliet. He made tea, then rubbed my feet while I drank it. All the while he talked about nothing important. Houses in Hamilton that had reminded him of some other place and time. His first sniff of a tomato, what he thought when he'd seen me row in Oxford, until I relaxed into the warmth and comfort. Matthew was always different when no one else was around, but the contrast was especially marked now that our families had left. Since arriving at the Bishop House, he'd gradually taken on the responsibility for 8 other lives. He'd watched over all of them, regardless of who they were or how they were related to him, with the same ferocious intensity. Now, he had only one creature to manage. We haven't had much time to just talk, I reflected, thinking of the whirlwind of days since we'd met. Not just the two of us. The past weeks have been almost biblical in their tests. I think the only thing we've escaped is a plague of locusts. He paused. But if the universe does want to test us the old-fashioned way,
This counts as the end of our trial. It will be 40 days this evening. So little time for so much to have happened. I put my empty mug on the table and reached for his hands. Where are we going, Matthew? Can you wait a little longer, Moncur? He looked out the window. I want this day to last, and it will dark soon enough. You like playing house with me. A piece of hair had fallen onto his forehead, and I brushed it back. I love playing house with you, he said, capturing my hand. We talked quietly for another half hour, before Matthew glanced outdoors again. Go upstairs and take a bath. Use every drop of water in the tank and take a long, hot shower, too. You may crave pizza every now and then in the days to come, but that will be nothing compared to your longing for hot water. In a few weeks, you will cheerfully commit murder for a shower. Matthew brought up my Halloween costume while I bathed. A calf-length black dress with a high neck, sharp-toed boots, and a pointy hat. What, may I ask, are these? He brandished a pair of stockings with red and white horizontal stripes. Those are the stockings M mentioned. I groaned. She'll know if I don't wear them. If I still had my phone, I would take a picture of you in these hideous things and blackmail you for eternity. Is there anything that would ensure your silence? I sank lower into the tub. I'm sure there is, Matthew said, tossing the stockings behind him. We were playful at first. As at dinner last night, and again at breakfast, we carefully avoided mentioning that this might be our last chance to be together. I was still a novice, but M told me even the most experienced time-walkers respect the unpredictability of moving between past and future, and recognized how easy it would be to wander indefinitely within the spiderweb of time. Matthew sensed my changing mood and answered it first with greater gentleness, then with a fierce possessiveness that demanded I think of nothing but him. Despite our obvious need for comfort and reassurance, we didn't consummate our marriage. When we're safe, he murmured, kissing me along my collarbone. When there's more time. Somewhere along the way, my smallpox blister burst. Matthew examined it and pronounced that it was doing nicely, an odd description for an angry open wound the size of a dime. He removed the bandage from my neck, revealing the barest trace of Miriam's sutures, and the one from my arm as well. You're a fast healer, he said approvingly, kissing the inside of my elbow where he drunk from my veins. His lips felt warm against my skin. How odd! My skin is cold there. I touched my neck. Here, too. Matthew drew his thumb across the spot where my carotid artery passed close to the surface. I shivered at his touch. The number of nerve endings there had seemingly tripled. Extra sensitivity, Matthew said, as if you're part vampire. He bent and put his lips against my pulse. Oh, I gasped, taken aback at the intensity of feeling. Mindful of the time, I buttoned myself into the black dress. With a braid down my back, I might have stepped out of a photograph from the turn of the 19th century. Too bad we're not time-walking to World War I, Matthew said, pulling at the sleeves of the dress. You'd make a convincing schoolmistress circa 1912 in that get-up. Not with these on. I sat on the bed and started pulling on the candy-striped stockings. Matthew roared with laughter and begged me to put the hat on immediately. I'll set fire to myself, I protested. Wait until the jack-o'-lanterns are lit. We went outside with matches, thinking we could light the pumpkins the human way. A breeze had kicked up, though, which made it difficult to strike the matches and impossible to keep the candles illuminated. Damn it, I swore. Sophie's work shouldn't go to waste. Can you use a spell? Matthew said, already prepared to have another go at the matchbox. If not, then I have no business even pretending to be a witch on Halloween. We went outside with matches, thinking we could light the pumpkins the human way. A breeze had kicked up, though, which made it difficult to strike the matches and impossible to keep the candles illuminated. Damn it, I swore. Sophie's work shouldn't go to waste. Can you use a spell? Matthew said, already prepared to have another go at the matchbox. If not, then I have no business even pretending to be a witch on Halloween."
The mere thought of explaining my failure to Sophie made me concentrate on the task at hand, and the wick burst into life. I lit the other 11 pumpkins that were scattered down the drive, each more amazing or terrifying than the last. At 6 o'clock, there was a fierce pounding on the door and muffled cries of "Trick or treat!" Matthew had never experienced an American Halloween, and he eagerly greeted our first visitors. Whoever was outside received one of his heart-stopping smiles before Matthew grinned and beckoned me forward. A tiny witch and a slightly larger vampire were holding hands on the front porch. "Trick or treat," they intoned, holding out their open pillowcases. "I'm a vampire," the boy said, baring his fangs at Matthew. He pointed to his sister. "She's a witch." "I can see that," Matthew said gravely, taking in the black cape and white makeup. "I'm a vampire, too." The boy examined him critically. "Your mother should have worked harder on your costume. You don't look like a vampire at all. Where's your cape?" The miniature vampire swept his arms up, a fold of his own satin cape in each fist, revealing its bat-shaped wings. "See, you need your cape to fly. Otherwise you can't turn into a bat." "Ah, that is a problem. My cape is at home, and now I can't fly back and get it. Perhaps I can borrow yours." Matthew dumped a handful of candy into each pillowcase, the eyes of both children growing large at his generosity. I peeked around the door to wave at their parents. "You can tell she's a witch," the girl piped up, nodding approvingly at my red and white striped stockings and black boots. At their parents' urging, they shouted thank yous as they trotted down the walk and climbed into the waiting car. Over the next 3 hours, we greeted a steady stream of fairy princesses, pirates, ghosts, skeletons, mermaids, and space aliens, along with still more witches and vampires. I gently told Matthew that 1 piece of candy per goblin was de rigueur, and that if he didn't stop distributing handfuls of goodies now, we would run out long before the trick-or-treating stopped at 9 o'clock. It was hard to criticize, however, given his obvious delight. His responses to the children who came to the door revealed a wholly new side of him. Crouching down so that he was less intimidating, he asked questions about their costumes and told every young boy purporting to be a vampire that he was the most frightening creature he'd ever beheld. But it was his encounter with one fairy princess wearing an oversized set of wings and a gauze skirt that tugged hardest at my heart. Overwhelmed and exhausted by the occasion, she burst into tears when Matthew asked which piece of candy she wanted. Her brother, a strapping young pirate aged 6, dropped her hand in horror. "We shall ask your mother." Matthew swept the fairy princess into his arms and grabbed the pirate by the back of his bandana. He safely delivered both children into the waiting arms of their parents. Long before reaching them, however, the fairy princess had forgotten her tears. Instead, she had one sticky hand wrapped in the collar of Matthew's sweater and was tapping him lightly on the head with her wand, repeating, "Bippity-boppity-boo!" "When she grows up and thinks about Prince Charming, he'll look just like you," I told him after he returned to the house. A shower of silver glitter fell as he dipped his head for a kiss. "You're covered with fairy dust," I said, laughing and brushing the last of it from his hair. Around 8 o'clock, when the tide of fairy princesses and pirates turned to gothic teenagers wearing black lipstick and leather garments festooned with chains, Matthew handed me the basket of candy and retreated to the keeping room. "Coward," I teased, straightening my hat before answering the door to another gloomy bunch. Only 3 minutes before it would be safe to turn out the porch light without ruining the bishop's Halloween reputation, we heard another loud knock and a bellowed "Trick or treat!" "Who can that be?" I groaned, slamming my hat back on my head. 2 young wizards stood on the front steps. One was the paper boy.
He was accompanied by a lanky teenager with bad skin and a pierced nose, whom I recognized dimly as belonging to the O'Neill clan. Their costumes, such as they were, consisted of torn jeans, safety-pin T-shirts, fake blood, plastic teeth, and lengths of dog leash. "Aren't you a bit old for this, Sammy?" "It's Tham now." Sammy's voice was breaking, full of unexpected ups and downs, and his prosthetic fangs gave him a lisp. "Hello, Sam." There were half a dozen pieces in the bottom of the candy basket. "You're welcome to what's left. We were just about to put out the lights. Shouldn't you be at the hunter's house bobbing for apples? We heard your pumpkins were really cool this year." Sammy shifted from one foot to the other. "And, well," he flushed and took out his plastic teeth. "Rob swore he saw a vampire here the other day. I bet him $20 the bishops wouldn't let one in the house. What makes you so sure you'd recognize a vampire if you saw one?" The vampire in question came out of the keeping room and stood behind me. "Gentlemen," he said quietly. Two adolescent jaws dropped. "We'd have to be either human or really stupid not to recognize him," said Rob, awestruck. "He's the biggest vampire I've ever seen." "Cool!" Sammy grinned from ear to ear. He high-fived his friend and grabbed the candy. "Don't forget to pay up, Sam," I said sternly. "And Samuel," Matthew said, his French accent unusually pronounced, "could I ask you as a favor to not to tell anyone else about this? Ever?" Sammy was incredulous at the notion of keeping such a juicy piece of information to himself. Matthew's mouth twitched. "No, I see your point. Can you keep quiet until tomorrow?" "Sure," Sammy nodded, looking to Rob for confirmation. "That's only 3 hours. We can do that. No problem." They got on their bikes and headed off. "The roads are dark," Matthew said with a frown of concern. "We should drive them. They'll be fine. They're not vampires, but they can definitely find their way to town." The two bikes skidded to a halt, sending up a shower of loose gravel. "You want us to turn off the pumpkins?" Sammy shouted from the driveway. "If you want to," I said. "Thanks." Rob O'Mew waved at the left side of the driveway and Sammy at the right, extinguishing all the jack-o'-lanterns with enviable casualness. The two boys rode off, their bikes bumping over the ruts, their progress made easier by the moon and the burgeoning sixth sense of the teenage witch. I shut the door and leaned against it. Gah, my feet are killing me. I unlaced my boots and kicked them off, tossing the hat onto the steps. "The page from Ashmole 782, Matthew announced quietly, leaning against the banister post. "Mom's letter? Also gone. It's time then." I pulled myself away from the old door, and the house moaned softly. "Make yourself some tea and meet me in the family room. I'll get the bag." He waited for me on the couch, the soft-sided briefcase sitting closed at his feet, and the silver chess piece and gold earring lying on the coffee table. I handed him a glass of wine and sat alongside. "That's the last of the wine." Matthew eyed my tea. "And that's the last of the tea for you as well." He ran his hands nervously through his hair and took a deep breath. "I would have liked to go some time closer, when there was less death and disease," he began, sounding tentative, "and somewhere closer, with tea and plumbing, but I think you'll like it once you get used to it." I still didn't know when or where it was. Matthew bent down to undo the lock. When he opened the bag and saw what was on top, he let out a sigh of relief. "Thank God! I was afraid Yazabo might have sent the wrong one." "You haven't opened the bag yet?" I was amazed at his self-control. "No." Matthew lifted out a book. I didn't want to think about it too much, just in case. He handed me the book. It had black leather bindings with simple silver borders. "It's beautiful," I said, running my fingers over its surface. "Open it." Matthew looked anxious. "Will I know where we're going once I do?" Now that the third object was in my hands, I felt strangely reluctant. "I think so."
The front cover creaked open, and the unmistakable scent of old paper and ink rose in the air. There were no marbled end papers, no book plates, no additional blank sheets such as 18th and 19th century collectors put in their books. And the covers were heavy, indicating that wooden boards were concealed beneath the smoothly stretched leather. 2 lines were written in thick black ink on the first page, in a tight, spiky script of the late 16th century. "To my own sweet Mat," I read aloud. "Who ever loved that loved not at first sight?" The dedication was unsigned, but it was familiar. Shakespeare? I lifted my eyes to Matthew. "Not originally," he replied, his face tense. "Will was something of a magpie when it came to collecting other people's words." I slowly turned the page. It wasn't a printed book, but a manuscript, written in the same bold hand as the inscription. I looked closer to make out the words. "Settle thy studies, Faustus, and begin to sound the depth of that thou wilt profess." "Jesus," I said hoarsely, clapping the book shut. My hands were shaking. "Hell, laugh like a fool when he hears that was your reaction," Matthew commented. "Is this what I think it is?" "Probably. How did you get it?" "Kit gave it to me." Matthew touched the cover lightly. "Faustus was always my favorite." Every historian of alchemy knew Christopher Marlowe's play about Dr. Faustus, who sold his soul to the devil in exchange for magical knowledge and power. I opened the book and ran my fingers over the inscription, while Matthew continued. "Kit and I were friends, good friends, in a dangerous time when there were few creatures you could trust. We raised a certain amount of hell and eyebrows. When Sophie pulled the chess piece I'd lost to him from her pocket, it seemed clear that England was our destination. The feeling my fingertips detected in the inscription was not friendship, however. This was a lover's dedication." "Were you in love with him, too?" I asked quietly. "No," Matthew said shortly. "I loved Kit, but not the way you mean, and not in the way he wanted. Left to Kit, things would have been different, but it wasn't up to him, and we were never more than friends." "Did he know what you are?" I hugged the book to my chest like a priceless treasure. "Yes, we couldn't afford secrets. Besides, he was a demon, and an unusually perceptive one at that. You'll soon discover it's pointless trying to keep anything from Kit." That Christopher Marlowe was a demon made a certain sense, based on my limited knowledge of him. "So, we're going to England," I said slowly. "When, exactly?" "To 1590. Where?" "Every year a group of us met at the Old Lodge for the old Catholic holidays of All Saints and All Souls. Few dared to celebrate them, but it made Kit feel daring and dangerous to commemorate them in some way. He would read us his latest draft of Faustus. He was always fiddling with it, never satisfied. We'd drink too much, play chess, and stay awake until dawn." Matthew drew the manuscript from my arms. He rested it on the table and took my hands in his. "Is this all right with you, mon coeur? We don't have to go. We can think of some time else." But it was already too late. The historian in me had started to process the opportunities of life in Elizabethan England. "There are alchemists in England in 1590. "Yes," he said warily. "None of them particularly pleasant to be around, given the mercury poisoning and their strange work habits. More important, Diana, there are witches, powerful witches, who can guide your magic. Will you take me to the playhouses? Could I keep you from them?" Matthew's brows rose. "Probably not." My imagination was caught by the prospect opening before us. "Can we walk through the Royal Exchange? After they light the lamps?" "Yes." He drew me into his arms. "And go to St. Paul's to hear a sermon, and to Tyburn for an execution. We'll even chat about the inmates with the clerk at Bedlam." His body shook with suppressed laughter. "Good Lord, Diana, I'm taking you to a time when there was plague, few comforts, no tea, and bad dentistry, and all you can think about is what Gresham's Exchange looked like at night."
I pulled back to look at him with excitement. Will I meet the Queen? Absolutely not. Matthew pressed me to him with a shudder. The mere thought of what you might say to Elizabeth Tudor, and she to you, makes my heart falter. Coward, I said for the second time that night. You wouldn't say so if you knew her better. She eats courtiers for breakfast. Matthew paused. Besides, there's something else we can do in 1590. What's that? Somewhere in 1590, there's an alchemical manuscript that will one day be owned by Elias Ashmole. We might look for it. The manuscript might be complete then, its magic unbroken. I extricated myself from his arms and sat back against the cushions, staring in wonder at the three objects on the coffee table. We're really going to go back in time? We are. Sarah told me we had to be careful not to take anything modern into the past. Martha made you a smock and me a shirt. Matthew reached into the briefcase again and pulled out 2 plain linen garments with long sleeves and strings at the neck. She had to sew them by hand, and she didn't have much time. They're not fancy, but at least we won't shock whomever we first meet. He shook them out, and a small black velvet bag fell from their linen folds. What's this? He said, picking it up. A note was pinned to the outside. He opened it. From Isabeau. This was an anniversary gift from your father. I thought you might like to give it to Diana. It will look old-fashioned, but will suit her hand. The bag held a ring made of 3 separate gold bands twisted together. The 2 outer bands were fashioned into ornate sleeves, colored with enamel and studded with small jewels to resemble embroidery. A golden hand curved out of each sleeve, perfectly executed down to the tiny bones, slender tendons, and minute fingernails. Clasped between the 2 hands, on the inner ring, was a huge stone that looked like glass. It was clear and unfaceted, set in a golden bezel with a black painted background. No jeweler would put a hunk of glass in a ring so fine. It was a diamond. That belongs in a museum, not on my finger. I was mesmerized by the lifelike hands and tried not to think about the weight of the stone they held. My mother used to wear it all the time, Matthew said, picking it up between his thumb and index finger. She called it her scribble ring because she could write on glass with the point of the diamond. His keen eyes saw some detail of the ring that mine did not. With a twist of the golden hands, the 3 rings fanned out in his palm. Each band was engraved, the words twining around the flat surfaces. We peered at the tiny writing. They're poesies, verses that people wrote as tokens of affection. This one says, "À ma vie de corps entière," Matthew said, the tip of his index finger touching the gold surface. It's Old French for "my whole heart, for my whole life." And this, "mon début et ma fin," with an alpha and an omega. My French was good enough to translate that. My beginning and my end. What's on the inner band? It's engraved on both sides. Matthew read the lines, turning the rings over as he did so. Se souvenir du passé, et qu'il y ait un avenir. Remember the past, and that there is a future. The poesies suit us perfectly. It was eerie that Philippe had selected verses for Isabeau so long ago that could have meaning for Matthew and me today. Vampires are also time-walkers of a sort. Matthew fitted the ring together. He took my left hand and looked away, afraid of my reaction. Will you wear it? I took his chin in my fingers, turning his head toward me, and nodded, quite unable to speak. Matthew's face turned shy, and his eyes dropped to my hand, still held in his. He slid the ring over my thumb so it rested just above the knuckle. With this ring I thee wed, and with my body I thee honor. Matthew's voice was quiet, and it shook just a bit. He moved the ring deliberately to my index finger, sliding it down until it met the middle joint. And with all my worldly goods I thee endow. The ring skipped over my middle finger and slid home onto the 4th finger of my left hand. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. He raised my hand to his mouth and his eyes to mine once more, cold lips pressing the ring into my skin. Amen. Amen, I repeated. So now we're married in the eyes of vampires and according to church law. The ring felt heavy, but Ysabeau was right. It did suit me. In your eyes, too, I hope? Matthew sounded uncertain. Of course we're married in my eyes. Something of my happiness must have shown, because his answering smile was as broad and heartfelt as any I'd seen. Let's see if Maman sent more surprises. He dove back into the briefcase and came up with a few more books. There was another note, also from Ysabeau. These were next to the manuscript you asked for, Matthew read. I sent them too, just in case. Are they also from 1590? No, Matthew said, his voice thoughtful. None of them. He reached into the bag again. When his hand emerged, it was clutching the silver pilgrim's badge from Bethany. There was no note to explain why it was there. The clock in the front hall struck 10. We were due to leave soon. I wish I knew why she sent these, Matthew sounded worried. Maybe she thought we should carry other things that were precious to you. I knew how strong his attachment was to the tiny silver coffin. Not if it makes it harder for you to concentrate on 1590. He glanced at the ring on my left hand, and I closed my fingers. There was no way he was taking it off, whether it was from 1590 or not. We could call Sarah and ask her what she thinks. Matthew shook his head. No, let's not trouble her. We know what we need to do. Take 3 objects and nothing else from the past or present that might get in the way. Well, make an exception for the ring, now that it's on your finger. He opened the top book and froze. What is it? My annotations are in this book, and I don't remember putting them there. It's more than 400 years old. Maybe you forgot. In spite of my words, a cold finger ran up my spine. Matthew flipped through a few more pages and inhaled sharply. If we leave these books in the keeping room, along with the pilgrim's badge, will the house take care of them? It will, if we ask it to, I said. Matthew, what's going on? I'll tell you later. We should go. These, he said, lifting the books and Lazarus's coffin, need to stay here. We changed in silence. I took off everything down to my bare skin, shivering as the linen smock slipped over my shoulders. The cuffs skimmed my wrists as it fell to my ankles, and the wide neck drew closed when I tugged on the string. Matthew was out of his clothes and into his shirt quickly. It nearly reached his knees, and his long white legs stuck out below. While I collected our clothes, Matthew went to the dining room and came out with stationery and one of his favorite pens. His hand sped across the page, and he folded the single sheet and tucked it into the waiting envelope. A note for Sarah, he explained. We'll ask the house to take care of that, too. We carried the extra books, the note, and the pilgrim's badge to the keeping room. Matthew put them carefully on the sofa. Shall we leave the lights on? Matthew asked. No, I said, just the porch light, in case it's still dark when they come home. There was a smudge of green when we turned off the lamps. It was my grandmother, rocking in her chair. Goodbye, Grandma. Neither Bridget Bishop nor Elizabeth was with her. Goodbye, Diana. The house needs to take care of those. I pointed to the pile of objects on the sofa. Don't worry about a thing, except for where you're going. Slowly we walked the length of the house to the back door, shutting off lights as we went. In the family room, Matthew picked up Dr. Faustus, the earring, and the chess piece. I looked around one last time at the familiar brown kitchen. Goodbye, house. Tabitha heard my voice and ran screeching from the still room. She came to an abrupt halt and stared at us without blinking. Goodbye, ma petite, Matthew said, stooping to scratch her ears. We'd decided to leave from the hop barn. It was quiet, with no vestiges of modern life to serve as distractions. We moved through the apple orchard and over the frost-covered grass in our bare feet, the cold quickening our steps. When Matthew pulled open the barn door, my breath was visible in the chilly air. It's freezing. I drew my smock closer, teeth chattering. "There will be a fire when we arrive at the old lodge," he said, handing me the earring. I put the thin wire through the hole in my ear and held my hand out for the goddess. Matthew dropped her into my palm. What else? Wine, of course, red wine. Matthew handed me the book and folded me into his arms, planting a firm kiss on my forehead. "Where are your rooms?" I shut my eyes, remembering the old lodge. "Upstairs, on the western side of the courtyard, overlooking the deer park." "And what will it smell like?" "Like home," he said. "Wood smoke and roasted meat from the servants' dinner, beeswax from the candles, and the lavender used to keep the linens fresh." "Can you hear anything special?" "Nothing at all. Just the bells from St. Mary's and St. Michael's, the crackle of the fires, and the dogs snoring on the stairs." "How do you feel when you're there?" I asked, concentrating on his words and the way they in turn made me feel. "I've always felt ordinary at the old lodge," Matthew said softly. "It's a place where I can be myself." A whiff of lavender swirled through the air, out of time and place in a Madison hop barn in October. I marveled at the scent and thought of my father's note. My eyes were fully open to the possibilities of magic now. "What will we do tomorrow?" "We'll walk in the park," he said, his voice a murmur and his arms iron bands around my ribs. "If the weather's fine, we'll go riding. There won't much be in the gardens this time of year. There must be a lute somewhere. I'll teach you to play, if you'd like." Another scent, spicy and sweet, joined with the lavender, and I saw a tree laden with heavy golden fruit. A hand stretched up, and a diamond winked in the sunlight, but the fruit was out of reach. I felt frustration and the keen edge of desire, and I was reminded of Emily's telling me that magic was in the heart as well as the mind. "Is there a quince in the garden?" "Yes," Matthew said, his mouth against my hair. "The fruit will be ripe now." The tree dissolved, though the honeyed scent remained. Now I saw a shallow silver dish sitting on a long wooden table. Candles and firelight were reflected in its burnished surface. Piled inside the dish were the bright yellow quinces that were the source of the scent. My fingers flexed on the cover of the book I held in the present, but in my mind they closed on a piece of fruit in the past. I can smell the quinces. Our new life in the old lodge was already calling to me. Remember, don't let go, no matter what. With the past everywhere around me, the possibility of losing him was all that was frightening. "Never," he said firmly. "And lift up your foot, and then put it down again when I tell you." He chuckled. "I love you, my Lion." It was an unusual response, but it was enough. Home, I thought. My heart tugged with longing. An unfamiliar bell tolled the hour. There was a warm touch of fire against my skin, the air filled with scents of lavender, beeswax, and ripe quince. It's time. Together we lifted our feet and stepped into the unknown. Chapter 43. The house was unnaturally quiet. For Sarah, it wasn't just the absence of chatter or the removal of 7 active minds that made it seem so empty. It was not knowing. They'd come home earlier than usual from the Coven's gathering, claiming they needed to pack for Faye and Janet's road trip. Em had found the empty briefcase sitting by the family room couch, and Sarah had discovered the clothes bundled up on top of the washing machine. "They're gone," Em had said. Sarah went straight into her arms, her shoulders shaking. "Are they all right?" she'd whispered. "They're together," Em had replied. It wasn't the answer Sarah wanted, but it was honest, just like Em. They'd thrown their own clothes into duffel bags, paying little attention to what they were doing. Now Tabitha and Em were already in the RV, and Faye and Janet were waiting patiently for Sarah to close up the house. Sarah and the vampire had talked for hours in the still room on their last night in the house, sharing a bottle of red wine. Matthew had told her something of his past and shared his fears for the future. Sarah had listened, making an effort not to show her own shock and surprise at some of the tales he told.
Though she was pagan, Sarah understood he wanted to make confession, and had cast her in the role of priest. She had given him the absolution she could, knowing all the while that some deeds could never be forgiven or forgotten. But there was one secret he'd refused to share, and Sarah still knew nothing of where and when her niece had gone. The floorboards of the Bishop House creaked a chorus of groans and wheezes as Sarah walked through the familiar darkened rooms. She closed the keeping room doors and turned to bid farewell to the only home she'd ever known. The keeping room doors opened with a sharp bang. One of the floorboards near the fireplace sprang up, revealing a small black-bound book and a creamy envelope. It was the brightest thing in the room, and it gleamed in the moonlight. Sarah muffled a cry and held out her hand. The cream square flew easily into it, landed with a slight smack, and flipped over. A single word was written on it: Sarah. She touched the letters lightly and saw Matthew's long white fingers. She tore at the paper, her heart beating fast. Sarah, it said. Don't worry, we made it. Her heart rate calmed. Sarah put the single sheet of paper on her mother's rocking chair and gestured for the book. Once the house delivered it, the floorboard returned to its normal resting place with a groan of old wood and the shriek of old nails. She flipped to the first page. The Shadow of Night, containing 2 poetical hymns devised by G.C. Gent, 1594. The book smelled old but not unpleasant, like incense in a dusty cathedral. Just like Matthew, Sarah thought with a smile. A slip of paper stuck out of the top. It led her to the dedication page. To my dearest and most worthy friend, Matthew Royden. Sarah peered more closely and saw a tiny, faded drawing of a hand with a ruffled cuff pointing imperiously to the name, with the number 29 written underneath in ancient brown ink. She turned obediently to page 29, struggling through tears as she read the underlined passage. She hunters makes, and of that substance hounds, whose mouths deaf heaven and furrow earth with wounds. And marvel not a nymph so rich in grace to hounds rude pursuits should be given in chase. For she could turn herself to every shape of swiftest beasts, and at her pleasure escape. The words conjured up the image of Diana clear, bright, unbidden, her face framed with gauzy wings, and her throat thickly encircled with silver and diamonds. A single tear-shaped ruby quivered on her skin like a drop of blood, nestled into the notch between her collarbones. In the still room, as the sun was rising, he had promised to find some way to let her know Diana was safe. Thank you, Matthew. Sarah kissed the book and the note and threw them into the cavernous fireplace. She said the words to conjure a white-hot fire. The paper caught quickly, and the book's edges began to curl. Sarah watched the fire burn for a few moments. Then she walked out the front door, leaving it unlocked, and didn't look back. Once the door closed, a worn silver coffin shot down the chimney and landed on the burning paper. 2 gobbets of blood and mercury, released from the hollow chambers inside the ampulla by the heat of the fire, chased each other around the surface of the book before falling into the grate. There they seeped into the soft old mortar of the fireplace and traveled into the heart of the house. When they reached it, the house sighed with relief and released a forgotten, forbidden scent. Sarah drank in the cool night air as she climbed into the RV. Her senses were not sharp enough to catch the cinnamon and blackthorn, honeysuckle and chamomile dancing in the air. Okay? Em asked, her voice serene. Sarah leaned across the cat carrier that held Tabitha and squeezed Em's knee. Just fine. Faye turned the key in the ignition and pulled down the driveway and onto the county road that would take them to the interstate, chattering about where they could stop for breakfast. The 4 witches were too far away to perceive the shift in atmosphere around the house, as hundreds of night creatures detected the unusual aroma of commingled vampire and witch,
or to see the pale green smudges of the two ghosts in the keeping room window. Bridget Bishop and Diana's grandmother watched the vehicle's departure. "What will we do now?" Diana's grandmother asked. "What we've always done, Joanna," Bridget replied. "Remember the past and await the future." Viking, published by the Penguin Group USA Inc., 375 Hudson Street, New York, New York, 10014, USA. Penguin Group Canada, 90 Eglinton Avenue East, Suite 700, Toronto, Ontario, Canada, M4P2Y3, a division of Pearson Penguin Canada Inc. Penguin Books Limited, 80 Strand, London, WC2RL, England. Penguin Ireland, 25 St. Stephen's Green, Dublin 2, Ireland, a division of Penguin Books Limited. Penguin Books Australia Limited, 250 Camberwell Road, Camberwell, Victoria 3124, Australia, a division of Pearson Australia Group Pty Limited. Penguin Books India Private Limited, 11 Community Centre, Panchil Park, New Delhi 110017. Penguin Group NZ, 67 Apollo Drive, Rosedale, North Shore 0632, New Zealand, a division of Pearson New Zealand Limited. Penguin Books South Africa, Pty Limited, 24 Sturdy Avenue, Rosebank, Johannesburg 2196. Penguin Books Limited, Registered Offices, 80 Strand, London, WC2RL, England. First published in 2011 by Viking Penguin, a member of Penguin Group USA Inc. Copyright Deborah Harkness, 2011. All rights reserved. Publisher's note: this is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents either are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, business establishments, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. ESBN 971-101-47569-0. 1. Vampires, fiction. 2. Witches, fiction. 3. Alchemy, manuscripts, fiction. 4. Science and magic, fiction. Title, PS 3608, A43D57, 2011, 813.6, DC22, 2010, 030425. Without limiting the rights under copyright reserved above, no part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in, or introduced into a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, or otherwise, without the prior written permission of both the copyright owner and the above publisher of this book. The scanning, uploading, and distribution of this book via the Internet or via any other means without the permission of the publisher is illegal and punishable by law. Please purchase only authorized electronic editions and do not participate in or encourage electronic piracy of copyrightable materials. Your support of the author's rights is appreciated. http://us.penguingroup.com/do for Lexi and Jake and their bright futures. It begins with absence and desire. It begins with blood and fear. It begins with a discovery of witches. Table of contents. Title page. Copyright page. Dedication. Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Chapter 19, Chapter 20, Chapter 21, Chapter 22, Chapter 23, Chapter 24, Chapter 25, Chapter 26, Chapter 27, Chapter 28, Chapter 29, Chapter 30, Chapter 31, Chapter 32, Chapter 33, Chapter 34, Chapter 35, Chapter 36, Chapter 37, Chapter 38, Chapter 39, Chapter 40, Chapter 41, Chapter 42, Chapter 43, Acknowledgement.